that seems to me to be true.
Do you have regrets when you look back at your life? In the full analysis of it.
Well, as I said, I was very ill for about 3 years, and it was seriously brutal. Like this is no lie, every single minute of that 3 years was worse than any single time I'd ever experienced in my entire life up to that. So that was rough.
Was the roughest the physical or the psychological?
Pain.
Just literal pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I was walking like 10 to 12 miles a day. Rain or shine, winter, didn't matter. Not good. And it was worse than that because as the day progressed, my pain levels would fall until by 10, 11 at night, when I was starting to get tired, I was approaching, what would you say? I was approaching something like an ordinary bad day. But as soon as I went to sleep, then the clock was reset and all pain came back. And so it wasn't just that I was in pain, it was that sleep itself became an enemy. And that's really rough, man, because sleep is where you take refuge. You know, you're worn out, you're tired, and you go to sleep and you wake up and it's something approximating a new day. This was like Sisyphus on steroids. And it was very difficult to maintain hope in that because I would do what I could. Like there were times when it took me like an hour and a half in the morning to stand up. And so I do all that, more or less put myself back into something remotely resembling human by the end of the day. And then I knew perfectly well, exhausted, if I fell asleep there, I was going to be right at the bottom of the bloody hill again. And so after a couple of years of that, it was definitely the fact that I had a family that carried me through that.
What did you learn about yourself and about the human mind from all those days?
Well, I think I learned more gratitude for the people I had around me. And I learned how fortunate I was to have that and how crucial that was. My wife learned something similar. She was diagnosed with a form of cancer that, as far as we know, killed every single person who ever had it except her. It's quite rare. And her experience was that what really gave her hope and played at least a role in saving her was the realization of the depth of love that her son in particular had for her. And that says nothing about her relationship with Michaela, with her daughter. It just so happened that it was the revelation of that love that made Tammy understand the value of her life in a way that she wouldn't have realized of her own accord. We're very, very, there's no difference between ourselves and the people that we love. And there might be no difference between ourselves and everyone, everywhere. But we can at least realize that to begin with in the form of the people that we love. And I hope I'm better at that than I was. I think I'm better at it than I was. I'm a lot more grateful for just ordinariness than I was, because when I first recovered, I remember first started to recover, I was standing in this pharmacy waiting for a prescription in a little town, and they weren't being particularly efficient about it. So I was in that, standing in the aisle for 20 minutes, and I thought, I'm not on fire. I could just stand here for like the rest of my life, just not being in pain and enjoying that. And, that would have been something that before that would have been, I would have been impatient and raring to go because I didn't have 20 minutes to stand in the middle of an aisle. And I thought, well, if you're just standing there and you're not on fire, things are a lot better than they might be. And I know that. And I think I remembered almost all the time.
You gain a greater ability to appreciate the mundane moments of life.
Yeah, definitely. The miracle of the mundane. Right?
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche had that. He was very ill. And so I suspect he had And he was regarded by the inhabitants of the village that he lived in near the end of his life as something approximating a saint. He apparently conducted himself very admirably, despite all his suffering.
But that's still, there's this tension, as there is in much of Nietzsche's work, between the miracle of the mundane, appreciating the miracle of the mundane, versus fearing the tyranny of the mediocre.
More the mediocre and resentful.
Yes, but that's you giving him a pass or seeing the good.
Well, fair enough.
There's a kind of, the tyranny of the mediocre. I always hated this idea that some people are better than others, and I understand it, but it's a dangerous idea.
This is why I like the story of Cain and Abel, I would say, because Cain is mediocre, but that's because he refuses to do his best. It's not something intrinsic to him, and I actually think that's the right formulation, because I had people in my clinical practice who were lost in many dimensions from the perspective of comparison. One woman I remember in particular who, man, she had a lot to contend with. She was not educated. She was not intelligent. She had a brutal family, terrible history of psychiatric hospitalization. And when I met her at a hospital, she was an outpatient from the psychiatric ward, and she had been in there with people that she thought were worse off than her, and they were, and that was a long way down. That was like Dante's Inferno level down. There was a long-term psychiatric inpatient ward. Some of the people had been there for 30 years. It made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a romantic comedy. And she had come back to see if she could take some of those people for a walk, and was trying to find out how to get permission to do it. And so, better than other people. Some people are more intelligent, some people are more beautiful, some people are more athletic. Maybe it's possible for everyone at all levels of attainment to strive towards the good. And maybe those talents that are given to people unfairly don't privilege them in relationship to their moral conduct. And I think that's true. But there's no evidence, for example, that there's any correlation whatsoever between intelligence and morality. You're not better because you're smart. And what that also implies is if you're smart, you can be a lot better at being worse.
I think for myself, I'm just afraid of dismissing people because of my perception of them.
Yeah, well, that's why we have that metaphysical presumption that everybody's making an ego, right? Despite an immense diversity of apparent ability, there's that underlying metaphysical assumption that, yeah, we all vary in our perceived and actual utility in relationship to any proximate goal, but all of that's independent of the question of axiomatic worth. And that preposterous as that notion appears to be, it seems to me that societies that accept it as a fundamental axiomatic presumption are always the societies that you'd want to live in if you had a choice. And that, to me, is an existence proof for the utility of the presumption. And also, if you treat people like that in your life, every encounter you have, you make the assumption that it's an assumption of radical equality of worth despite individual variance in ability, something like that. Man, your interactions go way better. I mean, everyone wants to be treated that way. Look, here's the developmental secret for you. Naive and trusting. Hurt and cynical. Okay, well, is hurt and cynical better than naive and trusting? It's like, yeah, probably. Is that where it ends? How about cynical and trusting? That's step 3. Right, and then the trust becomes courage. It's like, yeah, I'll put my hand out for you, but it's not because I'm a fool. And I think that's right, because that's the reinstantiation of that initial trust, right, that makes childhood magical and paradisal. But it's the admixture of that with wisdom. It's like, yeah, we we can walk together uphill, but that doesn't mean, and I'll presume that that's your aim, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch.
What's a better life? Cynical and safe, or hopeful and vulnerable to be hurt?
Oh, you can't dispense with vulnerable to be hurt. That's the other realization. It's like you're going to stake your life on something. You could stake your life on security, but it's not going to help. You don't have that option.
So what do you do when you're betrayed, ultimately, by some people you come across?
Grieve and look elsewhere. Do what you can to forgive, and not least so you lighten your own burden. Maybe do what you can to help the person who betrayed you. And if that all proves impossible, then wash your hands of it and move on to the next adventure.
And do it again.
Yeah?
Boy, this life, something else. We've been talking about some heavy, difficult topics, and you talked about truth in your Nietzsche lectures and elsewhere. When you think, when you write, when you speak, how do you find your truth? Hemingway said, all you have to do is write one true sentence. How do you do that?
Well, I would say first that you practice that. It's like, that question is something, and Hemingway knew this, at least to some degree, and certainly wrote about it, is that you have to orient your life upward as completely as you can, because otherwise you can't distinguish between truth and falsehood. It has to be a practice. And for me, I started to be serious about that practice when I realized that it was individual. It was the immorality of the individual, the resentful, craven, deceitful immorality of the individual that led to the terrible atrocities that humans engage in that make us doubt even our own worth. I became completely convinced of that the fundamental root cause of evil, let's say, wasn't economic or sociological, that it was spiritual, just psychological. And that if that was the case, you had an existential responsibility to aim upward and tell the truth. And that everything depends on that. And I became convinced of it. And so then, look, you set your path with your orientation. That's how your perceptions work. As soon as you have a goal, a pathway opens up to you and you can see it. And the world divides itself into obstacles and things that move you forward. And so the pathway that's in front of you depends on your aim. The things you perceive are concretizations of your aim. If your aim is untrue, then you won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. And you might say, well, how do you know your aim is true? It's like, well, you course correct continually, and you can aim towards the ultimate. Are you ever sure that your aim is the right direction? You become increasingly accurate in your apprehension.
Is it like part of the process to cross the line, to go outside the Overton window, to dip a toe outside the Overton window for a bit?
Of course, that's what we do in part and play. I was at a comedy mothership, and every single comedian was like completely reprehensible. All they were doing was saying things that you can't say. Well, but it was in play. What I'm trying to do in my lectures is I'm on the edge. Like, I have a question I'm trying to address, and I'm trying to figure out. I don't know where the conversation is going. Truly, like it's an exploration, and I think the reason that the audiences respond is because they can feel that it's a high wire out, and I could fail. And my lectures have degrees of success. Sometimes I get real fortunate. There's a perfect narrative arc. I have a question, I'm investigating it. It comes to a punchline conclusion just at the right time, and it's like the whole act is complete. And sometimes it's more fragmented, but I can tell when the audience is engaged because everyone's silent. Except maybe when they're laughing.
There's a kind of sense that you're arguing with yourself when you're lecturing. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful and powerful to watch. Like Nietzsche does the same. There's contradictions in what you're saying. There's a struggle in what you're saying. But I do think that when you're doing the same on the internet, you get punished for the deviations. You get punished for the exploration, especially when that explores outside the Overton window.
Look, if you're going to play hard in a conversation to explore, you're going to say things that are edgy, right? That are going to cause trouble, and they might be wrong. And that's another reason why free speech protection is so important. You actually have to protect the right, let's say in the optimal circumstance, you have to protect the right of well-meaning people to be wrong. Now, you probably have to go beyond that. To truly protect, you have to even protect the right of people who aren't meaning well to be wrong. And we also need that because we're not always well-meaning. But I don't,
Lily and the Rabbi Disc.
only say what was
Forged in hell. Yeah, Lily.
I'm also, I
You
guess,
can get it, girl.
call
Really?
our fellow humans
Oh,
not to reduce a
nice.
person to a
Well,
particular
give it to me, Lily.
statement, which is what the internet tends to want to do.
especially if it's the worst thing they ever said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because God, well, anyone judged by that standard is doomed unless they're silent.
But it also just makes you not want to play,
Yeah, right.
not want to take sort of radical thought experiments and carry out
Yeah, well,
to
that's
natural
kind of the
conclusions.
definition of a totalitarian state. No
Yes.
one's studying a totalitarian state ever.
In this case, it's an emergent one
Yeah.
with psychopaths roaming the landscape.
Well,
The
you know,
barbarian.
that might be the general pattern of totalitarianism.
Well, in totalitarianism, there's usually one psychopath, not multiple.
Yeah, but everyone else is complicit, at least in their silence.
Does the study of the pathology of psychopaths online wear on you?
Yes, definitely.
You ever consider doing less of that?
Yes. Yes, definitely. But, probably I experienced most of that on X. But that's also where I find most of my guests. That's also where I get a sense of the zeitgeist, which is necessary, for example, to be a podcast host. It's necessary for me to make my lectures on point and up to date, to get a sampling of the current moment. You have to be of the moment in many ways to function at a high level. Is there a price? There's a price to be paid for that because you're exposed to everything in a sense.
And you can also oversample the darkness.
Yeah, definitely.
It can make you more and more cynical.
Yeah, well,
It's a danger, right?
Yeah. Well, luckily for me, I have many things to counterbalance that: the familial relationships we talk about, the friendships, and then also all of the public things I do are positive. The lecture tours, for example, which I'm on a lot, they're basically 100% positive. So I'm very well buttressed against that
That's great to
darker
hear.
element.
As a fan in the arena watching the gladiators fight, your mind is too important to be lost to the cynical, to the battles with the abyss.
Well, you have a moral obligation too to maintain a positive orientation. It's a moral obligation. The future is, of course, rife with contradictory possibilities, and I suppose in some ways the more rapid the rate of transformation, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking to me.
Thanks very much for the invitation and for the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself about there illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from future Nietzsche. I would like to learn more and more, to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is conversation with the founding members of the First 13, Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Zenger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Restream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot over the next 10 years, as what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
And I think also code editor should just be fun.
Yeah, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is being fast. A lot fast.
Yeah, fast. Yeah. Yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gatekept by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it happens to you in the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It'd be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, all of us, were Vim users. Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to convince me to switch. And so that kind of was the default until we started working with Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines as it completes a thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. Now, and then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of GitHub Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character
and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that. Yeah, you could sort of iterate and fix it. I mean, the other underrated part of Copilot for me sort of was just the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI. And that was a moment where this looked like clear, predictable progress for the field, where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss.
Yes.
Just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers and a set of ideas that say bigger might be better for model size and data size in the realm of machine learning.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, this is another topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Wait,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. It started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work. And I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems one could build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early bit of Copilot, like that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we had been working on a couple of different projects. We had been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with an entry notebook, or like playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in an IMO Gold winner, and there's a competition in the US called the Platinum, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Ahmad, I remember in sort of June of 2022, had this bet on whether the mod, like 2024 June or July, you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is International Mathematical.
Yeah, IMO is International Mathematics. Yeah, and so Arvid and I are both there, also competed in it. So it was sort of personal. And I remember thinking, Max, this is not. This was like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like a modest solution. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong. But that was maybe the most prescient bet.
So the results in DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what
technically incorrect, but 1 point away.
Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. Yeah. And before, Amon had this like scaling loss t-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
So you like felt, or you felt the scaling.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super deeply and critically about scaling laws. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all you need, or why isn't scaling going to result in massive gains of progress? And I think I went through like the stages of grief. There was anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress. Since I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on which domain makes you progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying the thing is correct. And so this means something like model really, really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very super good with that and still not technically have AGI.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing. And you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. If AI can keep getting better, you need to really like rethink how the AI can be part of it.
Oh, they do it. They do it too.
Start to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the basic features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's
baby, this is what I needed in my life.
including Copilot of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in a, you will have big productivity gains, but also radical in how like, the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plug-in to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and it unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, or jump you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much more valuable. I think Cursor a year from now will need to make the cursors of today look obsolete. And I think Microsoft has done a number of fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and pushing us in the way that startup can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of capabilities for programmers.
Crispy strips, long, tender, juicy chicken made for dipping or double dipping. Otherwise, stop there. Keep going. New McCrispy strips now at McDonald's.
The idea is that you could try. We'll get 10% of the idea. So you're going to do something cool
the fun in the can.
We want people to have that sooner. To rephrase it, it's like an underrated package for making it more fun. When we started Cursor, we really felt the frustration in a model. You could see models getting better. But the Copilot experience had not changed. It was
This is really the fun in the can.
getting higher. Why is it not making?
We got Mike Capricorn here. We're having a very Austin transfer. You get no before the
I'm sure it's selling well.
I wish I could say I had some idea that was gonna be cool.
I'm one of these people that really
You brought us eggs. Fresh eggs from your kidney fowl or chicken.
Yeah, this is
Kidney fowl don't lay eggs, so they do.
I don't know how you
Delicious.
put
I
that
like
to
them,
work,
but
but
they're
compare Cursor
very
with
similar to
Copilot.
a duck egg or something. They're very rich, and the shells are hard as shit. Duck eggs are rich. Yeah, I like duck eggs, but they're a much more strong texture. Move to Texas.
we're sort of doing it all
You're
where we're developing
farm
the
life.
the US and the way you interact with the model, and
I don't live on
at the
like
same time as we're
the same
developing
food serve farm. I live on a farm.
how we actually make the
I got a
model
couple
better,
of your house.
and how you build up
It's
that
you guys are always right.
or
I've
like
been
how
there.
you
I
find
did
the
10,000
content
times. So
for
how
quicker
far away
times
is
of
it
how
from
you
here? 20 minutes.
So I think that helps us to have all of its like
Let's go to
sort
his
of like the
house.
same people or
Get
shine
up. Yeah, let's
the
get up
entire
to the farm.
experience engine.
Maybe we
Yeah,
can
it's like the person making the
No, I
UI
need
and
to
the
talk to
person
my man
training the
Shane over here
model like
because
stick to like
you guys in this studio
easy
are
to ways to
perfectly
operate
between
that
my
person.
farm and my
Yeah,
daughter's
often
school. Like, you
the
couldn't be more
differences.
equidistant.
You
So I
can
need to figure out a way
things
so
that
that
are
you guys
sort of
can help
not
me
possible if you're not
work
you're not talking.
do stuff.
You're not
We're gonna you get a little stir crazy just doing jujitsu and working a farm. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, I talk in a microphone for it's my only skill,
Talk about
and I'm tired of not doing it like well because I don't. I'm not gonna be like that guy trying to do Bluetooth mic in my house anymore because I don't have the
So what,
studio.
how does that work with that?
that many
The highlight is one of the high level. I say this, there are two things
There's
that
literally none. In fact, the
Christians
radio
get
jobs
at
I've
right now.
been the radio jobs I've been marinating on are
but
all out of LA
two things
and
that
New York,
help
but
start
I
with.
feel like we have 10 studios
One
on
is this
like
idea of
Austin local radio, which is
looking over your
like,
shoulder
quite good.
and being like a really fast
no
quality
opportunity.
who can kind of
But
jump ahead of you and type
Insane.
and figure out what
This is
you're
the
gonna do.
Dubai of
And
podcasting
that was the
and
original
content creation
idea
because like everyone around
behind,
here is
that
doing
was kind of the kernel of the idea behind Get Auto
I'm not like
predicting what you're going to do next.
but you're not
You can make that concept even more efficient by not just predicting the characters of your cursor, it's actually predicting the next entire next step.
yeah, I did.
And the second thing
necessarily the
cursor
best
is
idea, but I
pretty
just
good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI
what's best for my family
and
and
pull
our
away
being
and
overall.
go from instructions.
And my daughter's gonna go to school
And
without
on both of
having
those, we've done a lot of work on
with her,
making the editing
and
experience
she's
so
I'm
it's
gonna
ergonomic,
raise my kid
and also
around
making those things smarter and
like
fast.
One of the things we really
that she
wanted
can help me
was we
rear
wanted the
and
model
get
to
to
be
know
able to edit
death and
quicker.
life and the beauty
It
of
was
it.
kind of
I
a
said,
wish,
there's
and
so much
we had
there.
multiple
This is
attempts at it
probably shooting
before
myself
we
in the
had
foot.
a sort of a good
Career-wise,
model that could edit for you.
your wife's an actor. My wife's an actor.
Then after we had a good
it's like
model, I
I
think
to
there's
say
been a lot of effort.
well, my male ego
make the
allowed me
inference
to take a
fast,
step back. The reality was like I looked at it, I was like, we're gonna
having
financially all
a
survive
good experience.
because my wife's I'm very lucky. My wife's successful and
We
a working
started
actor.
to
But at
incorporate
the same time, there was something that comes with aside from the finances.
That
Like
jumped to different places.
I was
came
never
from
good at
feeling,
shit. You know, I didn't grow up
once
like
you
in someone who was like
accept an edit,
had this wealth, and I found radio and
it's like,
people
man,
who are good, really good. Everyone says it's really good at radio.
it's
Told me
like,
you're doing a
like
good job,
I
and it
made
meant
this change the model to
it's so
just
fucking
now
much to me
that
that
like the next
it's
place to
very
go
hard
to
to
is
kind
like
of you found your
if you're a Win user, you
How long
press
did it take you
18JJ or whatever.
realize that it's gonna be tough.
So like why am I doing like the model
It's on a farm
and then
today.
so the idea was you just press tab and it
Nearly
goes
immediately.
lines down and then
And
it shows
then I
you the
thought,
next
I
edit
was
and
like,
you
hey,
press tab.
you know, at the time it was
As long as you
2021 or something.
pressing tab.
Maybe
And so the internal
terrestrial
competition
radio
was
wasn't like
how
the
much
best
tab
choice anyway.
make
Like
someone
I should
press.
start
Once
thinking
you
about
have
this
like
kind
the
of going
idea,
on. I realized like
more
sort of blockbuster. The stuff that
abstractly
carries
the things
over
you think about it,
to
sort of like
being
once
great
how
in kind of the digital world
zero
isn't necessarily the same thing.
So
Sure,
once
there's
you
some
sort of express your
it's like
intent and
let's say if you were a
there's no like
WBA champion
new
and
bits
you
of
want to get into
information
MMA.
finish,
Is there some crossover? Sure, but it's
but you
not
still have to
like
take some
plug and play.
characters
Like just because you're a
that
great
make the
boxer, you're
computer
gonna be
understand
a
what
great
they have
MMA, but
to
it's
do.
not necessarily true. There's a
Then
different
maybe
it's
the
a kind of
model
different
just sort of read your mind and all the zero and one hits
I
just
should have
like
sent you those videos.
calculate.
Yeah,
And that was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains,
Yeah, but I don't think
I believe the case for byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than like means in general. There are a lot of things.
I think it's going to be so disruptive. It's more disruptive than literally anything.
And this is, I think, being magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code,
And look,
but
it's not like I'm
predicting what the user's going to
or
do
something who's
next.
this Hollywood
Their
mega guy, but
existing code.
I
And
just
so,
don't think
you know,
like
the
the
goal
other day,
for
okay, here's what I mean.
let's
I
eliminate
think it's going to
all the
obviously
low
create content and it's going to keep a lot of people on their toes and it's going to take a lot of people out of maybe necessarily working because it can create content, it can create an
listening to it and look at technical details
it's going to affect
of
business,
how
no
to do
doubt about it.
prediction.
But
That
I made this Nirvana song the other day. Like it isn't a song that they wrote and
I
created.
think I can
Just
speak to a few of
put
the
all
details
Nirvana's music
on
into
how
AI
they
and then they said
work.
make it
They're
more something.
incredibly low latency.
And it was good, and it was kind of crazy how similar it sounded to Kurt Cobain's voice and kind of Dave
In
style
particular,
but it wasn't good. It wasn't
they're
Nirvana.
incredibly
That's what I'm saying. So
refill
here's what I
like
think it is.
really, really long talk.
I came up, my nephew actually came up with a really good idea for a commercial for a luggage
And
rack.
so the perfect fit for that is
And then
using
he said, I think I can. So you come up with the
so that
idea.
was
So
kind
it's
of
a man and a
one
woman,
breakthrough
and
we
they
made
have
that
they're discussing something. You think they're discussing sex? They're actually
the other
discussing
being
that.
okay,
It's funny. You know, it's funny. He's unbelievable. He's 24. He's so
these
fucking
are
talented.
two,
I
I think,
didn't realize. I didn't realize
important
it.
pieces
He's
of
like amazing. But
like
what I'm saying is that so I would have to hire a director,
Okay, so
lighting,
Emily,
set
picture
design,
vectors.
rent a
You
place,
put a huge, yeah,
cast
put a
actors.
small.
Yeah.
Okay, so
He
what,
goes,
what,
let me just do
what else
something.
can you
He
say
goes on
about how to
Sora,
make things
Gemini
casual?
2.0, and
Casting plays a huge role.
And these two
because you're
actors
dealing
who
with
are
this many
AI
intersection,
generated, not even
it's
real,
every single
and they're
keystroke
doing the whole
that
thing.
you're
And I
typing in a
went,
given line, you have to rerun the whole
that's what we
all
do.
of
But
the
they're also
casting.
just as good as AI.
You're just going to
Perfect.
one
They're
significantly great latency, two you're going to kill your CPU load. So
I can just do that
you need to design
and send it.
the
Now, what does that do about the whole
model
industry?
such that
When I say
they're
the actors are
passing aware.
great,
And then
I want
you need
somebody
to
who's
reuse
fat.
the KD
Just make them
across
fat.
the flex. Just so that
Just make them fat. You can't be cut down as the man, as this dragon.
Again, what are the things
There's
that
a dragon. I
Tab
go,
is
can you make?
supposed to be
This is
able
what I
to
said.
do kind
I
of
go, looks awesome. Can you
in the
make the
near
dragon
term?
fat?
Just
And when
with
he
like
lands,
some
he kind of
finger on
fucking
that.
just dies because he's so
Generate
fat.
code,
And he goes, yeah.
fill empty space,
A half hour later, there's a giant
Also,
fat
edit
dragon.
code
Oh my
across
god,
multiple
now the
lines.
mad dragon.
Yeah.
and then
Boom, it
jump
just
to
lands,
different
goes,
locations at the
bounces,
same
and
time.
then lands
Yeah.
again.
And then like
And so
walk
he kind of breaks its neck and kind of falls in the dust. And I was like,
Maybe
you
you
did
have
that
to do
because
it.
yeah,
Maybe you
just
have to go to another file to finish
like
your
that would have
You should go
got
to the
that
second
special
file.
effect 1 year
And then
ago. 1 year ago would have been because I priced it out.
action.
It would have been another 10 grand.
Sometimes you need to
But I
run
don't think
action
okay,
on the
here's
terminal.
you're right. And
It
more
should be
than that,
able to.
there's 10,000 people in SAG right now. They're like, I'm gonna be out of work. But at
Or
the same time,
sometimes you
I was
actually
watching
need to.
the
Like
original
it's
Star
like
Wars
something like
maybe 6 months
it's
ago
hard
with
for
my
you to
daughter.
know if it's correct
And
because you actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to
the
get
whole thing
it
is that's
correct.
what this
So
story
maybe
that's
you should actually pick your drug place. That's like
yeah,
the
well, five
definition of
honestly
and
probably
then
happens. You can't
get
go
you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to.
Star Wars that stuff. But I'm not like
providing
a
a
guy who's gonna like, get into the
Yeah,
yeah, you are. But what I was
Right.
is I was
Can you
looking at
integrate like
how
I just
chilling it was the
got
first
to
time
know
Darth Vader
Danny
enters
Bryan
and they're running, the
who
guys
I
are
believe
rebels are running,
has an
like, open the thing, and he just
order
opens, like,
coffee
quietly
at
opens up the lightsaber.
Oh yeah.
And the lighting
we
and
did
the
that,
special effects in
thinking that I'll
1977 or whatever it was. Because they worked so hard, they didn't have the technology. Yes, they worked
Okay,
so
so that's
hard to
general
achieve that practically.
Yeah. And the magic
It transcends
Yeah.
what a computer. Have you seen that remix?
programming is this weird discipline where sometimes
I got goosebumps.
not always, but sometimes the next
Wait,
episode will
almost
use
came.
actual
Oh,
curriculum
buddy,
stuff.
Jen, look this up.
And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by
They play
you
that
just
song
engaging
over
and
when
taking
he comes
truth,
out.
or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good. We do this.
You can't believe
Have
how
that pass through.
top 5
Big
songs
changes.
of all time.
As we're talking about this, as you mentioned, one of the really cool and
You don't
noticeable
have to be
things
a Darth
about
Vader
this is
Star Wars fan.
that
You
there's
just
a
read
good
There you go.
situation going on. So like the model
Watch
suggests
this. So this isn't the real. This
the
is
red
with
and
the
the
song.
green of like here's how we're going to modify the code.
Have you seen
And
this case?
in the chat window you can apply,
Yeah, I get
and it shows you the
just
different
breaks them.
accept the zip.
Just
So
break
maybe
them.
you
Just
can shoot the
calmly.
whatever direction of that.
Imagine
We'll
Star
probably
Wars
have like
mad at
4 or
this.
5 different
Like, look at that. Look
kinds
at
of
that
bits
special effects. That's pretty
where
badass.
you
There's no
optimize the
CGI
bit
part.
for
There's no
the
CGI.
autocomplete, so that has a different bit interface that
No, I'm like,
then when you're doing
you just
larger
think like
blocks of
that.
code. And then
And don't
we're
get me
trying
wrong,
to
like some of
optimize
these Marvel
another
movies, some of
good
the
thing
Fast and Furious, it's
when you're doing
amazing
much
visually,
different
but
files.
no, it's just a team of
And
computers
so
creating
at
that.
a high
And you
level, the
watch
difference
it, like,
is
there's still gonna be, you're still gonna need
when
quality.
you're doing
You're still gonna
autocomplete,
need
it should be
thought. You're
really,
still gonna
really
need
fast.
human beings to be better at AI than
Actually,
the
it
other
should be
guys
really
better at
fast.
AI. That's
Also,
AI. It's a tool. It's a tool.
in autocomplete,
There's
it's
AI, like you said,
you
the actors
really
were
like
so
your
good
eyes
at what your
focus
nephew
in
was
one
creating.
area.
There's no AI
can't be
Christian Bale.
seen.
There's no AI Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, that's not happening
You
ever.
talk about
It
the
doesn't
this side
ever
or
exist.
this.
You know, my friend said that too. He's a filmmaker, and he said, I was like, oh, the first day I filmed, because I know it's so interesting. He goes, oh yeah, it was really good. Did you feel anything? What'd you feel?
It tries to show you a box on the side.
It's also like when you're doing commercials and you want to be sold to, nobody wants to be sold to.
So
I definitely don't want to be sold to used
like,
using AI. Now you're really alienating me.
trying to make this.
Right, so you're treating me like I'm.
where
What are you
first,
treating me like you're gonna program my mind? Fuck off.
you
But they're like they're using those machines for
the
car
board
parts.
with the box on the side.
Yeah, they are.
It's used to show you
like car parts. Absolutely.
by showing you like
It's amazing.
like
When they
Google
look at my
Docs style,
veins
you
and my
can see
heart,
like
right?
a
So I
line
look
to
at
it.
the plaque
When you
buildup,
see
you get to a
the
certain
new
age.
code.
They used AI.
That was the
They
big
used AI
example.
to look at everything, and they
Then
were
we
like,
tried
"Fuck it, you
many
are."
different
You
organizations.
said
The
you're
deletion,
said you are. You're a
kind of
you
red
are
highlight.
immortal.
Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, which
Well, I was going to jiu-jitsu with you the other day, like like a month ago.
on Mac, the option
Like you
button.
really are
So
like
it
a
would
25-year-old
sort of
guy.
highlight a region of
Well,
code
I
to
feel
show you
honored.
that there might be something coming.
So
So maybe in this example, like inputs and the value
I showed them my
would
balls the
get
other
would
day,
all
and they
get
were like,
blue.
"What?" So yeah,
And the blue was the highlight of the AI and suggestion.
I was wearing sweats today
So
when I was
instead of
boxing. I
directly
said,
showing
"The
you the
guy
thing,
says
it would
these
show
guys
you
take
that
like 10 bucks
yeah,
an
it would just hint that the AI suggested. And if you really wanted to see it, you would
Guys,
hold the
let's take a
option
little
button,
break.
and then you would
Leaders about us make me safe.
and
If
you
you
would
and
release
Simply
the option
Safe
button.
has
You would go to your
AI-powered
original code.
cameras. It's
So
got an
that's, by the
AI-powered
way,
system.
that's pretty nice.
You put it in your house, it'll come in a box.
Yeah.
They send it to me in a
By
box.
the way,
I'm not
You've got
imagining it.
24/7 live monitoring. You can see what's going on
You people have.
anywhere outside your house.
Again, it's non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
That's a big
That's
mess.
what security system in 2025 by CNET. 4
I
million
personally very
Americans trust Simply Safe. Ranked #1 in customer
Making a lot
service
of
by
improvements.
Newsweek and USA Today.
Like we often talk about it as
guarantee if you don't
verification
love
problem.
it. Alright,
Where,
so if you want 50% off your new Simply Safe system with
for large
professional
things,
monitoring and
or like
your first month free, go to simplysafe.com/fighter.
actually
That's
a little bit
simplysafe.com/fighter. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
and
You know, what are these?
so there are a couple of different ideas. Like one idea that we have is okay, you know, like parts of the diff
And I
are
was like, yeah, these are
they have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff
tossed them on in the water.
are just
My wife's like,
very low.
"You gotta change
They're
it."
like
What the
example
fuck?
like
She's like,
the same thing
"You're
over
like,
and over.
they get
So maybe
wet,
you can
see it."
highlight
Wouldn't your wife kind of
and then
That's
gray
interesting.
out
And when
in
if like my wife's
Or maybe
legs
you
were
have
kind
a
of like,
model
yeah, okay, like that's right.
looks like
I would
this
say,
and all of those are like here I will like mark it here a little bit.
You're a big obscene guy, though.
You should probably like
You're
preview this
so
first.
juicy, right? My mother and father
and-
in like, God,
Yes,
yeah,
in that vein.
it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, that's
It's uncomfortable because you're just
and the kids are laughing
trying so
They're
hard.
basically trying to
Well, you're a
guide
giant
the programmer.
Dad has the hair. Dad has the hair.
Yeah, and you want the intelligent model to like currently this algorithms are they're like
It's funny thinking you
like
mentioned
they're just like
talking about
normal
feeling,
algorithms.
like when you can feel something.
There's no intelligence. There's
that
like
is
intelligence
something
that
like-
went into designing the algorithm, but then
I've always something you can't
there's no
almost put it into
people who have
words.
seen
Can't
like
manufacture it.
this thing.
I
and
was
this
watching.
thing.
I don't know if
If
you
you want
guys
a
have ever
model.
seen the movie.
So I think the
Getting Superior,
general
probably
question
15-year-old
is
movie,
like
10-year-old movie called.
now these models are going to get much smarter as the models get much smarter.
He plays a middle school teacher in a very low income neighborhood, and he's
So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more.
It was so
It gets more and more and more. It's like just
that
you need,
I
you
found
need
I
to
was
help
very
them out.
upset. I had a very upset stomach.
I don't want to
I
spend
was
all
tearing. I
my
wasn't like, but I was tearing, and I didn't notice it. I was actually, it was like
Can you say a little
20
more
minutes into me
about
crying
multiple
watching this movie,
files?
and I was like, oh my god, I'm
Yeah, I mean,
that affected.
Get
It was almost visceral. I didn't.
Right.
My brain
With
didn't.
Isn't it amazing though?
When
Like
you
when
do
you see
code
movies like
review,
that,
you're
like
reviewing multiple
Once We're
discs.
Warriors. Do you remember that fucking
But
movie?
like Arvin said
Remember
earlier,
Wheel Rider?
I think
Remember that?
I saw like
You
when
did
he's
These movies back in the day were I mean, just they're all
But you
movies.
spend a lot of time trying to craft this
The
code.
hardest I ever cried
It's
about
often
was
set
here
up
at the
in order
track.
for you,
When he goes
and
to his wife's
it often
dad,
like doesn't even actually happen.
that Chinese guy
I
goes
think
to
you
pay
can
respects. That movie is
significantly
fucking
improve their
incredible.
reviews
The Chinese mafia.
For example,
Artists are
using
the hardest I've ever.
that our pet
Right, it's funny. I was just thinking about movies that made me cry because some of them are embarrassing. But I remember the hardest I ever cried.
I
in a
think
film,
also
it actually
code
made
is
it unenjoyable to watch, even though
and
it
it's not
was so
produced by
good.
someone else.
Was
like
Seeing Saving Private
the code
Ryan
review experience is
I can't lie,
designed
it was
for
like,
both
it
the
became a
reviewer
negative experience.
and the person that
I was so touched by it. It was
in
a
the case
negative
where
experience. I was like,
the
this is
person that
awful.
produced the code is a language model,
I can't. Was it
you don't have to care that much about the experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun
Well,
as
because it's so personal, right? There's a couple
and I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make
the animated film Coco.
these things look
I
like
still
those.
cry like a baby.
I think you could be a lot more creative.
I cry every time.
Just one idea there is, I think,
And
more
the Rain
direct.
Man, when
Generally, when you review
I'm
a film,
talking
you
about when Tom
have
Cruise
this list of files,
just
and
just
you're
touch
reviewing
it.
them from top to bottom.
It's
But
like
actually, like, you actually want to understand this part first,
That's
because that's when you want to watch it first, and then you want to
Tom Cruise, and he
understand
just
it. And
touches
That's a great fucking
you don't want
It
to
was
have
so
to figure out that
elegant.
yourself.
It was
You want the model to
It's so
guide
real.
you.
It's a lot of it's that. A lot of it's like
And
not
is this
being able to
declaration
express
to
yourself.
more
You just
natural
gotta,
language
you
is
know,
the goal
yeah.
versus the actual.
I think
Do you remember Empire of the Sun?
I don't think it's going to be the case that all of them.
That's when you got it. That's when you knew Christian
And
Bale was the
the
shit.
reason for
Jesus,
that
he was
is,
a kid.
you know, I'm
Christian Bale's a kid and Steven Spielberg. And that Japanese
and
fucking, that
sometimes
Japanese
if I'm
drill
like
suit
writing,
guy was
I
running
want
the
to
concentration camp.
take this
Just,
wall like, hey,
the last thing he
like,
says,
take
he
a look at
goes,
this, and
difficult
that
boy.
works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swallow what I want him to do. And so I actually take over
There's a
this
couple Schindler's List.
and I
There's a couple
quote him.
Schindler's List
I
scenes where
write
you're
out
like,
part of
that
these
was not
people.
good. I
And
don't know
then
if I need to watch
it
that.
makes sense.
It's a
And
great
that's the easiest way to do it. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like, sometimes the easiest way
There's
to do
definitely
it
some
is
moments where I
AI
was
will
like,
show an
oh, good.
example, and then it goes
I'm
and does
gonna
the
watch
thing.
that.
If you
But
remember when
sometimes
it came out,
if you're making a website, for
Did
example,
it?
yeah.
the
Well,
easiest way
more
is
importantly,
to
around
go to the AI what you want to run.
Schindler's List was hellish.
But, you
It's
know,
not
drag
here.
things
I
around,
was
drop
I think it was like 89 if I'm guessing correctly.
yeah, and like maybe eventually you will get
My best friends were all took us to see it.
understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language
I mean,
will have
I'll be
a
very honest. Like, I
It
grew
will
up
not,
in a very
definitely not.
No,
Sometimes I wouldn't know, but what time of year did it was the
Really
release date?
big AGIs.
19.
There's a lot of machine learning going on
just
underneath.
choose.
That was like
December
The
15th.
first are really
My dad's
for
on Christmas.
of custom models that we train alongside
It's
the other
worse
front
than
end
you
models.
could think. And I don't mean obviously the Holocaust is worse.
It's a cursor task, for example. It's a
Schindler's
great
List, like
example
how far they
of
go.
where
It's
you
like,
can
yeah,
make
God, I
even
don't know.
better than even
This is really uncomfortable.
Do you see Passion of the Christ? Rogan calls me.
the other domain, which is kind of surprising, that requires custom models,
You see
but
that
kind
Passion
of
of the Christ?
necessarily works quite
I go,
well,
no. I go, what do you think?
is apply.
It's watching the guy get the fuck kicked out of me for 2.5 hours.
I think these models are, like, the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans
He was
for
so
coding
good. He's
generating
like,
with rough
what the
sketches.
fuck? And
But
his back when he
actually
was just so aggro.
creating this is quite hard.
Would you guys see? God, I wish I
Frontier
could
models from your
I
training
don't even
models.
remember the name. It was such a good movie. I can't even remember it. It
Like,
came out
you try to do this
like a
with
year, maybe
Sonnet,
2 years ago,
01,
and it was about
any frontier model, and it
one of the
really
commands I
messes
believe
up stupid things like counting line
they
numbers.
don't show it.
It's best rate
It's
super
one of the
large
commanders at
files.
Auschwitz or one of these camps.
And
he
so what
lives
we've
with his
done
family.
is we let the model
Right
kind of
next to
sketch
him.
out
Yes.
rough
And
code
the
blocks
movie's
that
about his family life, and like,
Yes.
but in the
And
background
we
you see
train a
like
model to then
smokestacks and
apply
you're
that.
screaming,
Yes.
and it's just.
What is that movie?
Would you
Did you
say
see
that
Comic
five
Book?
It was so good. It was so worth it. Did you see
Model
Jojo
looks
Rabbit?
your
I
code.
haven't. Oh, I know what I did.
It's
Yes,
a
you
really
know, yeah,
good
but
description
I didn't
of
see
what
Scarlett Johansson's voice.
things
It's about Hitler, right?
and the
It's kind
seemingly
of
continuous
Kind of
triggers
comic, but
that
then
will
also it's a Hitler comic.
combine
It is and it isn't. There's a horror film on like his mom, because she was trying to help the Jews.
Not be
They find
deterministic
out,
of it.
and they would hang all the Jews in the
I
middle.
think like you see valid copies
Little
of
boy, since he's so small, he just sees shoes.
elsewhere.
And special,
and it's
special
great
pair of
like
shoes.
most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some dramatic matching and then it fails, you know, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in totally fun.
And I can't recommend that movie enough
I
because
think in general,
I
this,
love
this
that it made it
regime
about
of you
this
are going to
commander's
get
kind of
smarter and
his
smarter and smarter.
personal life,
And like the
his
one other
young,
thing
his
that's like
professional life, and dealing with his
is
wife, and
it lets you
just see like
fewer tokens.
Different dimensions.
It's both expensive in terms of latency for generating all this token
When did you get interested in
and cost.
my grandpa?
So you can give this very, very rough sketch
My son
and then have your small
model
model go and implement it. It's a much easier task. Very, very sketch. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smaller models to do training, and then maybe get this.
Well, World War II is a continuation of World War I. It's really considered
Perhaps you'll have, you know, maybe 01, maybe it'll be even more
worked with the destruction of old
given
Europe
an even higher level
was started in 1914 and ended in 1945. And we have
applied
about
by some
literally 120
Maybe we
million
should talk about
graves
how to be the
to show for it. And
Yeah.
what is underhyped. It's underhyped. It was horrible. And
Yeah,
Nietzsche
so one
predicted
big
it.
component
Nietzsche
of
said
making
that
fast
now
is
that you've
technical.
killed the Christian God,
So
the
speculative
Judeo-Christian
are
God, you will
variants
create your
of
own gods, and
speculative
Europe will be
and
a
maybe it'd be helpful
slaughterhouse.
to
Well, and also
briefly describe
like on a more basic, just like
with
bro
speculative
level.
decoding. What you
Germany
do
was
is
so
you can kind of
fucked
take
in
advantage of
1917,
the fact
1918
that
from the fallout of
most of the time
the lead into
how
World
odd
War
it
One
might
was
be
bad
that
to
is
begin with, but then the fallout after that war, because that war was World War
if
One
you
made all other wars look
process multiple
like
tokens at
so
once,
savage. You
it
think
is
the gas
faster
in the
than generating
trench,
one token.
and it's just
So this is like the same reason why if you look at tokens per second,
People were living with those dead
Bob
bodies.
tokens for
They were just
generating tokens
in
much,
the
much
soil,
faster.
and you were just there, and they couldn't get clean.
So what we do is instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these
you
graphs
think to yourself like, well, there's no way.
go
Same with True Grit. When I went to see
and
True Grit,
verify.
the remake, I'm like, that
With
was
Coded,
one of
we have a
John
very
Wayne's
strong
greatest
bias.
achievements. There's no, and you see, it, you're like, oh,
And that bias is literally
it's amazing.
So you can do is you
One,
produce
I
chunks
read this really
of the
interesting
original
writing
code
about
back
how
into the model.
organized crime
And then the model
essentially
will just pretty much
America and the
agree
UK,
most of
like
the
you're
time
seeing with like the
that, okay,
Peaky
I'm just gonna
Blinders,
stick
those are real dudes. I
and
mean,
you
it's
can process
fictionalized,
all
but
of those lines.
that was based on real
And you
people.
just do this with sufficiently many chunks,
It
and
all
eventually you
grew
reach
out
a
of the
point
guys who were lucky
where
enough or
the model
unlucky
will
enough,
now
depending on how you look at it, to
that
survive World
different
War One, then go back to where they came
They'll
from.
generate those tokens, and then you kind of will decide how
There's
enough
like
tokens
these
to match.
Al Capone era guys in Chicago and all over.
Jimmy Burke's dad, grandfather.
What this actually ends up looking like is just a much
whole
faster
face on the
version.
side. He was a member of the White Hand Gang.
It's just like it looks like a much
Straight
faster
up gangster
version
monster.
of
And
the
he,
model.
But
So just, we can use the same exact interface that we use for disk, but it will just bring down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is why also reviewing, start reviewing the content before
Especially if you already
there's
start out as a
no
bit
big
of a
loading.
killer, now it's like, well, this is the world.
Maybe
And if you
that
think
was
about
part
it,
of
for a lot of
the
people,
thing.
when you've
So you
only
start
been immersed in the dog eat dog
interesting with
murderous
your
world,
like
there's certain parts of the world
speculation
the world is.
Common
If you're a
idea
certain
now,
ethnic
like not only
minority
language
or whatever,
knowledge,
you realize
but obviously
people want to kill you, they do kill you, and might is the only way to stay alive is to be strong and crafty as fuck. So you gotta embrace the angels of your darker nature, not the angels of your better nature. The angels of your darker nature, because life is always a fight, and it ain't never gonna end. And if you think it is, you get relaxed, they're gonna come.
Every single
It
part of
changes your
this
whole
is
gym.
all
I work out there for
different model.
I love the gym. It's such a
Yeah, I think there's no model
You
that
found a gym.
Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process blocks of code, long context, a couple of other things, and certain capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of neck best is Sonnet. I think it's our one's really interesting. It's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming,
You gotta remember, it's the only stage
you do quite
that's
well.
ever its own country.
But it doesn't feel like you kind of understand
I grew up
your
in
rough
California, and I lived.
as well.
I'm 46. I probably lived 42
Like,
years of my
If
life,
you
41
look
years
at
of my
a lot
life
of the
in
other
California.
models,
In 4 or 5 years of
one
living in
problem
Texas,
I have
I've
is
seen
it feels like they're not necessarily
4,000%
I'm not
more
saying
Texas flags in 4 years than I ever saw
but it
California
feels
flags
really
in my
well
whole
benchmarked
life.
relative
Just,
to kind
people
of
love
everything
Texas here
that's
in
kind of
Texas, and I frankly
So if you
think
try
that's
and
kind
all
of
these
cool.
benchmarks,
There is a
things that are in
Texas
the distribution
culture
that
that I
are not
appreciate.
evaluated on,
On the
yeah,
last
they'll do
episode,
really
I was
well.
doing
Push them
recommendations
a little bit outside of that. Sonnet, I think the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same
Did you get any dudes in
but
like
you kind of have the
Manifesto
same
that like,
ability to benchmark as when you try to record through
Kansas City too.
Another one
Those are
that's
right.
like the
It's all
difference
fucking
between
good.
normal
Economy is
programming
funny. You know, it's non-threatening something.
But they all break it down like Frank
and where
Quinn's
do
too busy doing the line, don't do that.
we're
Terry Black's
evaluating
too famous now.
By the way, that's
Quality's
like
down.
really
Part
hard.
of it is this
Like
slow,
like criticism
Interstellar,
detail,
Park,
like
which is
how
pretty close to
different
here.
like benchmarks are versus
like
like real code.
Interstellar
The real coding
is very good.
How far away is Cedar Park
It's
from here?
not interview
How
style.
far away is Cedar Park from here?
You're doing these
It's right across the Mississippi.
You
I usually
know,
take
humans are saying
Colorado
like
River. I usually take a helicopter.
English
I understand.
and
You and
then
Shane,
she's saying
Shane's
like,
not
oh, do what I
She's
did
my boy. I
before.
like Shane a lot.
And
I like
then
Shane.
she's
He
saying,
can roll too. He can do some. Oh, no, Shane hurts me.
go
He can
at
do
this
some
thing and
jujitsu.
do this other
That
thing
fucker
for
can
me and make
smash.
the UI element.
The Shell is the hoop. Shell is a fantastic. I recommend it
Like
very
a lot of
much,
things,
and I
there's
think you guys
context
would
and
enjoy
then
it. Because
you really
another
want
thing
to
I like about Interstellar
understand the human
is, of course,
you
brisket,
really
ribs, you get your
as opposed
basic,
to certain.
but they also have like
Maybe
they'll be
the
making
way to
like
put it is sort of
a random
abstractly.
gumbo just to split their
The
muscle.
interview
They make a
are
little
really
lamb too. I like lamb.
well specified.
I'm not sure
They
of that.
need a lot of specific.
Now you roll
While
with
the
a bunch of people
human
where
stuff is
jujitsu is
less
their job. Yes. Now you're very good. Their jujitsu is their
I
job,
think
or
this
it's
is
one of their main hobbies when they're not murdering people. That's right. That's right. It's like
And then
they're not
also
special force tier 1 operators. They're
what
doing.
Juan was getting into
They're
is
rolling
that
at
even if you like,
You're a
there's this
very
problem
good
with like
purple
the
belt,
speed between
very
what you
athletic
actually
guy.
all in the benchmark versus
And you're rolling with some
real programming, and techniques and encapsulates it's like
Have you
real programming,
you roll?
very messy and
Tim Kennedy's a good
sometimes
time, right?
well,
He's fun to roll with. Have you ever
But
gotten
then,
in out of a position
it's
on
also
him? This
doubly
easy?
hard
No.
because of this public benchmark.
I've never had.
And that's both because like
when
benchmark
I
versus
have
kind of hook on on, then it's like really, really hard
the other
to
day I was
also
rolling
get
with
the
him, and
data
I
in
was
the
half
public
guarding. He
benchmark
went to pass
out
like, and I
the models.
walked up like a Kimura
And
rip,
so
and I thought I was
for
gonna
instance,
do like
like
this
one of the
passing
most
escape
popular
to the bottom.
like
Sure. And like there was like for like a half a second, I'm like, I got
is
this.
really, really
And
contaminated
then
in the training
he
data
was somehow submitting
these
me
foundation
on
models.
my
And so
leg.
if you ask these
Yeah,
foundation
no, I
models,
don't. Wait, how
do a
are you
sequence problem, you actually
probability?
have to use your code base.
I do both, but I received my purple
names.
belt under Tim
And so the
and greasing
it's
myself.
also
So
just
I mean, I
the
guess
public
it's
aspect of
technically
these
kind of
tricky.
both, but
Yeah.
I
In that
enjoy.
case, they could be trained on the
I think it's
literal
important for me to train in the gi as much as I can, but I enjoy
and maybe
Nogi.
the
I
labs
enjoy
are trying to
Nogi
do a better
more,
job.
and I'll be
Or
very
they've
honest
already
with
done
you
a good
because
job of
I'm a
people
little
those
jacked
things.
and I get
They're
sweaty
not
and I can get away
going
with
to
it.
admit the actual
When I'm
data
in gi,
of the
guys who
popular
are technically
stuff.
better than me,
Like
they
these are
just
all like the
really
most
wear me
popular
out.
type.
Guys who are technically better than me in Nogi, who are
I
very
don't think
many
they're
people
going
enjoy.
to
I can at least
handicap the
survive
ball
a little longer because I got a little muscle and I get sweaty and I can blast things. I can pull out of stuff. So
I think that
guys, because if it comes to your hair,
there have been like
mess
two
around.
interesting
I'll tell you
processes
what,
that places that build systems
Well, I
with these
messed around.
models or
I
build
messed
these
around, but
models
in 3
actually
to 6 months,
see a sense
you
of are
can
they
have,
going in the right direction or
well,
not.
I don't know,
And
hair.
in a lot of
right?
places, people
And
actually
it'll be
just have
sent to you. The pills will be sent to you in an unmarked package. You have to go to the doctor. You have to have an embarrassing consultation. You take a picture of your hair, your head, send it in. A health professional looks at it, and they send it back, and that's all you do. And then all of a sudden, you get your pills the next within the next 2 weeks.
Simple, for sale online, no insurance is needed, and you get one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care.
You can get
I mean, that's kind of what I do. I just like read
serum
around.
treatments, all of it.
You know, start your free online visit today at hims.com/finder.
Well, I don't know how
That's HIMS.com/finder. Very personalized hair loss treatment options.
I
Hims.com/finder.
feel like
So it's very based on studies of topical and oral monoxidil and finasteride prescription products requiring online consultation with
and I
healthcare
sometimes
providers
feel like
will
that
determine
too.
prescription
But
is appropriate.
I wonder if
Restrictions
it's
apply
the
to
model.
most full details and important safety information.
with Claude, there's an interesting thing that
So better always to
I think
understand
Make sure fundamentals should be the key.
and I suspect they have slightly different numerics
I agree. Go
than
ahead, because
NVIDIA GPUs.
especially and you see a lot of
And
bad habits.
someone speculated
You see a
that
lot of wrestlers
Claude
who, if they can get good in the, if you have a really good wrestling background, positionally you're going to be better than most guys in jiu-jitsu. Yes, but submission-wise and defense-wise, working in the gi, it sharpens your blade so because there's so many grips. Your guy you're going with, especially if he's better than you, has so many grips. He has so many ways to end the fight that you have to get really good, really high, really hard on your IQ.
Details and
Really, I
you know,
agree.
you're doing like these crazy monoflops and
But if
like
everyone
chips
wants
are
to
not
fast track,
And also, let's not kid ourselves. If you're
it's hard to overstate how hard blood surgery
has
is.
so many grips, he has so many ways to end the fight that you have to get really good and really high, and really hard on everything.
your IQ goes through.
I agree.
Structured, well-formulated problems.
Just like the proper way to learn.
What should a human be
If
doing
everyone wants the fast
to
track,
maximize
And also, let's not kid ourselves.
and what's the importance
If you're
of
Nicky Rod or if you're Gordon,
called
if you're Jack and you're really
Yeah, I think
you can
depends on
fucking bludgeon
which
in the
model
movie. You can just
you're
fucking
using,
smash
and all of them
and
are
it makes
slightly
it
different, and they
you're on.
respond
You can
differently.
do it in Geek.
Different
It's hard.
but
235.
I think the original before,
There's something very
and the original
also by the way, you're not
last year, before I think we also had a very small population. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the city that may be relevant in the prompt. You have the dog, you have the house, and you have population. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what you actually when you have an element. And even for text models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that
I like that the pitching guys have been so cool to me. I like that you run a lot, and those guys know that.
and we have this one system internally that we
I just don't know. I mean, it's frankly,
with that a
you're
little
right,
bit.
they do, and everyone's kind of
And I
mature
think
about it, but at the same
it
time,
was
it gets uncomfortable.
built for
I feel like Craig Jones
era
is the
before where we
jackal.
had
He's the jester on the outside. Is always
He's so
and
hard to dislike because
a
he's
little
so
bit similar
funny. You guys are comics.
when
You
you're
guys
looking at
he's legitimately
you
funny. I
sort
told him that.
dude,
you
you're
want
so
it to
funny.
work
He was showing me some of
on
the shit he did. I was
mobile,
like,
you
you're
want it to work
fucking funny.
on a desktop
Well,
screen,
Australian accent, and I
this
talked to Jason Ellis about this too. Australian accent is
dynamic
like Boston accent.
which
If
you
you're
don't have, for
funny
example,
or clever or a shit,
like
good shit talker, that accent,
you know exactly where
it turns it up a notch.
So when you have a website or
Boston
when you
accent
have
is
a
such a good shit
you have
talking
these
accent. You know?
inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the link is really big, then you might
I'll
have
post
to
it
put it down.
before we
And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to
Oh yeah.
design websites?
Yeah,
Well,
well, no, I was thinking like
the thing that we really like is
most
React and the
men, a lot
declarative
of men
approach
who
where
end
you,
up being successful or whatever,
you use
like
this
we
in,
need
in
more
JavaScript.
constantly
And
more
then you
moderation.
declare, this is
not,
what I want.
Now
And
you'll get an
I think
addiction. It might
this
be
has
women, it might
higher
be cars,
priority,
it
or
might
like
be
this has higher Z
money,
index
it
than
might be
something else.
whatever.
And
But
then you have
I
this
think
rendering
ultimately
engine
you have to come to
in
terms
web
with it,
design.
right?
It's like
The
Chrome
engine
and,
is there, and
in our
you've got to
case,
figure out,
renderer,
like, you've got to say, why
which
is this
then
happening? Why
fits
do I
everything
want
onto the
1,300 horsepower
and so you
versus
declaratively
1,100
decide what you
horsepower?
want, and then
Obviously, it's ridiculous. It doesn't make a difference at all.
and so we have fun
Even
that
a little
we,
bit, but in your mind, it's like, oh, but I
I
want
think
the
the role of the
13.
text
It
has
is,
sort of
look, there's
shifted over time.
the
Where
only thing I
initially
can
was
compare it to, and it's the only one I have, and
now it's really useful because it helps
behind the
us
scenes knowledge about,
splitting
and
out
not because
the
I'm so
data
cool, but
that goes
because
into the prompt and
growing
the
up,
actual rendering
being
of
in
it.
LA
And
radio,
so
I became a very friendly
it's easier
and
to
being a
debug
lifelong
because you
season
can
ticket
change
holder
the rendering
to
of the
both
prompt
Dodgers and
and then
Lakers.
try it on
I'm not,
old
my dad
prompts
was, so
because you have the raw data that went into it. And then you can see
I was
that
very
you might change
interested,
that
and then I got to
privilege
be
for-
friends with
for, like,
the media, Lakers media and Dodgers
He
media.
literally
So I would get a little bit behind the scenes, and
yeah.
a lot of the great
So it kind of
athletes
works
have
like React. There's
lore behind
components,
them.
like we
And
have
you know
one
how much of
component
it is
that's
fairy tale.
file
The stuff
component,
about Kobe,
and it
it's
fits in
an
like
understatement.
the
He
cursor,
was
like
to-
usually
to-
there's like
to
one
the
line
day he
where the cursor
retired,
is in your
the
file.
first one in
That's like
practice
probably
and the
the
last
most
one to leave. So
important
it's
one,
when people would be,
and so then you
he's
can give
yelling at
priority
them,
to
you're a
like
soft ass
that line has
bitch.
the
That's
highest
actually
priority,
different.
and then you
There's a
subtract one
difference.
for every line
I know you do, but it's
is farther
different.
away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out
obsessed
how
with
many lines
cars
can
or
actually
being
fit into
obsessed
the
with
program.
money, or I think it's different than being obsessed with
And you
being
do like
the
other
best
fancy
at
things
all
where
of
if you
all time
exhaustive
at
code
what you
blocks
do.
from
It's
the
actually a
entire thing,
different
you could use
consideration,
retrieval
right? So it's like
and things like
Kobe
embedding
was so
frameworks
focused
to add
on
priorities.
actually having
So
tangible,
should humans, when they ask
measurable
questions,
results.
also
That being
use try to
Kobe,
use
you are the
something like
best
that?
of
Like,
all
would it
time,
be
whatever it might
beneficial
be at this.
for a
That
JSX?
level of
And
mastery,
the
trying
whole
to
idea is
master
should
something
be
through
used as
through
messy.
repetition,
I think
through
our goal is
attention and
kind of
detail.
you
It'd be a
should
little bit like saying, I want to be the
do whatever is
greatest
the most
race car
natural.
driver of all time.
And
Well,
our
Being
job
into
is to
more
do that.
horsepower,
How do we actually
regardless of
achieve
its
the relevant
utility,
things so
because
that you're
it's
saying
just there,
Well, this
wanting
is so
all
the
the
discussion I
way,
had with
not
Ari
just
perplexity.
these two women over
It's
here
like
or
this
this
whole
one
idea
woman
is
over
like
here.
you
Whatever
should
that
let
was, that's a
most
different,
lazy.
that's a different
Yeah.
input.
But like,
but they're cousins.
yeah,
They're
that's a
equal.
good
It's the same
yeah,
where
you're
you're
allowed
also
to
had a
ask
ton of
more.
girlfriends. Kobe also,
So
after
you
he
say
retired,
do
was
what you
relentless
want,
and
I mean,
obsessed with
humans are
creating
lazy.
animation and one of
There's a
fucking
kind of
Oscar.
tension
Really?
between
Okay.
just being
Yeah.
lazy
You want
versus
what
like
I think?
provide more.
They are cousins.
They're closer
Prompt
cousins.
is almost like
What's
the
the
different
difference?
Maybe Kobe just redirected that insanity to
inspiring
I
you,
think that level is
not in terms of the grammar of the
it's a
sentences, but
disease you have
the
inside
depth
you.
of
I
thoughts
mean, a
that you
disease
convey
name.
inside.
It's like a gene you have,
I
and
think even as a
what
system
what
gets
separates
to some level
Trump
of
from
perfection.
Warren Buffett.
often
One of it's
when
like,
you
I cheat a lot, I worked really hard for it, I have a beautiful family, I'm comfortable
just
here in
are
Indiana,
not-
where he
not
lives in his
necessarily
Oklahoma. And he has this beautiful place, it's a,
And
and
there are
he
like
likes
two
his
ways to resolve
automobile or
it.
drive it.
One is
What is
the
Trump
simple thing
thinking?
of
He's
having
like, I made a beautiful, I need to be a
I'm not
TV
sure
star, I'm
how
gonna
to
be
do
president
based on your query.
but
Could you
twice.
clarify that?
And no one's gonna stop me. And if it
I think
drives
the
me
other
insane,
thing
it drives thousands of people insane.
maybe
So what? This is what's gonna happen.
There are five or
And
six
I mean that as a both
given
a
the
wow, it must be hard to have that, but at the same
so
time,
far, why don't we just actually shift
even
all
and
this?
this is not a partisan statement. Even if you're the biggest Trump hater in the
How
world,
hard is it
if there was to be
for the
some
model
global
to
incident where the
about
the
that?
health and the well-being of the United States was at play, and Donald
That's
Trump
hard,
flies
so
over
like,
there and
how
sits
to
down
deal
with the
with
world
it.
leader that's putting the United
So
States
I
in danger,
choose to
you don't think it's gonna be
ask
a
for
good
more
thing for
information.
us?
So just so you guys know, I mean, I don't.
one of
The
the
Washington
things
Post
we do is
and Pam Bondi, the spokesman, correctly called this. When I saw
try
it, I
to
lost my
suggest
mind. The Washington Post, because they're so
while you're
fucking dumb,
typing,
goes the mysterious
one can
climate
guess what the
Hey,
uncertainty
hey, Washington
is.
Post, hey, liars, fucking
Maybe suggest
liars.
that like
You editorial board know better than this because you're a bunch of liars, scumbags, pieces of shit.
we
You
can
guys
guess
know
using
what
the
happened.
commit
He went to Scheinbaum and they
that
went to
you've
the
made
cartels and
previously
said,
in the
listen,
same file
fuckos, what's going to
defined
happen
and
is I'm going to
discovered
declare you a terrorist organization.
And,
That means I can
there's
send
like a hard
the
technical
dark
problem
side.
of
I can
how
send
you
the dark
resolve
side
it across all
to
commits,
your
which files
country,
are
and
the
I
most
don't need your
important
permission.
given the current
And if you
Trump.
think you want to take on the tier one operators in our military,
Initial
or the
versions were
ground
not, and I'm
branch
sure we
division
can
of
make it much more
CIA,
accurate.
etc., and all those task forces,
It's very
please
experimental,
tempt
but then
us.
the idea is we
And
show
they
you
knew
like
that Trump
you just
wasn't
want to
fucking
add this
around.
file, this
And
file,
it
this
might,
file also.
Scheinbaum had a different idea of how to deal with the cartels. The cartels know who Trump is, and the cartels knew exactly what that language was, which was,
You should
we
also
will
edit the time
fucking
of the server that
bury
is
you.
using
Do
the
you want
API
to have
and
a
the
war?
other one is
Because
open
we do
API.
war.
So
And
that'll be kind
the
of cool.
Trump administration
Those
said
are
to
the
them,
phase
stop the
where
human
you write the
trafficking
prompt
and stop the
before you
fentanyl
even click
right
enter it.
fucking
Maybe
now.
we can help
That's the
resolve some of the
non-negotiable. And the cartels
What
went,
did you use?
Okay.
Agentic approaches.
and that's why, and that's what, okay, now isn't that credit where it's deserved? Much praise, serious compliment. This is a compliment to President of the United
It's like
States.
it resembles sort of
This
like
is similar to, I
sort
read
of like
the
this, like you
biography,
can kind of
Finding
feel
Fish
that
Too
it's
Much for Everything,
like
of
you're getting
Andrew
closer
Jackson,
to
President Andrew
API,
Jackson.
see a demo where
And Kobe Bryant, the story, if you've heard the story of the most recent Olympics
and
with the super team, and you're talking about
I think,
Dwayne Wade,
um,
talking about
agents
Braun,
are not yet.
you're not talking about, this is a collection of high achievers, high functioning dudes,
I think
and they said,
we're getting close
he's
to where they
fucking
were.
crazy.
And so
Won against Spain.
I think
He goes,
there are certain
play
types
as
of
soon as I can, first play, I'm gonna go right
having
through
an
how.
agent
That's so bad. I saw it.
really
And they're like,
I would love
sure
that.
you are,
For
sure you
example,
are, Kobe.
when we have a
That's your
bug
best friend.
where
He's like, no, seriously.
who sometimes
And
has
they're like, but
has
why?
some
He's like,
magic
I've said it.
insights
He's my
are
best friend. He's my teammate.
and
But
that's
tonight,
a task that's
our
super well
enemies
specified. I
have
just
set the
need to
tone.
say like
And
if you
they're
think
thinking,
this
okay,
does
sure,
not work,
Kobe.
please fix it.
Fucking
And then I would
you
love
can
to have
see
it
Pau
fixed.
Gasol's
That
face
just
lying on the
goes
ground.
off,
Like, what the
does
fuck?
it,
And
and then
Coach walks away.
a
Like,
day
I gotta
later
do it.
I come back and I
Dude, Trump, Andrew
Maybe
Trump's
it goes
Trump's genius
file.
is
I
like,
find the right
thing
files,
he's crazy. Do you know, he's just, he's unpredictable. Do you know Andrew Jackson
and then
passes away? Okay.
and this could be a
They
process that
explained it, Brennan.
and so I think I would love
Andrew Jackson was
and then I
literally
think
had
a lot of
he
programming
had been shot,
like there is
and he had to
often
let
this
that,
position
he had a hole essentially in his torso. He was, he had
I don't
killed a
think
lot of
we think
Native
that
Americans, by the way. He wasn't, you know,
because a lot of
he wasn't
programming,
exactly
a lot of the
correct as
value
president.
is in
And he was the guy who came into the White House with
you don't
monarchs.
actually want to specify
He
something
was
up
he
front.
was a real
Because you don't
soldier
really
and a
know
real
what you
fucking
want
badass.
until
But
you've
explain,
seen an initial version and then
he had a couple
what to do with it.
recorded
And then you
duels,
provide
yes,
it.
with firearms.
And
As
so for a lot of
president,
programming, I
yes, he
think
was a
you actually
warrior.
want
Who lives near his heart
instant.
and
Like
caused
you see an
chronic
initial
pain
version
for the rest of his
and then
life.
you can
He also narrowly escaped assassination
What about
in
something like
1835,
that
just
you
like
can come
Trump.
out with an agent
Yeah.
that does also
Anyway.
But this is not Megan's, like I said, I read his biography.
for passages,
Generally, he has a
continuing
full
everything,
watch,
continuing
like
the
really close to
databases,
very similar
and
to
actually
President
deploying
Adler.
the app.
He had to let it
Is that
air out
also
the pus out sometimes.
says
When they
things
autopsied
you
him,
do
they
about?
found, I'm not exactly, this is,
I think I would
they found like
for certain
six
types of
more
programming.
bullets in his body that he just didn't tell
would be
people
really
about.
Is that
Okay,
when
and then the best story
We're
about
already
Andrew Jackson,
actively working
there's
on it.
so many good. He was the first Trump. The best
But
story
it's
about Andrew
definitely
Jackson
like we
is
want
the
to
four. I don't know if anybody everybody
make the
knows the
programmer's
Florida.
life easier.
So
And
I
like,
believe Madison is president.
some
at
things
the
are just
time,
really tedious, and you need to
they're
go through a bunch of
negotiating
steps.
Florida.
You want to
The
delegate
purchase
that
of
to
Florida with Spain.
And then some things you can actually have agents in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both back end and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figures kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the back end part of your PR, then you have some like initial people to iterate on.
Don't, dude, seriously, he's like, I'm gonna take Florida. He was a general,
one of the things we already talked about
it's like, dude, seriously, I'm negotiating, we're good. And there was too much of a delay, and he just took Florida. He's like, writes back to us, and he's like, our Florida's ours. I got it. And this Spanish went back to Spain. They're like, fuck this guy, I'm not gonna fuck with him. He had like 12 soldiers. He's like, we're gonna just kill everyone. So Madison still has to end up paying for it. Because he's like, I don't want a global incident.
It's a thing that we're feeling.
But that was he was just when he got elected president. It was the first time.
I mean, it says something.
The president wasn't sort of a lawyer and a gentleman farmer.
That's
Was
what's
a
still.
fucking guy when he wrote it, but literally
Shows
put on his
that
boots.
everything
I mean, he
else
just
is
came in.
really
He just
fast.
put his
So
foot
there's
up on
some
the
technical
fucking
details
table
about how to
and
make
drank heavily. And his friends, his fellow soldiers in the White House, would be drinking and fucking.
There's something that just comes to mind.
Yeah, they've been doing some shit.
We can go over
I
a
don't want
lot
to
of
make this like
one interesting thing.
Dan Carlin, I don't want to make it a history podcast, but
And
another story that
so
was
what you can do
blew my
is
mind, especially as a modern
as
reader.
users typing.
He was
you can have-
particularly brutal
Yeah,
to
you're probably
American
going to
people.
use
So there was like a
some
it wasn't
content.
uh,
And you can know that
City
just
Walker,
where
but
you
it was a famous Native
So,
American president. I forgot
as
who
we
it was,
discussed
but
before,
he got a couple of
reusing
Native American representatives, and they went
results
to
in
Washington.
lower latency.
They're going to talk to the president because they can't tolerate this thing.
So as you start typing, you can
So
really warn the
they get their greatest orator, their most respected representative,
and
and
then when they press enter,
Jackson meets them at
there's
the
very
steps
few
of
things
the
that
White House.
has to pre-fill before starting
He comes in, and the
This will
rest of the
significantly
Native
lower.
Americans stand and they're
Can you
waiting.
explain
An hour or two
how
goes by,
big
and
that
the guy
was?
comes up,
Yeah. So the way
just
transport
hysterically crying. He's like, like, this is bad, and they just went
I
back.
mean, what, it's
It was
one of the
cannon fire
mechanisms
within
that
a
allows
couple weeks.
things
Yeah, the Native Americans
not
were not treated well.
independently.
And the one thing about this country is it's like you can say whatever you want, but
tokens, but see
it
previous
was
tokens
a
are
brutal.
the keys and values.
And
Generally, the way attention works
there's
is you
no
have your current token,
escaping
some
brutality.
query, and then you
Building a
use all the
civilization,
keys and
building a
values.
civilization is full of brutality.
Some
How
kind of
brutal was it to the Irish? How brutal has it been to the Chinese? How brutal has it been to Italians?
And like by default,
That's what they did back then.
the model has
In
to
the world.
every single
Force
token.
doctrine, I
Do
heard
this
Andrew
for
Wilson
taxes.
talk about this, and it opened my eyes. He was like,
That's a lot of
It's
things
not pretty.
that happen.
it's
and that
actually
is
kind of gross at times, but let's be realistic.
Instead,
Force doctrine is
if
real.
you have already done that
You
and you
can
store the keys
Swing
and
mighty
values,
stick oftentimes
keep
just
that
takes
in
control.
use.
Of course.
Then
That's what it
when I,
is. So
let's say
if
I
you're not a
export my
nation
token,
state,
if I
the
now
whole
want
thing
to
with the Israelis, they're like, we have to be a nation state, we cannot be a homeland.
I don't need
If
to
we're a
pass
homeland,
those first
No
10
one in
tokens
the United
through
Nations
the
has
entire model
to
because
come to
they
our
already
defense.
have
If you're a homeland, you're Chechnya.
And so
If
you
you're a
just need
homeland,
to
you're
do
those
more
countries, you're
through that last
Kurdistan.
token.
Ask
And
them
then
how
when
it's
you're doing
going.
attention,
It didn't go. It
you're
didn't go very well
reusing
because
those
it's
keys
like
values so that
they're on the
the only
border there and they just get
consequence
fucking run over.
or sequential kind of
Shit is brutal. Everyone likes it.
Is there
I
a
love with it,
with
like
that?
when certain parts of Europe have people that are either visiting
Yeah,
or are now Americans,
there's
and
other
they get
types of
critical.
tasking you
And I
can
go like,
do.
how far back was it when you were Vikings?
One
When
interesting
you
thing
just
that you can do
sailed
for
from town to town slaughtering
is
everyone. Like everyone tries to
you
point
can
fingers as if
basically predict the
just
end
making a scheme.
as
It's
if
like all of
the
our
user would
relatives
accept
were all
and then
savages.
trigger
But
another.
again, do you know who the first country in the
And so
history of the world
then you
was to
have to go
eradicate
speculative.
and
It's
actually
a mix
work
of
towards getting
speculation.
rid of slavery?
Right? You're speculating what would happen
The
if they
British,
accepted
who,
it.
by the way,
And
you
then
think
you
about
have
the
the
British
value
Empire and how
that is
dominant
passed
and at
with
times
this,
torturous they were to
gesture.
people.
And then when they press tab, the next
Almost,
one is way
almost
to
a century
it's
before
it's
anyone
a
else even
clever
put
heuristic
idea to it.
style.
They not only
That
tried
uses a
to
higher
end
level
slavery,
passion.
lost like a couple thousand Brits fighting to end
It
slavery.
feels fast,
There were
despite
parts
they're
of the
not
Ivory
actually
Coast, parts of Africa were like,
And you can make your CV
so
card
I go off
smaller.
and
One of the advantages you get
they
is
stake their
like
lives for
maybe
it.
you can
And I'm like,
speculate more.
so everyone
You
likes to
get
be all
seriously
high and
10
mighty.
things that
Hard
could be
man,
worthwhile. Like you predict the next patent, and then it's like it's possible the user hits the one of the types. Like much higher chance that the user hits like exactly what they usually maybe they type another card or sort of hits something else in it. So there's all these tricks.
Those used to be long pants, huh? Cut them off.
The general phenomenon there is I think it's
I
focused on the
did
use of
not.
RL.
These were purchased by me. because these are.
maybe a single sample.
Same with these, like they're a little fucked up. But I
So they came as shorts.
like
You bought
10
them as
different
shorts.
things.
not because I bought them off of
Turns out that
eBay.
one of the
I buy a lot of clothes off
that's why
eBay because I'm a
capability is much higher.
American made
Half a
guy.
big curve.
And when you're getting
Part of RL
Vans,
like
covers,
what
or
RL does.
Dickies, to get American made versions of them, you often have to get them from 1982. So,
It makes many different pictures.
So what do you guys do for shorts around there? You don't want to look like
One way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the pieces is correct. But I believe the casing is the
You ever seen Iron Claw?
when the RL
You seen
are
the Iron Claw? Yeah, the scenes where they're working on the farm and Zach
one of the
Efron's
things they're
jacked up
doing
his
is
mind,
we're
cut off
predicting
jean shorts with cowboy boots. He's
like
gangster as
of the 100 different adaptations
jeans with cowboy boots.
or jeans
more
with
than
like
we're
boots, jeans with like some
which are going to
Also,
be more like
also it means you can fuck
maybe like
hard.
there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit.
If
And
Brendan
maybe
always
somewhere in the
decided
middle,
to fuck our butts, good.
That's
you just maybe you can give a reward to
Unfortunately,
things that
without a
you like
firearm,
more and
without a firearm, he's our
punish
butts.
things that you would like
Unfortunately, that
and
is
seeing the model
100%
to
the truth.
That's why they invented
you have these like RL
One
links
of the
that are
things
very
about
useful.
Rolex
you use it to prevent sodomy.
One of the things is so true.
What's
Some small guys
Yeah,
are
it is a little different.
we were talking about this before, so the value of rolling or
but,
just being in
I
a
mean,
fight gym
Like,
is that
I will
you
use high
you're
vacuum because you get
always
away with smaller
reminded that
models.
there
You
are men
are all
out there
your smaller
that
models.
can take your shitter from you. They can just go, you know what, today.
That's like,
It's
and
not
that's
just,
one of the
I'm not gonna beat you up. You're gonna fuck.
Katie, or about predicting
You would go,
cash. There are
No,
other
dude, I
techniques
go
where
crazy.
it's
I
all
get
over.
fucking crazy when people try to tell me.
So,
I know you do.
kind
You
of
go
back
ahead
in the
and
day,
get crazy.
all the way
Hey,
2
show
years
me
ago,
you're crazy.
people mainly use
Yeah, I just said, touch your nuts. When I go
90% of my
mental, when I
grades
go
are really
mental,
efficient.
The shops are the ones who are technically advanced and then also
And this is really
athletic
helpful
and big
for
and
them
strong. Like it's not
with
even really
larger batch
hard.
sizes, being
you're
able to
not doing
generate
a fucking thing. Like the one of
The interesting thing here is,
10 plant black belt, who's my size.
this
There
now
was
has
this
no effect
giant
on
guy.
time
The size of him. And he's like, he goes, and you teach
the
that
thing
guy
that matters
something
for
in 8
is,
months. There's not a thing I can do.
and why is that? Because when you're generating token, instead of
Me and Ellis, it was like a lot of
doing the super
capable
parallelic
athletic guys
guys across all
all
your tokens,
got our ass
your
kicked by
bottleneck by how
at the same
quickly
time.
it's
Like,
for long
don't be wrong, it was a joke. It was a kind of a comedy.
sizes by how quickly
There was
you can
like
read
6
those.
men versus Shane Garwin. It wasn't even, he didn't even break a sweat.
And so then, that's never done with, and how can we make it faster?
His left hand was
The multi-query
like a
attention is
shitty
most
jab, and
effective.
Jason was like, oh, I told Jason.
Where normally with multi-head attention, you use some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some number of query heads.
Jason's a big, strong,
Multi-query
athletic,
does
very
preserve
gifted guy.
the query heads.
And also, Jason head kicked me once and almost knocked me out.
So there's only one kind of value head,
His
and
point
there's
is like,
all the rest.
Jason's not my size. Jason's a really
With
short,
query,
big guy. And
you
you're Shane,
instead
like
you know,
if you
preserve
have
all
the
the query heads,
video because it was an Ellis Mania.
and
It
that
was a shitty, like, it was a check hook.
even
And
values.
Jason was like,
There are fewer heads, but if you're not reducing. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're reducing the size.
his wrists. I mean, you train with him, right? His wrists are like
That's a little more complicated.
and you get the sense
The way that this works, it kind of turns the entirety of
it's like a different thing. Like he's big and athletic.
across all your heads.
He's
It's
kind
kind
of
of one
so you're
laser
different.
Well, Shane picked me up
that is
one
then
time,
kind
this
of
first time I met him,
expanded.
and he squeezed me.
But MLA's
And I was like, I tapped, he goes, that's 30%.
it's
I
pretty
said
much
to him,
now
hey,
that
Mark, could you do that
maybe
too? He
the
goes,
two
"What about it?
ideas
You can do that to me too." I went,
in both
Does it bother you?
SQA
I would imagine you got
and
paid.
in other places, what you're doing
Does
is
it bother
you're
you?
reducing
One in particular that comes into my mind was
like the number
this
of
guy
kids.
telling me to my
The
face
advantage of
that
that
Connor was a pussy for tapping
is
to that torque
there's
joke
less of
that could be put on. I was like, I don't entertain.
maybe the
I was like,
theory
dude,
is that
his
you
face is
actually want
exploding.
a
He's
lot
like,
of different
man, you could just shit right now. I was
if you
like,
want
you
each
said
of
no
the
way.
season values
So the guy who did it has
the
no
one
idea.
is
That's what I want you to do.
you should have put it.
But I,
one
okay,
big
listen,
share
I
to
did.
that.
Yeah, I'm bigger and
All
probably
of
like
these values.
in
Then you have smaller investors for every single one. So that when you
is
must
putting on your head like
store
that
only the
is
smaller thing.
Oh my God.
Fucking,
And the more rank
what the fuck's
production
his
would
name?
at the end of the
Even almost says, "Hey, one of your friends us were watching a fight, and he was like, oh, but you have
remember
to keep
that
your
like
hand
the
up and
memory
do something."
which means that like you still have some compute that you can use for these things. So you can
I didn't
expand
know. that the icy red guy, I thought that was a meme.
vector.
I didn't know that that was real
And
life.
somehow, like,
And I was getting my oil change the other day. So, I was giving him 6 months ago, I was getting my oil change. And the guy's like, what do you got going on today? He's the nicest guy ever, so I feel bad. I was like, I'm going to jiu-jitsu right after the strength comes. He's like, oh yeah, man, I like that jiu-jitsu and MMA stuff. He's like, I don't need it though, because man, when time comes, I'll go crazy. I was like, okay, you're serious? Well, yeah. I didn't. Ben asked me to put me in a bulldog joke that made it derogatory and short and and I was like, he just like did a little, and I was like, oh
But
god.
ultimately, how does that match to the
When you get 80cc level or like a
Yeah,
like
the
a
two things that
professional
math to
guys
is
who
you
get
can now
paid
make
for
your
it,
path
and they have that grappling training, and they know what angles to hit it at.
The KV test, you
It's
have a lot more
you know,
aggressive, a lot more
there
things.
was a lot of pro
You get
athletes,
more
a lot of pro athletes
tactics,
or
which are helpful
stuff like
for
that. They'll be like,
reducing for
they
sticking,
can see boxers and wrestlers, they know. They're like, yeah, it's
and then the second being
if you
when
know,
you
you know. But I mean, okay, if you're
start
a
doing it
regular
for
guy,
instance more and more
regular guys
questions
don't understand how
for
football
exercise
plays. Just regular
you
guys.
don't
Like,
use
did
much
you play high school sports and you lift weights? And you think you're pretty, you know what, man? The
There's also
situation.
arguing with your comp base.
I can't tell
yeah.
you
So like
how
the
crazy
basic the size of your
at
KV test is
140
both
pounds
the
and
size of all your
probably not
prompts
bench
multiplied
presses
by the
weight.
number of prompts.
How much he throws me
So
around.
you can increase
Like,
that.
like how extraordinarily
or the
much he
size of
fucks me up
prompts
without
without
even
creating
really.
latency.
Like, it's not.
However, you wrote
That's
a blog
crazy.
post
I hate even telling the story. And people think he's a dick. He didn't even mean it to say, but I remember
So
one time he was training for an MMA fight.
to be
The
a
old
lot
Road
of
Academy in Culver City had like a separation. There
We're
was like a mat,
experimenting with a
and there
lot of
was
things. Right now,
octagon for training for his
we
MMA.
don't have
And he was working at.
other
I was
than
just
like
finishing
the
class, and
warming or like
and he
you
was
know
coming down,
figuring
and
out the right
he was
context to
on his phone like he's like, you want to get some rounds, you want to get training?
but the idea is if you
ask
can
me
actually
training,
spend communication in the background,
and
then
he was
you can help
continuing to text people and got in
help
guard
the
like
user
this, and then
maybe like
I couldn't
at a
and he
slightly
was
longer
just
time
texting me
horizon than just
I was in his
the
guard, he was a fucking
few
text,
lines that you're
and
gonna
I
make,
couldn't
but actually like
do
over the next
anything.
10 minutes
What?
what
I'm
you're gonna
serious. I'm
and
he
by
was like
doing it in the
this,
background,
and
you
he
can
had me
spend
in
more
guard,
time.
and then he opened guard, and I
And
couldn't
so the
escape.
idea
I
of
really.
the shadow workspace that and we use it internally for like experiment.
And then he
Is
finished
that
threw his phone, and then
to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give
But
back
that's
to
not
them.
a big
Because
guy.
otherwise
He's a small
you can
guy.
get
He's
higher
a
performance by
so
just letting the model think for longer. And so like for one is a good
That's so
example of that.
weird. Like,
But another
imagine
way
when your
to
dad does
increase
the
performance
same.
is by letting the model iterate and get
because our boy
and
Sugar Sean
so one
and
very
Marab are at it
important piece
again.
of
The
feedback when
rematch
you're a
goes down
programmer
this
is
Saturday, UFC
language,
316, and get
which
in
is
on all the action at
this
DraftKings
thing which
Sportsbook,
exists
official sports
for
part of the
most
UFC.
different languages,
It's a
and there's like
huge night
separate
of
languages
fights,
for
headlined by
language.
Marab and
And
O'Malley.
It's
You
it can
got
tell you, you know, you're using the wrong tactic
you got
here, and
Pena,
fix an error,
you got
or
Kayla
it can allow you
Harrison,
to
you got
go
some
to
fun
different
fights,
sort of understand
man.
the structure.
And if you're new to
So
DraftKings,
language
dude,
servers are
right now,
extensions
because there's been
developed
5 to
by like
300
there's the
bonus
TypeScript
bets,
language
gives you
server
a bet
developed by the TypeScript
wins.
people,
Download the
the Rust
DraftKings
language server
Sportsbook
developed by
app
the Rust people, and
now.
then they all
Use the
exist
code fighter. That's
for
code
the
fighter
language
for new
server
customers.
both
Get
use
300
so that the
bonus
approach
bets
doesn't need
if
to
your
have
bet
all of
wins
the
when you
different
bet just
languages
5
built
of
into
the
it,
rules. Don't let
but rather
DraftKings the ground
you can use the existing compilers.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New
It's
York,
for
call
linking,
877-8
it's
open
for
Y or
doing
text
statistics,
open Y at
and it's for
467-369.
like
And
seeing
Connecticut
the
help is
right
available for
that you're
problem
using.
gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit
Type checking and English
ccpg.org. Please
references.
play responsibly. On behalf of
And that's
Boonville
like
Casino
when you're
Resort
working
in
in big
Kansas,
projects,
21 and
you
over
kind of
age
use that.
eligibility
If
varies
you
by
don't have
jurisdiction.
that,
Void in
like,
Ontario.
really
Bet must
hard
win to receive
because
reward. Minimum minus
Can you
$500
say again how
required.
that's
Bonus
being
bets
used
expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see
so it's
dkng.co/audio. This summer,
but then the idea is you want to show that thing information to
Summer of Cinema is here. Feel
and
the
you want
explosive
to do that
action
in a
of
way
all
that doesn't
summer
intend
long
to
with
but
movies
you want
like
to do
Gladiator,
and so
Mission Impossible,
the idea behind
Beverly
the shadow
Hills
workspace
Cop,
was
Good
okay,
Burger,
like
and
one way you
Transformers,
can do
Dark of the
this is
Moon.
we spawn a separate window
And stream for free from all your
that's
favorite
typically, and
devices.
so you can set the plugin to select things hidden. There is a
Stream
window that you
now.
can access to.
Pay
And
never.
inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they
You
don't
said
save
that,
it.
you said
So
it's
the
as
same
good as
folder.
it gets.
And then and get
I think they started shit
from
for
the
that fucking
internet.
Yeah, it's a language. It's such
It's
a
like
deep
literally
language.
on everything
Whatever
in
you
the background. It's like as if right.
a million
Yeah.
times.
They
And,
made
and
one,
they started
so
to, a lot of
So
kids
that's
now,
the
especially for
eventual
since you're very
version.
young,
okay.
That's what you want. And
but
a lot of the
that's
book
in
post is
that
actually about
family, in
how
that
do you
part of that family,
make
it like kicks in that expert. Like
because
there's
it's a
not
little
only
bit tricky.
doing jujitsu
You
since
want
young,
it to be in
there's like
business
there's this
exactly
code
a
that
layered
actually like
user's
like
environment.
toxic
And then
tradition.
on
Like, so
Linux,
we
you
can
can do
really
this
to go
whole
fucking
thing
dude up.
where you can actually
You
mirror
can't
the
tell no
file
what
system
happened.
and have
You're like, what, Dad?
AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension
You're like,
for
you got it.
whereas on
What's weird
Mac
though
and
is,
Windows,
I
it's
remember
a little
when
bit
I got
more
started, like,
difficult.
yo, there's gonna be so many NFL athletes
but
ish to
it's a fun
cross
thing.
over. It's not, it hasn't come.
One maybe
That
hacky
wave
and
of like
idea
this
that I like is
pop
woven
that
along.
these young kids are be so good
And
and this
so
and that. It
basically you
hasn't
can
come.
then have
Fighting's
like
different.
all of that
Yes.
full
What do you mean?
belong
So you're
on
saying
It
this,
just has the
and then instead of you operating in the ground
no,
truth
no,
version
not
of the
that.
files
The
that are
those
saved,
guys always
you
do.
actually are operating or
They're
was
like,
that
well,
was created
UFC's
before
getting
you
so
have
big,
saved things
you're gonna get the
but you
athletes
still
that
have
go
like
into
your
NFL or
but
MLB
then
or
and then when you try to
maybe
maybe
it's
just like
maybe
there's
but that's the thing.
important that
Here's the deal.
and then you kind
People
of
have been saying that about soccer since I was 6. Like, it's only a matter of time before it is true. And I go, no. And here's the thing, I've always been running. And there's a great
It's a bit
American
of a
soccer coach,
tangent,
don't get me
but
wrong,
like
world-class
to
American
allow
soccer
models
coach.
to change
The
files.
difference is,
It's
if you're
scary for
born
people,
in
but
Italy,
like
if
it's
you're
really
born
cool to be able to
in
just
outside
like
of Paris,
let the
you
agent
grow
do
up
it
from a,
instead of
you're
that,
like, I
and
like
come
the
back
sports.
the
I
next
want to be
day
on Paris Saint-Germain.
and
I want
kind
to
of
be
observe
AC Milan.
like
If
psychology
you're
and
born
stuff
in
like that.
England, you're like, I'm going to
and I think
be
there may be
on
different
your
versions of like
favorite team. That's your, you want to be on
runnability
Manchester.
where
They
for
set you
specific
up.
things
If
where
you're born in
you're
America,
basically
you
getting
like
a few minutes
baseball,
on
you
user active
fucking
programming.
you dream
It
of
makes
being
sense
Steph Curry, you
to
dream of being in the
make
NFL, you
something
dream
work
of
locally
playing.
within the team.
That's it.
I think for
And
the
that'll
more
not
aggressive
change.
ones,
But it's not
you're
to say
making
that
large
there is a
changes
difference.
for
Europeans,
longer periods of time.
you watch
They'll probably want to do
I
this
was watching
in some sort of box with a fire game.
an hour
And
and a half
that's
and
another
there were no scores.
problem
It's like,
of how do you
it's an elegant,
exactly
beautiful sport, but there's
mostly
to me,
like
when you're talking about
effectively
competition,
equivalent to running code.
and I love baseball, I love it. But when you're talking about competition in
And here's
sport,
what
there's nothing that compares to American football.
for coding.
Because what
Oh,
is
you want the
competition?
different bugs? You want them to
Chess,
like implement
all the
some
way up
features?
to
Like,
MMA,
what is this?
it is a
But by the way,
sublimation of
when I
warfare.
think about
The
agents, I
sublimation
don't
of
think
warfare.
just about
And
coding.
nothing represents where you
I
have a
think for
line protecting the quarterback, the general,
the
who's
podcast is
delivering
video
air
editing.
war, air
And a lot
attacks,
of
ground
the
attacks.
capability, a
There's
lot
an
of the
end
code
zone. It
behind
is fucking
is very
beautiful.
clearly documented code.
Yeah, but I
So you
think
can
too, the reason we haven't seen
interact
this
with
boom
VM,
like
for
everyone
example,
expected in
using code.
MMA
And
is if
basically
you're
all the
like, you
uploading,
have
everything
a
I do on
crazy
YouTube,
athletic
everything
big
that you can
niner,
probably
I would
imagine,
never,
I do all of that
never
through
let
code.
him play. It's
And
never,
including
so I
translation,
think
algorithm,
there should be
all
parents out there like,
So,
I don't really care.
I
You're
envision
not going to sign him
all
up
of those
for
kinds of
fighting at a
tasks, so
young age.
automating many of the
Just not.
tasks that
Yeah,
don't have
if
to
he's
be
really
directly
athletic
ahead
and
of
you
time.
have the amount of money you can make playing
That-
baseball and
That's what I
football
was thinking
to
about.
get
But
to
in terms of
college, you know,
coding,
it's being a stud in high school. Now they're giving scholarships to high school kids, so it's like, that's probably the path to go to.
many
That's
levels
what he's
of
going to put their kid on.
bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, but
His
spiritual
dad
bugs.
owns the oldest boxing gym in the city. He runs both world champions.
Ones like sort of big
And, you know, he
directions.
was saying, well, I was saying boxing is just so difficult. It's so hard, and it's also like really hard to do. Like you get hit. And he said, man, it's like wrestling. I go, it's not actually that. I said, wrestling's a nightmare. It's really, really hard. Don't get me wrong. It takes some incredible discipline. So
Even the
boxing, you get hit in the head, you get your jaw right, you get all kinds of shit really fucks you up a little bit. Like the margin
I
for
think
it, you
these
can't
models
fuck up.
are
When
really
you fuck
strong
up, it really hurts.
And also,
the pre-training distribution.
even just the overall,
And
the
I do
stakes.
think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower.
There's a
But I don't
darkness
think
that comes with
the
striking.
loss
Yes,
scale
There's a reason why, and like you look at
such that they're like really fully
wrestlers in
generalized.
particular.
Like the things that we
the
use
college system,
before
the American kind of
the
youth
sensory
system
models
of wrestling,
that they're quite good
is
at
anything
are
more,
really
we're talking
generation.
pure effort. Is anything more difficult than
And these
wrestling?
things,
I mean, it's just
Wrestling's the toughest sport.
But
all the
what do you see with American boxing?
and
American boxing in particular,
questions.
you do not see a lot of kids from the suburbs, wealthy people who
And
there's
so,
not a lot of like
when you try to
together
put those things
households.
that really don't
Legendary
exist
since the beginning of time, where you go from
very
Rocky
much
Marciano
online,
all the way
like
up to any
For example,
American wrestler. It's
predicting the
always
next
these
edit
kids who
can be edited so far.
boxing was the thing that
The
took them
brittleness
out of
of
the
the
American
the bug
It's
detection is
better
another
than hell.
great
Because
example,
no
where
world
there aren't
champions.
really that many
You're getting
examples
something that will save you. Will use your
and the models just
suffering
kind of like
as an asset,
really
and
start
that is boxing. And
But I think
So
that
I
it
think
just has
it's
to
gonna change.
transfer.
I don't
Like in the
think so.
same way
I
that
don't
you
think
get
so.
this fantastic transfer from
Boxing
pre-trained models, just on code in general, to recursive path objective.
It's all tough.
You'll see a
It's
very,
skill-wise
very
hard to
similar
get there. I'm
thing
saying
with
boxing,
generalized
just getting
models that
punched
put forward
in the
code
face.
to
As
bugs.
far
It
as
just
skill
takes
wise,
like
like
sure that it's
skill
touching
wise,
that direction.
Yeah, I think understand like
Baseball's
really
all
well. Like
hitting
while
skill.
there's these two
you
things,
will
like
see some of the greatest athletes ever. You could be a
built
fat
up like
pile of
what
shit.
they're doing
If you're good at baseball, you can throw
somewhere in
heat.
between.
There's no, you could be the most
modern
jacked,
era.
lean, athletic, gifted. Your
It's
nervous system
definitely
can cross over, and you don't have it. You don't have it.
Actually,
Something about
eliciting
baseball
this
is
discussion
so. I've watched so many people who are
actually
NFL
like
football players. You know,
part of it is
there's all this video. The UFC is so great about their commercial stuff. You watch
it's not
besides
just
the
actually, it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like
almost professional.
sketchy video. It's just sketchy like
Besides
you're
that,
gonna server
you
down.
get them in the
Yeah.
box.
Like part of it
NFL
is maybe
football
the
players. I
culture
mean, talking like tough, great athletes.
Why
You get in the box against a major league pitcher and they have a corporate fastball. You're like,
good, but I can know that
what
2
are we
years
doing
ago,
here? This is great.
somebody
This is
wrote a really,
bananas. That you can.
sketchy piece of code
It's
that just
insane.
took the server down.
Yeah, it's
As opposed to like,
I said, it's
as opposed
almost
to maybe just like,
almost
you
as much a skill as it is a sport.
this thing is like
Because
an
you're it's one
experiment. So like,
motion, you're
a few
throwing
bucks are
junk, you're
fine.
throwing
Like, it's just an
stuff, so it's very
experiment. Get the
complicated.
feel
But
of it.
it is
And so the model gets really annoying when
It's
you're
just
like,
it's much like
that's
golf where
really
people
bad.
they have a hard
But
time
if
seeing
you're
it
writing
because baseball isn't
super
physically
productive,
very
you're like
hard.
writing a
It's just
right?
but
You're
it's so
writing
hard. It is so
for
hard.
a
It's
whatever.
so
Like your life is
bizarre.
horrible.
I think the problem is if
unacceptable
you watch the Dodgers and you see whether it's Kike
having the
or someone,
calibration of
you know, at shortstop or if it's Mookie
how
Betts at third base,
paranoid user.
you know, that ball's flying at
But even that,
120
like,
miles an
if
hour.
you're
They make
putting
it
it
look
at
easy.
maximum
Everyone
parallel,
looks easy.
it's
But if you
still
go to a high
just
school
like
game or
doesn't
a
quite
college,
get it.
Yeah.
they're not as skilled as those guys.
But it's
You can
hard
see the
for humans
effort it
to
takes to turn the double
understand
players.
what
It's
who's trying to
the
play
pros are so good. You go, I'm just
Like
really
you,
deep.
Right.
like
It's
when your
not- it looks like a
principles
skill,
and
but it's
websites,
not.
if
Yeah.
the code can do
So
a lot of
your
damage,
reflexes have to be so
one could
fast.
add a
You gotta be
comment
so
to say
like
just
just being a shortstop and catching those balls that come at you that fast. Boom! You just
Well,
catch.
you can be tough. You can be the toughest dude in the world, and a ball coming
No,
at you
when
that
you say,
balls,
like,
and you're like, I'm not gonna go.
for
What the
every
fuck?
single line
Most
of
people will
code
be like,
inside
all right,
the
well,
function,
go
That
ahead.
hand-eye
that's
coordination.
quite
Just
profound.
sits
That
down
says
to
something
kind of
about
watching it.
human
I'll say
beings because
people who are really good at really difficult skills,
engineers move on,
they make it
even
look
the same
easy and that
person.
tricks us.
I
That's
just
all.
forget
That's a great example.
how to sync if I can.
It's
It's
a
a
great.
simple
If
function.
someone, if
If
you
you don't
watch
do
a
it, you might
Olympic
not
or
do
high level
that.
college
But
swimmer,
it looks
you watch them do it, and they're like, wow, you
Yeah, I
make it
think
look
that,
so easy.
that one is also
I got
partially
really
as a
annoys
part
me though, but I know what you mean.
yeah,
Like swimming is
where
annoying.
I think
if
fighting
you
is
actually
just
like
that
cool
surplus of athletes.
every
It's
single
just
one,
it takes a
like
special person. Like
the
John
models
Jones is,
will
by all metrics, isn't a great athlete. Like Jisby
more
was a
likely
great
to
athlete. Nate Diaz ain't
That's like
gonna
actually
be a
straight up a really good practice.
It's the ability to deal with
Waging
like I
plays
don't know.
of how
It's
much
a choice. I think it's a choice, and like it's a choice.
Yeah, I mean,
the Diaz
some
brothers
people-
are upbringing.
some
The
people
Diaz brothers are the perfect example because
well, I
heard
think
GSP talk
like
about
come back. I actually think
a lot of men they enjoy violence, they enjoy fighting. I do not. I get so nervous. I do not like the fight, but I
think
choose
there's
it. That's my
certainly
sport.
something where like
And he's an athlete. He worked hard. He dieted. He had the great training camp. Some dudes
it's
are
really easy to
fighters.
make a small
They don't give
mistake.
a fuck. You know, like George. I don't think George St. Pierre is gonna be a
like
6-year-old
bring down the
guy
server.
and like getting in parking lot fights.
No,
I can see Vanderlei and the Diaz brothers in Walkers like, "What you fat bitch? You
Yeah,
think
like
you
with
fit? Fuck you, you know, with blood up their mouth. They'll fight you, you know. They love it. They like the idea of fighting.
it's a thing that you can't teach. There's no school you can go to. So in relation to that, you're not going to get this.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you
Just-
Also, it's hard. I heard
That's what
Lori
we don't
Nate's
really
talking
think
about
about.
bodybuilding too. It's bodybuilding, same thing.
Think about,
Hey,
okay,
bodybuilding is
how do I
stupid.
figure out how
The
to
idea of
split
putting
something
trunks
to
on
you don't think about
and
it.
having other grown adults. It's also fucking.
And you can do whatever you want, and
And you can say, oh,
You
violence
know.
ways LA. No, the diet, the sleep.
lifestyle is
Do you
What
want
do
to
you
go
think
to the
that
games?
can do?
No, I don't. I'm going to go
I
to sleep at 7:30.
I think
Like
people
7
just
hours.
know it.
Ryan Shaw told me that he did 4 hours of his day,
model
4
will
or 5
suggest,
hours of
like
his
you
day,
write a function,
is spent
the
chilling.
model will suggest
When he's in
and
competition,
you
I said, why don't you just drink protein shakes? He
in
goes,
the meantime,
there's something about chewing your food,
smart
you
reasoning
absorb the
model
protein better, which I
gives
just
a
found out.
that
And so
information
you're
versus that.
chewing, you're eating every 2 hours. He goes, one of the hardest hardest things is just the
that
amount
a
of
little
eating
bit
you're
some of the
eating.
stuff you were talking
And
about
you're
earlier with
they're
just
literally
specifying intent for
sweating
software.
as they're eating.
Whereas
And there's
sometimes
like,
it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's
so
also
The discipline's
weirdly difficult that it just
Like you think that's spec is hard.
I gotta start eating more. That's
Yeah,
what I take
or
this
just, like,
whole fucking show.
and do
or
you gotta
if
get on
given And I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like that's like is that possible? I think that there's like some there. But then also,
nameless, and he gets a paycheck
Yeah,
for
and how do you know you have this back?
and I
Is this
told
back
him
written in
how much I'm
yeah,
taking.
is it valid?
And he said that's literally like a bikini competitor.
But how you get that? So then I think that you care about things that are not going to be totally specified in the spec. I see. Yeah.
And I took, I was taking $100 a week, which is a good baseline.
But
Starting tier.
replacing something like
Because
unit
I would get my blood work done pretty frequently.
I think you can probably also
Every guy's looking for an excuse. No, slow.
I was never looking for an excuse.
But the thing is, most guys are like the average testosterone is down. I forget what the number is from the 60s. It's
And yours is not just about like single functions. You're speaking
And I
about
don't think
entire
people talk about
organisms.
it's the plastics, and I think the reality is that
That is what
and this is speculation, but I feel very strongly about this. As somebody who's very invested in health.
even there's like
In
a lot of work recently
1955,
where you can
1975,
prove
the
formally verify
overwhelming
down to the part
majority
where
of
so like
American
prove
men
that you formally verify the cheat code and then you formally
life was
verify
hard.
prove that
Rarely
you
meet a guy who's an attorney or an
prove the
accountant,
very
and that was
law
fine.
of
But
the
most guys swung
and that's
hammers,
like
most guys
incredibly
worked on a
good
rail,
system,
most guys did
but
or
it actually
electrician.
works. And I think
That was
cheat
the
code cases
majority of
are sort of similar in that they're like
you
multi-layered
didn't have
systems.
the luxury of financial. It was very weird. So we happened about 15 years ago where
I think it should be possible.
in
I think the
order
specification
to
problem is a real problem. But
a
how do you handle side effects?
and
Or
access to food, if you were to be overweight in America,
dependencies
you had to
like
be
culture
bald.
strike API.
For the history of America, most people didn't have the luxury of like,
But like you can do this for
I'm
everything.
still
Like
hungry.
can you do this for everything you
I
do?
have
Like
to say that's
how
like
do you
steak.
do it for
Like eating
there's a
steak
language
at his
like
house
maybe
was
like people use
luxury.
language models
Like
to
you
determine
have steak,
right?
but
And there's
also
like
I think there was
how
I
do
think
you
that
now
most of us walk around. There is an existential threat to most men nowadays.
prove what
Like you're not really gonna die.
I think it's possible that you could actually prove that
High
language
testosterone's
model
a
is
fucking liability,
blind,
isn't it?
for example.
Right? Like,
Or like you can prove that it
yeah, like you
actually
have high
is
testosterone, you just consider
the right
toxic.
answer.
It's like a toxic.
Well, if you listen to the beta,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
A
that
lot
is.
of boys are
yeah,
raised
it's
now,
possible.
have been raised.
not out here.
Don't
If
rough
you're
house.
Not out here.
No, but I'm saying most of
Has
school,
been
most of
most of
school in the United
with,
States has
you
been,
know,
boys have been
making
raised by
sure you
women.
put in that bug
And
and
for the
making
most
sure
part, it's like, we
AI
can't
doesn't
rough
destroy
house.
all
Stop
civilization.
moving
So
around.
the
Stop being
full
restless.
spectrum
Sit,
of
be
AI
quiet,
safety
be
is
gentle.
bug
And we're
finding.
raising boys like girls.
So you
There's
said
been
the
a lot
model
of
is
this. There's a
capable
book
of
called
bug
The Wrong
mining.
Boys.
What's the hope?
And fucking
Yeah,
boys
my
aren't like
hope
that.
initially
We
is-
need to get out there, be
and
outside,
I can
sports,
let
doing
Michael-
badass shit,
Michael
fucking
Shannon
wrestling
do
around,
that.
roughhousing,
Yeah, this,
negotiating.
this says the research suggests
It's
that
just,
testosterone levels
first
in men
help
have
with
been
this
declining over the
because
past
it's
several
very quickly
decades.
got just a good bug.
This decline
Off
appears to
by
be
one
faster
letter,
than what would be
sometimes
expected
you write
for
something in
age
common and
alone.
do the other way.
You just got a bunch of
It's like very
soft
tough. Like I
interlocutor
write
And it makes
less
sense, but
than in a
look, like
comment and I
also,
can't
like,
believe you guys
is it worth it? The trade-off. My
and the model
life
is
is,
like,
our lives are a
sketchy.
lot
Like, you sure you want to do
safer
that?
and more comfortable than our
But
grandparents.
eventually,
Like, it just is. It's not open for debate.
Yeah, they had tougher
Yeah,
lives.
and I think that
We were in World War
it's also
II.
important to note that this
In
is
my Korea, Vietnam, I was thinking about it, but at the same time, and I'm not in
to
any
get
way
to the
saying that
highest
there's
usage
upside.
of having AI
But I'm not a
doing more and
guy
more programming
who
for
was a
you,
professional athlete.
where you're going
and
to,
in danger.
if AI is
I'm a
building
lifelong
more and more
civilian
of this
with different
system,
military
you're
and law
not just
enforcement.
generate, but also
Okay.
verify.
So what I
And
have to
without that, some of
reference
the problems that we talked about
was that
before, the
my
programming
life
of
has
these
been
models
a cakewalk. I'm an
will just
American,
become.
and I grew up in a
So it's not
relatively
just
fluid
for
lifestyle.
humans, like
I didn't
you
grow up
write log, I write log,
in a
but for me,
Rockefeller
it's
picture,
also
but I didn't
being
struggle.
able
I didn't know what
to
struggle
verify
was.
the AI's code and check it.
So there's this 6-year period where I was
yeah,
a
and then how
desperate
do you
drug
actually
addict.
do this? Like we have
Most of
had a
my
lot
time around
of contentious dinner discussions.
horrible
How do you actually
men
think
and
about
women who are very
one
dangerous,
very
very
popular
dangerous
idea
people.
is,
And I'm
you know,
I'm
it's kind of potentially
teetering
easy
on
to
life and
introduce
death
the bug
situations
than
pretty
actually
frequently.
finding the bug. And so you can train a
It
model
was a
to
terrible thing to do. I would
introduce
never want
bugs
to wish
in
that on
existing
anybody.
code.
But
And
I
then
think I
you
was
can
a
train
little bit
a
closer to
reverse
human
bug model then
that
that's
you know, if I
can
could figure out a way that
bugs
wasn't
using
unhealthy
the data.
to kind
So
of
that's like one
because there
example.
was an excitement that
But
came in my life
there are lots of it.
that I do think was good.
You can also do a bunch of work, not
As
even
a
as a developer,
suburbanite,
taking the biggest models
it's kind of
and
soft
then maybe
kid.
giving
I
them
never went
access
to war,
to
and I
a lot of
never.
information that's
I've
not
been
just the
probably
code.
at half a dozen
Like
fights
it's
in
kind
my
of a hard
life.
problem to like
Lost
stare
most
at a
of
file and be like, where's the bug?
I'm
And
just not
you know
that
that's
guy. You know what I'm saying?
things often,
But
right?
I also
So
think
often you
like
have to run the
I
code
don't
and
want to
being
wish
able to
that
see
upon
things like
anyone
this
again.
and step through
It's
the
not
bugger.
good. I'm not saying
there's another whole other direction where like
danger that was
it
presented
could
to
also
me,
be that there are
I
kind of
think
two different
was
product form
within the
factors. So it could be
boundaries of
that you
something
have
that's healthy.
a really specialty knowledge, but that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes sort of to Arvid's earlier example about,
I was
some of the
taking a
various
break
input
here.
box,
All right, I want to talk to you guys about O'Reilly Auto Parts.
First thing I look
you're
for,
not
I
just
came
like
in
checking
Texas. I
boxes
said,
through,
I
you're
need
like,
my
this is the
O'Reilly.
problem.
Gotta
How
get
you're
your
going to solve
O'Reilly.
it,
They're all over
and
this
you
place.
get that with
Parts you want
tons and
for
tons and tons of
battery,
compute, and
you
you're willing
want
to put like
windshield
$50 to
wipers,
solve that
they
bug.
got
It's
you. If
something
they don't have it in store,
Have you
okay,
thought
stay
about
on top.
putting money into this whole
Yeah,
thing?
great
Like, that would
stuff,
take
man.
probably a lot
With
more
Red
money
Bar
to
expert or a rookie,
but
employees
they
at
didn't
O'Reilly
generate
Auto
code
Parts
that
are
I
your
appreciated.
one-stop shop.
I had
They're
a
knowledgeable,
moment a few days
helpful,
ago.
best of all,
I
super
started using
friendly.
Cursor, where it
Extra
generated
friendly in Texas. They'll tell you about 20-minute store family. I'll take it. I'll take it. All you gotta do is go to O'Reilly Auto Parts today, stop by, or visit them at O'Reilly.com/fighter. That's O'Reilly.com/fighter.
And for localizations in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code itself, like if I Googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly. There was a lot of confusing information. Cursor generated perfectly. And I just sit back, I read the code, I looked at it correct, I tested it, it's correct.
How are you doing
I
over there?
want to take
to the air here like a
when I want to button it goes
Your voice,
$55.
your
One
accent's
that's really
actually
good.
thicker than it was on Monday. What's going on?
It's just something
And
about
the other
it.
is that
I can't pinpoint it, and I guess what I don't want to.
It's really Texas right now, dude. It's crazy.
Let's look at
That was just too smart of us.
All right, God.
There's a lot of people,
And he's so understated and modest.
that
Too.
take huge
Just
amount of money
yesterday,
for
like
about
my barbecue, but did you find
Right?
that's so much
That-
stuff we had to
that's-
do? No,
think
we
about
can't.
that.
So like,
Yeah, it's controversial.
we're going today, right? No, I told my wife.
I think it sort of depends on how much
She was like, "Fuck
uh,
this."
you
She's
believe in
stupid.
humanity.
You,
like,
did you find
uh,
this?
I think it would be really cool if like
Places.
you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows like your credit is like $1. And so you spend $1. And then of course there's the way like, okay, we spend a lot of computation, like maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that like introducing money into the product will take like kind
These are
of,
so freaking cool.
you know, like it doesn't feel as money anymore. Like you have to think about money, and all you want to think about is like experts. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separating out
You can get him and his
pay
family.
some fee like every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a sticking component.
Get him out of
It's
here.
not like
So remember we saw
Yeah,
like
it still has that like dollars. I think it's fine, but I also think it's
cocktails.
maybe.
Yeah, just at the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, where they have like a fantastic example, they share it with it. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system, or I mean, the stuff we were talking about with like, error checking with the LFP and then also running the code, so if you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe that's the best rely on our system too. How much interaction goes between the terminal and the code? Like how much information is being sent if you run the code in the terminal? Can you do like a loop or runs the code and suggest how to change the code at runtime and gets an error? Because right now they separate worlds. Like I know you can like do control K inside the terminal help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well.
I think I have a hard time seeing details about this story on MSNBC.
We don't have
What's
the
your
looping
thought of
part
his? He's got 5
So
kids.
we expect them
One
to make
wants to be a
sense.
doctor
Here's
here
a
in this
question of whether
country.
it happens in his
What are your
foreground
thoughts on
too,
what to
or
do
if
with
it
his
happens in the
family?
background.
If they didn't.
Sure, the background's pretty cool. So you did running
You know what I'm
code
saying?
different
But
ways.
that's the risk he took.
Plus there's a database side to this, which I
Here's
haven't not modifying the database,
people
but okay.
get attached to that, but like
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there.
if he had 5 kids
There's
and
new API that
he
you
was
develop.
a PDF file,
It's not an
or
AWS,
he
but
was a drug addict
it's certainly within kind of scale. I don't know kind of scale was the first one
we
to add
find housing for those children. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not open. That's my question. People get to like, but you can't separate it. It's like, yeah, we can. And we do pretty often. When guys are dangerous and gals are dangerous, you do that.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of things I get the kids out here too. It's like, well,
do that is to add a branch right at the top.
like that guy might be a fucking
Obviously,
delight.
doing it
Yeah, so because he went to such extreme measures, like he knew by doing this, hopefully it cracked up. So if you do this, not only are you out, but your entire family fucking
Israel started with Israel with too. Back
it's
started
going
in
to add
2000.
maybe
I think.
branching to
when the Second Intifada, when Palestinians blew themselves up,
and
they would come and
maybe
pull down
the AI agents will use
Palestinian suicide bombers from families' homes. They come in and bulldoze the whole home. So they send a message saying, if you do this, your family's going to pay and they're going to lose their house. And it's pretty harsh, but as it should be.
Yeah.
But
the problem.
It's just, but if the family's here illegally anyway,
Like,
then
if
they
you
gotta
grant
go back
everything,
anyway.
it's like,
Can we send them to somewhere completely
obviously these like color algorithms to make sure that you don't
That's right. Like, let's say, like, what if they go to New Zealand?
No, you never did. You always send it back to the
okay,
country.
this is a good
I
place
know,
to
but I'm
have
saying,
some
like, what if we
infrastructure.
open up that
So you
program?
guys mostly use
You can't
AWS.
be like a farm
So
system.
what are some interesting details there, some interesting
Maybe
challenges?
go to
I
Toronto.
just use AWS.
Drugs. Why are these guys? Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. They're cool, man.
Well, sometimes the dad is sometimes they can get custody. They're not going to see their dad. Their dad's going away.
But again, is that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing. He's a fucking asshole who firebomb people.
He doesn't know that it's
My thing in this country is that what we have to realize, I'm sorry, is that if you are in this country on a visa, if you are a guest in this country, you're not allowed to say anti-Western. Well, let's put it this way. If you say anti-Western, anti-American things, and you're trying to, and you're advocating for the destruction of this country from within, maybe you shouldn't be in this fucking country. Like, your visa is a privilege.
Is there some
You're not a
interesting like,
citizen.
challenges
To be fair, you're a pretty
when
well
you start
traveled
up?
guy. You're worldly, dude.
Like, there's so many people.
Isn't
Yeah,
what
you live there.
makes us argue?
it
I
has
say
been
no. Isn't what makes us the greatest
adding,
country?
you know,
The fact that
each
you
extra
can.
zero to their cost per
Yes,
second.
yes, I'll quote
So you run into all of these
very
with, like,
civilized,
the
very
general
advanced
function
country.
using for
You
not
can
changing
get in serious
databases
trouble
when
for
it's
saying shit.
it's
I love
bigger
American.
now
If you say, yeah, fuck the president, I hate this fucking government. Fuck you guys.
I
and
agree
then
with
also
that.
there
But
have
if you're
been some
American, well, here's the thing. The
systems that we
Secretary of
built,
State
like for
does
instance
reserve the
our
right to
retrieval system
revoke
for
your visa
computing
if they
semantic
consider
disaster
you
surveys
to be
and
in
answering
any way
questions about
a
a
threat,
case.
right?
Yeah,
And so it does fall into this really constitutional thing. You have the right to free speech, regardless of whether or not you're a citizen or not, I believe, in this
very
country.
hard to predict where
And it's a murky area.
when
However, there is privileged
try to
status
predict
with a
in
visa.
advance. It's always
And the powers that be that grant that visa can revoke that visa. They can decide that you are. So if you're that guy, Khalil Muhammad or whatever,
but I think for
he
that
was disruptive
particular
on campus.
system,
He was inciting
so
people to disrupt
for concrete
the
details, the
everyday
thing we
life
do
on
is
campus. Sure,
obviously
there's a different. I mean, but it's a murky thing, right? It is complicated.
we
It's like,
chunk off
hold
all of
on,
your code,
because we do
and
have
then
free speech
we send out
laws.
sort of
It's
the
a
code
tough
for
one.
embedding and
Let's
embed the code.
extrapolate
And then
when
we
we
store
even
the
have
embedding
within our personal
in
freedoms.
a database,
I
but we
think
don't actually
if you
store any of the
don't like
code.
someone, you should
And
have
then
the
there's
freedom right in
reasons
this
around
country.
making sure
Once you
that
get into threats, once
we
you
don't
start to
introduce
threaten
client
someone's
plugs.
safety
We're very
with
paranoid about
your
client
words,
plugs.
that's a
We
different story.
store
And I think the same thing goes for if you want to talk
much
about how
of the
shitty
details on
America
the
is,
server.
I think you should feel
Like
free to do
everything
that.
is
That's how awesome our country is. Go ahead, talk
So
about it.
one of the
Once you
technical
start to
challenges
threaten
is
with your
always making
words
sure
and
that the
safety of
local
Americans and
index, the local
Yeah,
locus,
then we get complicated because you're allowed to criticize our country. Eric Weinstein said the best thing I've ever heard about this. He
technically
says,
we ended up doing
America,
that.
the magic of the United
So
States
for
is you
every
have the
single
right to
file,
burn the flag. You have
keep the
no
hash.
interest in burning.
And then for every
It's a
folder, you
great
can
country.
keep a
So,
hash.
so comparatively, I think
The hash
people need to take a look.
children, and you
This
can
is the United States. I'm
recursively
probably
do
sure.
that.
Are we above
And
criticism? Of
why
course
do
not. Should we
something
be criticized? Of course.
complicated?
Should you be allowed to
One
criticize
thing you could do
your
is you keep
president,
a
the
hash of
administration without paying a price
and
for it? Of
every
course.
minute you could try to
But
download the hashes that are on the
I do
server,
think
figure
that
out
if you're
what
a
are the
guest in
files
this
that don't
country,
exist in the server. Maybe
I
just
should
create
think
a
that's
new
different.
file,
You know,
maybe
Douglas
just
Murray
delete
said,
a file,
if
maybe
you're
check
screaming
out
on
the
the
brand
or on my streets,
and try to
you're organized,
reconcile the state.
and you're in the London streets screaming
But
at
actually,
Encore,
it's
that's
just
a
like
war.
actually
It's a
ginormous.
war cry, and I don't want you on my, I don't want you in my country.
Both on the
I
client side,
sympathize
nobody
with,
really wants
I
us to
sympathize
hammer
with
their
Charles
Wi-Fi
Murray
all
on
the
that
time.
because I'm sorry, Douglas
But
Murray,
also,
because
like when you would introduce like
in most
the
of those
enormous
cases,
overhead
you've got people calling for
you know, we're
Sharia
sort of
law
reading
in England. They're calling for Islamic law.
tens of
What you talk about
terabytes,
though, here's my big problem because
approaching like
I gotta be honest.
20 terabytes
Douglas,
of
who the fuck
media,
am I?
like
I've never served
every
in the
second.
military. I've never been in government. I've never really
Kinda
traveled.
crazy,
The,
definitely don't wanna
the
do that.
small amount that I've traveled to
Doesn't matter.
So what you do is
Muslim
sort of
majority countries,
you
it's
just try
been
to
like this
reconcile
much.
the single
But I will
hash
say this:
that are moving.
you're talking about
And then if something mismatches,
tens of
then you
maybe
go and
hundreds of
find where all the
millions of
things just
Muslims around the
you look at
globe.
the children and see if the
And
hash
the
is matched.
majority of them live in a way that you would not even
You only see that
necessarily
in
know,
this
even if they're devout,
For most
because
of
the true
time,
practice
This is kind of hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, some stuff like
The way that you look at it.
Oh yes, King B.
I mean, so yeah,
I've
it's
never
just
been
cool
a
to see
government.
that
I've
you don't
never
have to
really
think all
traveled.
these
The,
and I mean,
the small
the
amount that I've
point
traveled
is
to
that
is
the reason it's
as
hard
the
to
majority of countries has
like the
been
number
like
of
this
people
much.
using it,
But I will say this:
and some of your customers have really,
tens,
really
maybe
large
hundreds of millions of
cases
Muslims
to
around
the
the globe.
point where
And the majority of them live in a way that you would not even necessarily know, even if they're devout, because
been there
the
for 10
true
years,
practice of being Muslim
scale that
isn't something that would
there's all
call
these details
for
for like
most people
building
to
a simple
take
thing is
recognition of it.
scaling it to a lot of people.
It kicks on for a little bit.
Which sort of, independent of that, so that's part of the appealing of current solution is
It's just AC
coming up
for a
with
little
new
bit.
ideas.
How's that going? We're sorry about the noise. We're working out. We're like saying something important.
I just think that,
Yeah.
when
And
you're
there are a
talking
lot
about
of
these men that Douglas Murray is taking note of, is such a small
For example, the
fraction
bottleneck
Adios,
because
King.
their behavior and their rhetoric is so outside the lines
and you
of
don't
what
want to
most
reinvent
Muslims
coding
live
for
What
and
is
do.
that?
single person.
It's perfectly okay in my eyes to be like, yeah, these guys are fucking
Except for
a little sketch. We should take notice, maybe get a little more surveillance on
so
the guys who are
because
screaming
bottleneck
war
you do
crimes
one hundred tricks
outside my
and
front
not have to
window,
worry
you
about
know?
Yeah, it's for me. I'd be like, hey,
and
are
the other
you calling
cases
for? You
where
want to turn this into a violent thing?
have
We can
them
do that.
act
Here,
on
we can do it.
the
Don't fuck up
actual
the Brits and the Irish. You get them going. They will meet you halfway. They'll fucking.
and
The
so this
indigenous
means
Brits and
that
the Irish
when
come
the end person
alive
of the
when
company
it
goes
comes
to
to
their
war.
birthday,
In thousands of
really,
years of
really
being
bad.
fuck around.
And you do all this without actually storing any
Hey, Brandon,
furniture.
let's take a little break. Take a guess at what kind of shirt I'm wearing. I want to take a guess what kind of shirt you're wearing. True
What's the
classic.
biggest game
If you see me on
at
YT,
this
it's the
time?
best of the best. It's
You
true
get
classic.
indexing
And I miss our
focus.
boy Ryan.
Just
Used to be
out of
right
curiosity,
up
like
the fucking hallway
benefit
from the
the
man.
users have. It
He
seems
came
like
in
longer term,
before
there'll
they
be
were
more and
all
more
big
benefit.
time.
So
Now
in the
they're
short term,
Target.
just asking
They're
questions to
freaking
go say,
Costco. They're all over. It's the best
what-
gear on
what's
planet
the-
Earth.
what's the
We've
use
been
for
wearing True
that?
Classic for
I think
a
the
hot
most obvious
second.
one
You'll notice
is,
the difference the moment you put it on.
you want to
Tailor where
find
you
out
want it,
where
relax where you
something is
need
happening
it.
in
No
your life.
bunching, no stiff fabric,
And
no
you sort of
freaking
have a fuzzy
BS.
memory
It's a
of,
t-shirt you can
okay,
rely
I
on.
went
That's
to
about
find a
my
place
everybody has
where
their
we do
favorite t-shirts. And the genius of True
but
Classic
you don't
was,
exactly
hey,
know what
I'm
to
gonna
search
design a
for in a
t-shirt
normal
that
search.
guys are
So
gonna
you
want to
have
wear
to tap
tight around the arms and shoulders, pushed in the front. Doesn't hang too high. It's
very
not
often
too low. It's just it's awesome. They make it
I think
no
like you
midriffs,
mentioned,
no
some of
midriffs,
these
no past your fanny drifts.
powerful.
Summer's
Or
popping.
working
They
with
got great
on
shorts. They
improving
got tees. They got tanks. They have
And
everything
I
you
think the
need.
feeling for that is
Forget the
really
word
good.
price designer stuff. True
One
Classic is
question
simply
that
the best. Grab
have you
them at
considered
Target,
and why
Costco.
haven't you
Head on over to
much done local
trueclassic.com/finder. Get hooked up to
where
the
you
True
do
Classic,
those
the best of the
things
biz.
everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do.
Oh boy, guys! I'll tell you what, we've been dragging ass
Catching
because Chin built some ridiculous transportation system that's
you know,
not gonna
large
get our
code
stuff here
base and large
anytime
number of
soon.
programmers are using
And
things
I
like
realize
this
it's because
to
we don't have
puzzle
magic
that.
Well, dude,
A lot of
I
it,
literally called them. I was like, I'm
software
out of
just does
facts.
stuff,
My wife
this heavy
is addicted.
computational stuff
I can't.
locally.
That Magic Mind
But
Max
we
is what
consider
I'm
doing for
meant
embedded
for.
using
I make coffee.
Yeah,
That's why
we
you
thought
know
about
this.
it, and
We only
I think
use
it would
Max
be
here. Don't send
cool
any
to-
other stuff.
I think it's
Max
just
only. It's a
really
great
hard.
nickel.
And
Cheaper
one
than a
thing to
cup of
keep in mind
coffee.
is that
It's got great
know,
nootropic benefits.
some of our
Invokes a
users
sense of
use
flow.
the
Gives you
latest
mental
methods,
clarity. Decreases stress.
and
Helps you feel
most of our
present.
users,
Get
like
you
more
in a
than 80%
flow
of our
state.
users
Takes
are
away
Windows
distractions.
users.
Allows you to access your best
And
creative
many
self
of them
and allow
are
you
not
to be
very
calm
powerful.
in the
And
chaos.
so
It's Magic
local
Mind.
models really
Max
only
only here at Fire the Kids, right?
It's also a big overhead to
Next
somebody.
thing is,
And so even
he
if
runs a
we
little
would
hot.
like to do
He
that,
gets a little hot boy. He gets a little
it's
nauseous
currently not
boy.
something that
Yeah, it's wild.
and I think there are some
Trevor Barrow was
people
on the show.
that do that.
Oh,
I think
yes!
that's,
So, and the judge ordered,
especially
his-
as models get bigger and bigger, and you want you to
that
fancy your
Supergirl,
things, you
yeah,
want bigger models.
scumbag
It
to
becomes
pay
easier.
$7,000. But
Yeah.
the thing is kind of
And it's not a problem of like,
damages by
legal
default. I guess she didn't want to
It's
reply
just
to
that, for
anything. That's
example,
why
if
I
you're
didn't argue with show
some
more,
big
so that's why
company,
they're doing it. She's a piece of She's a worthless piece of shit. Yeah, she's a
really hard to
worthless
process big companies.
Well, and
like
not
this.
a, listen, and it's hard
So
because
even if it's not even a matter of like
I
if
knew
you're
a
just
couple of
like
dudes who knew him.
a student,
He's a hard guy to like
if
stuff,
you're like
from what I
the best
understand.
programmer
I
at
know
the
same time,
you're still
he
gonna
didn't
have
rape anybody,
privilege.
and that's been proven now.
But apparently, what I heard
research.
I thought so.
Again, it wouldn't be funny.
Yeah, like an approximate
And they're like, the thing about Trevor, it's not his skill. He's terrible in the clubhouse. Like the ring stuff, they obviously it's all
and that's
false.
just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side where Trevor said there are these massive
In the clubhouse, he's a bit of a nightmare.
It's a cumulative.
where
It's a cumulative effort. It's a cooperative effort. And they're how many food bands?
with like one benefit is maybe
was
the
a
more memory damage sounds like bigger locals versus using GPU.
Stories all the
Or
time.
using NVIDIA GPU. But
It'd be
the
nice to
downside
see
is these models are bigger.
I mean, I would love to see him pitch again. Although
they're
he
going to need
is,
to fit
he
often
is
not even on a
dangerously
single
close to becoming Danny Powers now that he's down in Mexico.
There's no way that's
Have you seen
gonna fit.
video of him? He's like, fuck yes, fuck you, bitch, and the benches. It's hysterical.
It's not a question as much as like does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough
Screaming full
to
screen.
do these things and then like we're satisfied. Maybe you get other problems that maybe we're looking at inside.
You're like, oh,
But people are always
this is entertaining. That's real entertainment. Bring that up. That really true.
And that's
Trevor Bauer,
one
Mexico,
really
crazy. I mean, it's awesome. Oh boy.
Don't you want that?
It's awesome. I don't think it's helping him. Kenny Powers, sorry, Kenny
It's
Powers.
not
help him get
And
back.
also,
Like going and really dodging. No, listen, no one is
satisfied.
He's like, fuck it. I'm back
And no one in the league wants that, but I do. And it's selfish. It's like my favorite. Some of my favorite entertainers are people no one wants to have work anymore. But I go, yeah, but I love them.
Resist the power centers that grow in there.
There's actually an alternative
It's
to
44
looking
minutes of him.
that I am.
That's hilarious.
I think it's still very much in the research.
You
Like
ever see when
you
he
could imagine
against those high school kids?
to homomorphic
No kid
encryption
goes
for
yard on him.
So
I
you
want some
encrypt your
freak,
image on
some
your
prospect.
and you send that up,
Just you
and
see
then
him strike out anybody.
the server
And some young
can
prospect
use
just goes
lots of
fucking yard on
I
him.
see
Some
it.
young kid.
I see
on
videos with the jacked Asian dude
but
out
you
in
cannot
SoCal.
see
I
what
forgot
it
that.
is,
I
and then
love
they
that
send
guy.
back
He got Korean color, I believe. But he's jacked and he's
so I
like a
think
pig.
that's
He
still
makes these
very
YouTube
much
videos like he
research
throw
and
gas
all
like
of this
heavy
is
or whatever.
about,
And
but
I'm like,
if
this
you can
guy's
make that happen,
bananas. This guy's
I think that would
genuinely.
be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models
I
get
mean,
better
I'm
and
sure
better,
Brian's probably
they're
working.
going
Like,
to
there's
become more and more
Faye Dunaway.
and so more and more of the
Like,
world's information
Oscar winner. My friend,
will
my friend
flow
did her team.
through,
She just
one
wrote
or
herself
two
a gift.
like
Yeah,
that.
what about the conference? No
And
way.
then
Oh yeah,
there are worries about, this can be traditional accuracy, but it also creates
She wouldn't talk to
kind
anybody.
of weird part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in
I've
Syntax,
heard so many stories about certain
you
actors and
can
actresses,
have
especially. That's
surveillance in very fast ways. And
Yeah,
sometimes that will happen
Ellen's a
for,
classic example of
initially will be like good
like
reasons, like
she's
people
kind of
will
just
want to
disappeared.
try
She's
to protect against like bad actors using
She
AI models in bad ways.
because
And then you
well,
will
she
add in
said
some
everybody
surveillance,
was like,
and
hey,
then
you
someone else will
built a
come in
whole
and
house
you're in a slippery
false
slope, and then
premise.
you start
Be kind, and you're a nightmare.
Well, that's what I've always used Ellen as an example. It's like it's very
So
peculiar.
I'm very hopeful that
Chelsea
we can
Handler
solve homomorphic encryption.
kill
Yeah,
puppies.
and
She'll be
probably
fine.
preserving
You know
machine
why?
learning, but I would say
Since
that
she was
that's
like
the
19 and moved to Hollywood, she's like, I don't like you. I
software
don't want to
these
go
days.
friend.
It's
Fuck you.
Chelsea's awesome. I
And so
love
she,
There's so many
David
features that
Letterman
we provided from the
got
cloud
caught
and all this.
banging an
You
intern
rely
as
on
a
it
married
and you
man.
feel
And
like
he
awesome.
went on the
There's
air that night. He's like, so
downsides.
that
That's why you
happened.
rely on the security
Hope we
protect
can
from
get
basic
past
attacks.
this. Tonight's
There's
test
also
is, but because he never sold himself as being
companies that are
like
controlling that
Yeah,
data.
I remember they always say
You
the
know,
first
and
things.
they
Two
they
things
obviously
you
have
hear
leverage
when
and
you
it can be infiltrated.
Two
all
things
kinds
are
of ways.
happening.
That's the
You're
world
the
we're in.
architect yet?
Yeah, I mean, but sometimes just actually worried about it, sort of the world
I
where
had
the
I had a
traffic
personal experience with her. It wasn't that extensive, but she was
we're on like the low ESL
no, her and Portia were
of like
quite nice
the
to me.
models, but as we
But
get to
again, no, it was a minute and a half of my life where we talked about almost, but they were very nice to
By the way,
me.
very
I got, she,
powerful.
when she was younger, she was a hell of a comic. I don't care what
Yeah, for sure. She was
Mostly she was really using to just want to monitor all the
She made all the money in the world.
so I think that's
There's those
I don't know,
sort of
I don't know.
reasonable,
I don't know if you're fine.
understandable.
You know, I think that when you,
that
I think it's very hard to go from
like all the
being
world's
somebody
information
that America likes to
monitored
be
that heavily
sort of like
was
exposed that way.
decentralized. It's like
Is she that type of person? I will tell you right now, all these guys who were like, I don't give a fuck what people think about me. I was like, I do.
go road. On the other
Like,
side,
I want people to like me. I will be very
I don't know
bothered
if I trust
knew a lot
all
of
the
people
words
didn't like me. I'm
not
very bothered by
Well, it depends how famous you
Yeah.
are. You can't
What do you
control.
think is different
Sure,
than
care about people that know you.
because I think
I mean, I think you guys get it hard. Stand-ups, I
a lot
think,
of
have
the
the hardest
data would
because
never
people
have
who literally don't even know you will start to say things about you as a person when they just aren't fans of your
where
work, and that's ridiculous.
this is
What I
often like you want
meant,
to give
though, I
more
guess,
data.
was
You want to give personal data that
some
you
of these
never have put
people,
online.
especially a lot of these like reality stars and rappers, I've noticed, like they genuinely
Oh,
don't say
God, he's
and there's
okay.
something very admirable about that. I go, I don't know if I'm a puss
Where
or
right now,
like an honest boy. Like I'm very concerned. I would like it if lots of people like me. I would be very concerned.
like
People in
this
show business feel that way.
but here
I
it's
think most people want to be liked. But
centralized actors that see the exact plain text.
Yeah, you can't. That's I
On the
guess
top of the
probably
context,
one of the trappings of
that's
being
actually
really
the when I'm writing
Yeah,
code,
we're misunderstood.
Python, there's a bunch of stuff that's
Casey,
It's,
help me find this video. So this is the
you
Trevor
could
Bauer.
probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like them to
It's Kenny Powers.
do. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
I think we do a lot better at keeping context for that in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with the
He's legit
So
Kenny
the more
Powers.
context we give these models, first of all, just slower they are, and more sensitive to
I wonder if the rest seems like Jesus Christ, dude, take it easy.
hopefully for a lot of
he was
these
a doctor. As a doctor, I love.
Was he like that when he was a
so the
doctor?
bar for
Not to that
accuracy
degree, but he was
is
a
irrelevant.
He's a Cy Young caliber pitcher at that time, but also like
But
I have to assume.
this is
I know the fan.
already
I'm pumped.
some
When he's like,
automatic context.
yeah, he's like your team.
He's definitely someone
Exactly.
who's
So I have to assume his teammate. Now,
And
there are probably some teammates who
I
are
think that there are a
back
lot
and
of
understand like
cool
public perception. Are like, dude,
ideas
here.
I love that. Get
both
the
on
fuck
the
out of here.
learning
You
better.
in the clubhouse, the issues a lot of the, especially the big dogs have, like on the
I
Dodgers,
think that they're
especially
also
if they were to sign him, is he has a camera crew. Yeah, so
You know,
he
stuff
offered
we try
contracts,
out
but they
really
wanted a
well
camera
with
crew with him at all times.
writ large.
So you have guys like Freddie
About
Freeman, like,
Can you get language models
our
for
duck
things where
like, like,
understand
nobody wants that attention.
And the most popular
Okay, so shout out to Snows.
infinite,
She
then
sent
if you
me
make the
some
context
of
from
her
this
guys'
you make the
walks.
model
Like,
actually
in Jersey,
attention to context.
Tiger. A
And then
Tiger.
you make it
Yeah, sorry.
context.
In these doors,
To
so
make it somewhat feasible to actually do it,
Yeah.
can you then do caching?
Yeah, why does it always happen? I wouldn't do this.
But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to functioning for actually learning
But also,
information.
don't scream like that. You're making it
And
worse.
it might be that you actually get sort of qualitative
If you had
different
that tiger
type of
jacket, you would scream like
understanding
a
if you
bitch.
do it more through a level
So
than if you
would
do it
I.
in context. Like,
You're right.
the jury's still looking
It would
out
fucking hurt.
on how this is all going to
Yeah,
work.
but I tend to
But in the
be
interim,
really
us
calm
as a
and
company,
just
we
be
are
like this. I'd
really
be like,
excited
I
about that
grab
relationship
it like
system,
this and just pull it
taking
in.
the parts of the cookies
If it
that
was
are
wearing a
most
gear,
likely
what
to
is
get
that guy walking with the tiger? You're just trying
Like
to take
one
a step.
interesting
Yeah, so in
concept
Thailand,
for
they'll let
learning
you walk a
this
tiger.
knowledge
That's what you get.
directly
Yeah, and then you kneel down for a picture
with
because you're a
So,
retard.
where the
So one of the things they say with tigers is when you're
yeah,
working with them, don't
so
fall in front of them. If you fall in
so
front of
these
them, their
models in pre-training of
instinct will
female
take
players,
over. Don't get close to
they probably also
Why?
take questions and answers about
And
it,
some tigers you
and then
can
they
get engaged with, and some tigers you can never get
I'm not Bear Grylls. I
So
grew up in
when
a
you ask a
suburban
question about
urban
the
environment. Like,
sometimes it'll
what
be,
is it with these people?
sometimes
I
it
don't know
actually
social
gets
media.
pretty
Like these people who are like petting wolves. I'm like, what are you
And I think
doing?
like
on set. I've been on plenty of sets. hit by buffaloes trying to
so
do
what if you could actually like
I've been on
specifically
plenty of sets.
translate
Rachel
the
Hollywood,
models,
so
but
true.
that it's really
Hollywood's like,
Chin's lost so many cousins.
in Hollywood, you'll be there, and
it's
all
an
of a
open
sudden they're
research
shooting some commercial,
workplace.
and they'll be at
And then there's
lion.
also uncertainty of like, do you
And I
want
remember
the
they took
model
the
to
lion
the
out of the cage, and
is doing
all the
everything.
actors I was with were
Doing
down
the
there
table
with
and
this
internal,
close to the
and
lion.
then kind of answering
And I was
questions,
up
creating a code, or do you
I was
want to
upstairs,
separate
like
the
at the
retreat
door, so I could run out the door. Because that lion doesn't
or
give
maybe
a fuck about his trainer.
really
If
capable
that lion
models that are
says,
much
you know,
better
I
than
don't
the best
like
of
it today,
the
and I'm going to eat that
Yeah,
head.
that's cool.
Remember chimps? When they
And
had
then you
chimps, they
want
brought a
to
bunch of
separately
chimps.
train
For this commercial,
the retreat,
I'll
to be
never
the thing
forget
that
it. The
feeds into
guy
context.
was saying, stay back, stay over there, all the
These
way
people
over
are
there, get
working
over
with
there,
most training
over there, to
models
people
and
like that.
code base.
And the chimps were
what do you mean by that?
200 yards away, and they're all being led. They're all walking like
Yeah, I
this,
mean,
you know,
there are
into
many
the thing,
possible
and they were like,
ways
I think
to
they were all
really
chained
no
up
sort of
together.
ideas.
And he was like,
It's
back
just a
there,
question of
back
going in
over
and
that way.
trying all
They
of
didn't
it
take
and
any
being
over.
smart
I was
about
about
which one
voting
works
for
best.
Kid 3D. He's like, yeah, no, he's fine, he's fine.
You know, one very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the
staff
episode,
pictures
and
with
with
women.
models.
He just
So
grabs one woman's
let's
titty, just
like
like,
continue
boom,
pre-training,
she's going to come out.
continue pre-training
And
those
she's like,
boost
okay,
channels,
straight
but also
lady.
throws a lot of the data
He's like, all right, I'll take it from here. You're like, oh, this could go south.
it's
Bulldozer day.
meaning
Anything.
let's just start with
You
stuff
know, we were talking
like
about how
you have
silly
like
it is,
a
the guys
normal
that I don't need
doing
tricks,
data
I see
set about
red.
code. So you throw in a lot of
I will admit, I'm that guy with
without
animals.
code
Yeah,
in that
Because I was like,
repository.
all the way up to,
So
once you
either
start getting to,
get
like,
trackers
Dr.
one,
Elmo's, I'm
which
like,
might be
what do
difficult,
you
or
do?
you could
I'm
do
not beating a bear.
if it has
But
suggested using
Coyote, unless it's cannibal, like, I can take a coyote. If I get to back, it's fine.
model
Because I've choked out my goats and sheep pretty enough. I think I can take
code.
anything
So you
simian.
can take the pieces of the
You're
code that
done.
prompt them all
There's no,
for
you
how the
don't
model
stand.
proposed
But you know what, baboon, ultimately, you
and then
get all
add
ripped up.
those,
I saw a
as
chimpanzee,
instructions
a video, no, granted,
and then
chimps is
in theory,
I
despite
saw a video of a chimp from like the
unlock
20s. All these dudes were in like suits and smoking pipes. It was like the 20s in black and white.
Let me ask you about
And he was
AI.
pulling a train
What do you think is the role of
by a
that
rope,
kind of
one-handed.
test time?
You're not
And
finding
he's
it.
there going, oh, look at this.
I think
Well, they
test
strapped
time
the bronze here. They strapped the female chimp into a chair.
So there's been
and they had her
pre-training
pull from
regimes
handcuffs.
which
And it was so
will,
insane.
as you scale up
She was
the
just like
data,
pulling some crazy amount more
you
than
better
man.
better
She was
performance,
just like,
and loss,
Did you ever watch Jim Crazy?
downstream benchmarks, and just general performance. So
What
you
I
use
did
it
watch was
or
fast food. Basically, he's
we're
like,
starting to hit
I kept
a
going,
bit of
all right,
data
who's your
wall,
best friend?
meaning
Okay,
it's going to be hard to continue
I know the ending. That's why I'm saying I don't want to see
and
that.
so
I know what
scale up
happens.
test time
It's like those 9/11 movies that came out in like
increasing
2004,
the
going to
number
the
of
cage and
different
flight
times
240.
blocks that we
I was like,
use,
I don't want to
but
see that.
still
Okay,
getting
I know the ending.
like yeah,
I
as
did
you
see
increase the number
the
of blocks
documentary, I think, for
getting
Herzog did about Tippi Hedren, about Melanie Griffith's parents.
Traditionally, we just have literally trained a bigger model that always uses
it's called
that
Aurora.
always use that many more blocks, but now we just not use the same size model
Oh, he was living with
and run it for longer to be able to get
50 tigers
an
and
answer
leopards.
to much
John,
larger model.
John,
And so
like,
the really interesting thing I like about this
You know, like,
is
like,
there are some problems that perhaps
she was like 9.
People were getting
100
bit.
trillion
Fucked up.
Not in Zimbabwe, in
but that's
Laurel
like
Canyon.
maybe
No
1%,
way. Dude, it's
maybe like 0.1%.
insanity.
More than it was
So are you
more
going to
than
spend all of this effort,
it
all
was
this
more than it was
training
more than
model
50.
that costs that much
It was more
and
than
then
50.
run it so infrequently? It feels
It was
completely
more than
wasteful
it was
when
more
instead
than
you get the model
now
that
those
can
teeth is going to
and
get it to a
you
number.
train the model
Do
to
you know how it was like
the
an educated
99.9%
at
query,
that height with
then
that
you have
head?
a way of
You'll see her.
inference time running it longer
At some point.
for those few
But I
people
don't
that
want to be so
really,
cute.
really
Be
want
so nice. Oh, that was kind of gangster.
How do you figure
That was
out
pretty sick.
which problem
That was the
requires
Edson
more
Barbosa. That's
level
in Terry Adams right there.
that possible to dynamically figure out when to use
He's
64
actually
and
You also won't waste
when
of
to
time.
use a small
Yeah, so what
model
are we
and when
doing?
to use
That's like Elvis's karate. You know, where you're like, what are we doing, guys?
I mean,
Also, hey, Jim, just do
yeah,
Jim
that's
shit.
that's
You don't need to learn to fight. Yeah, let's hang out.
I don't think anyone
Let's chill, dude.
we'd like to. We have like
Because there was a time up until pretty recently,
For
probably like the
someone
80s, where if you were good
but
and
at the level of
successful in
like
Hollywood,
going
you
between
could be
4
fucking
Sonic
insane.
to
Yeah.
one. It's a
Utterly.
bit trickier for that. Like, there's also questions like what level of intelligence
cats.
you need
It was
to determine
bring up
if
roar, and you
is
should see. So they're shooting every day with
too
these
hard for
huge lions
the
and tigers and
model.
leopards,
You need
and people are
the
getting fucked
one
up.
level model.
Like the crew is getting
It's
bit,
really
torn up, and it was
But you mentioned so there's a
Good at images.
street training
What a
process.
moron. These
There's
cats were somehow, they were like,
there's
all right, this is real, that's real.
Where's the biggest
That's all
game?
real.
And Melanie Griffith
Well,
was like a
it's
kid.
weird
Yeah, they
because
kept
like
trying to
that's
shoot
kind of
it.
confused.
You
There's
see,
like a
look,
whole
wait, go
training
there to the left, see all those
strategy that you
lions?
get test
That's real. That's real right
And
there.
the really other really weird thing about this
That's like
is
Sunset Boulevard. I'm not
no,
getting right
like
now. I'm
outside
not
of
talking
big labs,
Zaire. We're not
just
taking
doesn't
like,
no one really
That's
knows how
actually
it
real.
works. Like there's
That's
this really
the
interesting
craziest
paper
oh, Jesus
that
Christ. I feel so bad for those animals. It's just such a bad situation.
and so
Oh, God.
perhaps they're doing something with pre-shows music
I
process.
think that the Lions are
But
safe.
yeah,
There was a
I think
certain
the
level
issue
of
is
crazy in Hollywood.
we don't
Because like
quite
you just hear
know
the stories of
exactly what
like
it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like
Judy
where
Garland's
it fits
life
in.
as
I
like
put it
a
in post training, so maybe like
men did to her. It's like, oh, it's
for this time
that's
for getting that time to work for a
But then there was
model
a certain
is
level
going
of
to
awesome crazy in
warp your
Hollywood
training.
that cell phones and cameras are
So we don't even know if O1
I was,
is
it's just,
using
I'm going to say
like, chain of thought
1986
around how they're
at the
using
Laker
the
game. And at the forum, right before the Staples Center, at the forum in Inglewood, there was an underground, like,
if you were to
concession
build a
stand
computing
in
model,
Bathurst. And it was kind of off the beat.
So
But it was like
one
where
thing
the
to do
locker room
would be,
kind of guys went into
I
the
think
locker room,
probably
like
need to
people
try
come in.
process reward
So you
model,
go down there, you go to the
which
bathroom, and it
is
was kind
so
of cool. It's
maybe
kind
we
of
can get into reward
felt
models,
like you weren't
outcome
supposed to be
reward
there.
models versus process reward models.
Go and
Outcome
pee.
reward
My
models
cousin
are
Chris,
kind of
he's probably 6 years
traditional
old,
reward
so he
models
was
that
probably a
people are
teenager at
trained
the time. I was like 7.
for language
We're at
models,
this
language modeling, and it's just a
And I
big
sit
final
on my
thing.
pants
So
and
if you're
I
doing the
turn
math
around.
problem, once it's that
Sean
final
Penn
thing,
and
you've
Jack
done
Nicholson
everything,
come out of the same
and
stall.
let's assign a
So
trait
like,
there.
okay.
How likely is it?
Why?
Like what's the
I
reward for
literally.
this outcome?
No, they were
Process reward models instead try to create
And
the OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer,
do you understand
where
stars
they
of that caliber?
used
Nowadays,
human
they're like
language
everyone's
to get this
filming. We have to go to
low
a private
700,000
They
data
were
set
brazen.
of
Okay, to
creating
ruin
things.
celebrity.
so I turned
Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything
because
interesting
again, he was like 16.
in the ways that people use process reward
And we
models
get out of the bathroom,
outside
and I
of
was like,
just
"Why are these like they were
using it as a means
cocaine?
of
They were doing drugs."
assessing how we choose between like so like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of application language models and then use the process reward model to create all those generations alongside maybe some other stuff, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work,
I hate it. I hate because he
process
don't
reward
want to
models,
smoke
because if
it.
you
It's
really
not
can grade every
It seems
single
very hard
step
to like.
of
But
the
at the same time,
thought,
he's
then you can kind of branch
he's
out
never been on
and,
screen that I have where I've
explore
seen him and
multiple
I've gone, God, he's fucking
and
great.
then use these process reward models to evaluate how
actor, but
good
he's a hard drinking, hard drugging, hard smoking. When he flew to Ukraine,
somehow
it was in the
strongly
war
correlated with the
Remember when
quality
he
of
was hanging out with El
outcomes.
Chapo?
But then they give
got caught for
models
that.
and
Well, I'll tell you what, I met him once. He was so fucking nice and really well. I met him once.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train process, or the interesting work that has been open source and people I think talk about is how to train the process.
Is it weird we hear
Maybe in a more
when
automated
a
way.
lot of people talk about how
I
someone
could be wrong
is
here
this
to
or
not
that,
be mentioning
and
something,
you
but I
have
haven't
an
seen
experience
anything
with them,
super
and it's not the case.
that seems to work really well for
I can't
using
experience
the process reward models to create research.
This is before the controversy.
This is kind of an AI safety and a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding and there's several thousand different decisions to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize. They're also flat out saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to ensure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is affecting the work thinking about hiding the chain of thought. One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely separate, could be that you want to make it hard for people to just totally capabilities out of their model. You might actually consider good access to that so you can
He was like a genuinely
the technology.
enjoyable person to be around. He realized he wanted his blaster ass. All right, you want to suck the skin off your dick. He knew I was there to see my wife. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck. It's gonna be
Some of
easy
the
for
less
him.
small projects, and also this is speculation.
He's pretty
But,
sick too. He's pretty sick on
Some
screen.
of these
Like,
guys used to offer easy access to lockup books for other citizens of the day. And also lock
I don't like how
some of these
all
guys
controversial people
again,
get thrown into the same category as like Cosby. I'm
one of
like,
the thoughts is that
really?
the reason those were taken
Cosby's
away
still
if you have
torn.
access to log probabilities,
Really?
similar to this,
I can't believe he's still
give you
alive.
even more information to try and distill
He
the
tore his own
capabilities out of
stuff.
the
Go for
APIs
yourself.
that
I'd go see Bill Cosby just for the almost
as an
the
abstract challenge. Also, the discussion about
Can't see.
us figuring a lot.
Thanks.
I think
I'd
that
literally go to that just for the
Bill
curiosity of like the people that
so
show
we
up,
made O1 available.
what his
for
jokes
35.
are now.
Like we were when
Not
we
right now.
got them out, we were trying to find it out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I got promos on Sirius
Find it
for
out.
Bill Cosby
But,
show.
Oh my god.
I was just a
O1
little
is
rapper.
not part of the
You wanna come see the show?
and
Make you
still
some
haven't found a way to
cappuccino.
get
Come on the face.
the editor in a way that we use for every hour, maybe even
And
every
he's
day.
in, he's
And so,
in court.
I
think that the jury still out on how to use the model.
He was actually a bad
We
guy.
haven't seen examples yet
He's
of
one of the
people
race.
releasing things, but
Insanity, right?
it seems really
Yeah,
clear,
but
like,
by
oh,
the time they
that's
caught him, he has one eye.
the obvious one to like
Bit
put
over
into
his
is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these
It's like he got away with it. He has all the riches.
but we're still
So he lived 60 years of ultimate fame and wealth, and he's gonna live 3 or 4 years as a bad guy.
He's like, I got
it
it.
has
Yeah,
a
good.
significant limitation.
Well, he almost went to jail. He was in
Even
jail, right?
barring
Weinstein's gonna die.
it
Weinstein's
is not
Weinstein
fair,
will die in jail.
and that
He was a
means
total.
Yeah, Bill Cosby's free, man.
the things where you want to supervise the output
Wow.
and set your waiting for the wall effect to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of testing
Do you think Bill Cosby, in comparison to other celebrity men who have
so many
done
things that like,
probably not as bad as
don't feel quite right, and I suspect
they paid a weird price.
in
Do you
parallel
think this is
to
a similar to O.J. Simpson situation where
the amount of pre-training
anything
data,
happened
besides the models of pre-training and
a
finding
couple
tricks there,
years prior,
so
and I
now
was
there's all
living
this
in LA,
threat
and O.J. got because
better.
the LA riots when they said that
Well,
the
let me
cops
ask you
that were
about
accused of
Strawberry
arming
Tomorrow Eyes.
Rodney King, when they said not guilty,
So it
the
looks
city
like
on fire exploded. Well,
the
proverbially and
pilot
literally, it was so scary and so
in
overwhelming.
some kind of
They
way,
were like not gonna.
and I think some of
Do
the
you think
comments were saying
Like,
this
is
is
this
the
one
first
guy
done.
really worth blowing up the city?
Well,
I
you
think I
said
saw
about
one
Derek
comment
Chauvin.
saying that.
There was no way that they were going to find Derek
Time to shut
Chauvin
down Twitter.
not guilty of
So the time to
homicide
shut down
when
Twitter.
the whole
I
country
think these
gets
speech
his
is a little
mind.
bit
But
different.
in fact, if you actually look
Software
at the
speeches are
actual
the
evidence,
20 times.
he didn't kill George
Where I
Floyd.
think that this
It was
here
an
is
OD.
really,
It's,
really, really
yeah, and so it was an
And so I
OD.
think
And
that
so
the best
now
product
there's
in
this real
3 to 4
movement to
years
get
will
him
just be
out
soon
because
before
it's
we're
like
in the best
he's
product
rotting in
today.
jail because even his
And
police
you
practices
can
that
like
this
wax
putting his
poetic
knee on
about
someone's
most
neck,
this
They
and
still do.
they still
that
do
and
it to police
this
technology.
are
And so what
But
he
I
was
think
doing
in
was
the end,
practicing,
just
but
if you
that
don't
wasn't
have
relevant. It was
like
like
you
during the
stop
Black
donating
Lives
on the
Matter
fire,
march.
you will
When you, if you were to say you guys are wearing
that's also
masks
great
and
for
spreading
startups.
COVID,
That's
in
great
your
for people
marches,
trying
you
to
would
enter this
never have
market.
won that. You would
Because it means you have an
have crushed
opportunity.
for that.
So
So
you're against
there's
people
a lot
that
of the
lots of
mainstream
users
media
already.
has and continues to lose its credibility and
And
should
so I
because
think
they
over
just
the next
can't
few
be
years, it's just
objective.
about
And
building the best product,
woke
building
mind
the best
virus
system, and
got
that
in,
both
they
comes
were
down
all
to the
infected
modeling
by
engine side
the
of things.
insanity of it. And
And
the
it also
Washington
comes down
Post
to the
saying
editing
that
things.
the mysterious
most
drop
of
of fentanyl, not even being able to
Additional
give
value from
Trump
versus
credit,
everything
even
else
though
out
you
there
might hate him as
is
somebody
not
to criticize,
just
but you got to give credit where it's
indicating
credit credit's due, otherwise you're lying.
comes from
Otherwise you're just
all
being
of the
deceptive again, and we
depth
all
that
see
goes
through.
into these custom
And they
models
did it with
that
Rogan,
you don't
with
realize
CNN,
are
and
working
the
for
horse
you
warming
in
Billy took
every facet
1,000
of
things. He talked about
as
it.
well as like
You
the
listen
really
to him. There was the only other thing he took. Ivermectin, he took monoclonal antibodies. He
All
took.
right,
He took a
from
Z
that
pack. He took
finance,
everything. It was like a
let's
huge
go
shout
down
out to
to
Western
because
medicine.
you mentioned
So
the
he said,
synthetic synthetic
and
data.
it was the ivermectin that got in trouble.
Can you
Well,
please
and also,
explain?
Yeah,
like,
I think
what bothered me is like,
there's
and
3
people
main
believe
types of
this is a
synthetic
guy
data.
who takes
The
horse
first
dewormer.
is
And I
so what
was
is
like,
synthetic data first? There's
fair,
normal
it
data,
is a horse dewormer.
non-synthetic
But
data,
that's like
which
saying,
is
can you
data that's
believe
naturally
they play a
created,
sport where they hit a
i.e.
racket against a
usually
dog chew toy?
and
And I was like,
so
it's also a
from
dog
some
chew
human
toy, but it is a
perspective.
ball designed for, you know what I'm
Synthetic
saying?
data,
Like, ivermectin is
the first one
used
would
in that
be
way, but
great
it's also
analogy.
a Nobel
So having a
Prize
language
winning
model,
That's a great analogy.
medication for humans.
probability distribution
I think we should wrap this up. I think
and then you can train the last
We
physical
can wrap it
model.
up with DC popping.
This approach is not going to get you a net, like more physical model than the original one that has produced the tokens.
All designed for, you know what I'm saying?
It's really useful
Can you
for
believe-
if there's some
I mean, it's
capability
like,
you want to
can you
elicit
believe
from
this
this
is a
really
guy who
expensive
takes horse
model,
dewormer. And
and then
I was
distill
like,
that down into
fair,
some
it is a
smaller
horse dewormer. But that's like saying, can you believe
The second
they
time
played a
is
sport where they hit a
when
racket against
like
a
one
dog
direction
chew
of the problem
toy?
is
I was like,
easier than
It's
the other.
also a dog chew toy, but
Yeah.
it is a ball
So
designed for, you know
a
what I'm
great
saying?
example
Like, ivermectin is used in that way, but it's also a
Where
Nobel Prize winning
it's a lot easier to
medication
introduce
for
into the
humans.
we should wrap this up. I think
to actually attack them. This is probably the
We can wrap it up with DC popping. But
and so
one thing that's
so you can do
sticking
this
out there
as
is
small,
you guys all work out.
not that data itself. That's small.
What do you think the world record is?
So
Just a
and then
ballpark.
you can use that dense brain, use it synthetic.
In a day,
The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that different big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is
say 10,000.
producing text with language models that can then be
I'm gonna say your shoulders can even. I'm gonna say.
so like a clear example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect language.
So he hasn't been broken since 1980. 10,507.
Like you can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level. And I mean this is the case very much the case for
How long did that take?
where verification is actually really, really
Those last 8,000.
Like a day.
and then what you can do is you can have an
It had to be a day
model
over 24. I mean,
generate a ton of routes,
So
and then choose the ones that
this
you know
that's without stopping.
without stopping.
Because the guy just did the pull-up
there's similar things
tougher
code
than
with
push-ups.
code like problems
And he did 24 hours.
where if you have a set of data that you know will stop you if something has to be tested actually
Oh my
solve
God,
problems.
set the
You
record.
can do the same thing with your
That's so Japanese.
train with all the
You know what I'm
assets.
saying? Where they're like,
Is there video of
I think
it?
it's gonna be a little tricky getting
It's in
it to work
1980 side.
in
Well, I can try to find
all the
Japan.
just
I love Japan. I
like
love
having the
Japanese
perfect
culture, and I
verifier
have
is really, really hard to do.
Japanese are
It's
very.
just like
I had a
open-ended,
bone to pick with you.
miscellaneous tasks you get to follow, or more like long horizon tasks.
They are
Even in
so
That's
sophisticated,
not
and
a
they're so above us in the West that they don't
so
even
yeah,
show
so that's the
genitals in their
category
porn.
request.
They pixelate their porn. I'm on the
Verification
sites,
feels
and
like
I
it's
go to
best when
Japanese
you
thing,
know
and it's
for a fact
literally
it's
like
correct,
just
and
like you can see
then
pixelated
like
push.
it wouldn't be like using a
But
language model to
The
verify.
next video
If
is a
you're
girl
using
putting 7 needles in her asshole
or
and then eating diarrhea.
system,
I'm like,
Or
how do
running
we?
the thing.
What the fuck? What do we do here? You can't watch.
We're just doing it all.
You can't, but you have to. You have to do VPN. You
But like
can do
the
Pornhub.
really
You can.
small version
You
of
have to
it.
have it's like there's like 2 or 3 sites you can't do.
Yeah.
The major ones, yeah. Like
Yeah.
Pornhub.
I think that's the
I
category
go to
that
you
is
can't. I go to a couple.
most
No,
likely.
or you have to have a VPN. Yeah, VPN you watch right now. Yeah.
What
VPN
about
you can like 2 girls, 1 cup. HD.
what's the role of that in getting better performance
That's pretty much it.
on the model?
All right. Anything to plug?
Yeah, so
Just
RLHF
Brian's ass.
is when the reward model
If you're interested, I think I'm still doing a podcast. I don't know.
some
It's hard.
labels
I
is
don't
collected.
get, but my Patreon is there. I have a lot of things in the oven.
I think
Hopefully,
this
I'll
works
talk
if
about
you
it off
have
here with you guys. One is like
get
it's
the
the thing. It'd be the fighter and the kid of my life, and it would change my whole thing. So that's all
RLAIF
thought across my fingers.
I got off limits. I got
because
Carrot
you're kind
Top.
of depending on
Nice.
like this is actually kind
He was funny as shit.
of going to
Such a cool guy.
it's depending on the constraints that
crushed on
verification
Tommy too.
is.
So he was in town. I got him on the podcast. It was fucking great.
Fan of
Because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the
He's a
language
fan
model
of-
outputs and improve
he's
the
like,
language
yeah.
model. But no, it actually may work
It's
if
very rich.
the language model has a much easier time verifying the solution than does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of conversion. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of RLAIF and RLHF, where usually the model is actually quite correct in the case of picking between like 2 possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging, just only like 100 examples to like kind of align that fire the model has with exactly the version. It looks different than I think normal art.
I've never served in military. I've never been in government.
What's your intuition when you compare
The small amount that I've traveled to
generations and verification? Generation
countries
and
has been like this much.
is
But I will say
developing way easier
You're talking about
generation?
My
tens of
intuition
maybe
would just
hundreds
say,
of
yeah,
millions of
probably it should
Muslims
be.
around the globe.
Like this is kind of
Isn't something
going
that
back
call
to
for most people
like if you believe Steve is not equal to Steve, then there's this massive class of problems that are much easier to verify.
Probably right.
I wonder if the same thing is
Stay safe for a little bit.
he's not even part of the
I just think that, you know, when you're talking about with these men that Douglas Murray is taking
But
them,
AI, who
is
gets the
such a
credit?
small.
Another open philosophical question.
I'm actually surprised with what like it could that for one I actually don't have monster. I don't know what a monster is.
Sorry, what about fires or
Field metal
Metal level.
this is all
Feels metal comes first. Well, you would say that.
it's also just like isolated system, you know, if I Like I don't even know if I
You don't need to do. I feel like I have much more interesting there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of there was a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time, like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of theorem proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard open problems.
So you think it'll be Phil's one first? It won't be like in physics or in.
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably not likely. Like it's probably much more likely that they'll get them. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like BSD, which is the first version that you get hard math problems. It's actually really hard. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even the solution looks like. We don't even know what a path looks like.
Then you go by the idea that this is like an isolated system. So you have a good reward system, and it feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields medal before AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'm very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Phil's medal.
Phil's medal.
All right. It feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
It was interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think it's some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And Chinchilla showed a more correct version. And then from then, people have again kind of deviated from doing compute optimal things. Because people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really well, given an inference budget. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters, data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much cheaper and faster and super long context. And even if maybe it has 10x more scaling properties during training, you need to spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities. It's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum, and it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance.
Raw intelligence.
And raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is, I'm particularly bullish on distillation. And like, how many knobs can we turn to, if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than is usual. Right, but if you really care about it, maybe you think here's what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the tail divergence with the distribution of Gamma 2070, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this, smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model, smaller.
Yeah, distillation in theory is
did you find
getting out more signals from the data. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not necessarily over, but like partially helping with the data as well. So like you already have so much data to train on, like train this really, really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it into this small model. Maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than it would have originally.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? You can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for big stuff in the RLHF?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details that train these large models that I just don't know. I don't really fit into large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Spending a lot of this money and assuming like you have to know how and offer it, or if you're saying like you have to offer it with like the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained.
Mm-hmm.
If we look in how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you call raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of tune whether you want to be trained a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things?
And like, I'm more privy to Arvid's beliefs that we're sort of idea limited, but there's always that. Like,
but if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of.
You would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas that we have.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data you can collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble, like there aren't that many people in the world who really make this computer. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like really, really hard to engineer. As like a very hand-wavy example, if you look at the original point paper, how much work was joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts embedded in literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe good kernels, maybe whatever else. I don't know if there's any originally, just that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting nodes here to go in and do all this code, right? And that was like probably one of the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation models, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture they dreamed up that is like getting 50-40% utilization of the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit, where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to the GPT 4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling, and like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas where like everything is working, and you just sort of bang on it and try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas for it. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, you probably want to spend some then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas
at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how, big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think programming, the nature of programming, changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast on what you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can I just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about, latency. But then a big piece of a reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in a text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with the thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually abdicating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and just all the other things involved in a system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you do a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of a code base that, maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed and the human in the driver's seat we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style, if you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking, because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was, and there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate, and looking up something really gnarly, and that stuff exists. It's definitely not at zero, but programming today is way more fun than back then. It's like we're really getting down to the delight, concentration, and all the things that really draw people to programming. Like, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed, and also individual control. Like, all those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's just going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be less about, maybe less a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun.
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was, like, we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to our context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, I don't know, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like, what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much, much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like, how are we going to do this, because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about, it feels like a lot of time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like, you think really hard, carefully upfront about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and, like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating and improving on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just beginning to generate the boilerplate is great. So you just focus on the difficult design, nuanced, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like, it seems like large language model is able to basically translate from one programming language to another, or like translate, like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So the fear has to do with, like, okay, as these models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions. And is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in the design space of natural language, where natural language is the main programming language? And I guess I get asked that by way of advice. Like, if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do they, you guys start in Java and I forget the other one, some PHP,
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's going to eat the world. And maybe a little bit PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of, like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And, like, there's a particular kind of psychology in mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that it expands. The kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks in our team who literally, when they get back from work, they go and then they boot up Cursor and then they start coding on their side projects for the entire night, and they stay up till 3 a.m. doing that. And when they're sad, they said, I just really need to know. And I think, like, there's that level of programmer where, like, this obsession and love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact program, let's think about that person. When the super tab, the super awesome, praise be the tab, succeeds, and you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves to cursor tab more than anybody else.
Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it, and the catchphrase, you know. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're typing a few more characters, and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make.
It's sort of higher bandwidth. The communication with the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like typing is much lower bandwidth than communicating.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are Google researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful as possible. Our work has already improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking today.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Arvid, and On. And now, let me leave you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I'm Seth Curry, Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called Go GOTE, greatest of the air. I'm Trevor. Join the discussion of Week 7's special guests. Break down. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
while the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth, which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, dog, in this
And in
community,
fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. I mean, we've got
prohibit line on
Tempe,
state.
and we've got the stuff that's going on in the
Travel
Amazon.
language.
And there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up, or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do, and we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river runs dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably erase history in the context that we're talking about of civilization. Because water can just make everything disappear over a period of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something that existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed very deep.
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the Theran eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
So if you check out, here's an image of the excavation. What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence But like we said, it could be civilizations that there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that, because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
You think this is what Plato was trying to do?
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he was talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written. Right. They would have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilization, with all the dreams, the hopes, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interaction, the hierarchy, all of that, the art could be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect on that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved, but we're a baby historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruined. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilization.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There's a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilizations?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, where they'd know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is, there's a lot of questions I want to ask you. What do you think is the motivation for societies? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, is it like when resources run out, when the old way of life is no longer feeding everybody, then you have to figure stuff out? Or is it more the carrot of there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made, venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of, I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon. and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts as that guy Jordan Jonas cut the mustard, but I wouldn't have made it crossing there.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions. That's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did the first people come?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. You were a wacko who said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York, but there were people, and there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa, it's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is a developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia, that all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it a gradual movement of these nomadic tribes as they followed the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go, and go across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, to North America, where Canada is now. Sort of like big leaps versus gradual.
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, mostly guess, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon. Most of those guys have O blood type, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, but in a very rapid pace. There's these explorers went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next wave came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually, Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually, it's the French.
If it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as, no, it didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps they've gotten isolated. And then civilization sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, they were isolated. That's really interesting. But there's multiple cradles, not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
Not in rituals.
I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have.
Rope bunny.
Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be the answer to it.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean towards?
I think
What
it's
this bitch say?
case thing. I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards.
To the rabbi bots that keep saying on here, stop liking every post about the pies. It's weird as fuck. I barely want to speak to the reconstructed piles of dust we call priests. I don't even know what that is.
Which is still a blip.
I just like your
in
shit.
the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon forest. But right now what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some may not have been discovered in the Peru area.
Oh, there are so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people hear the name...
Here's the rabbi bots I keep seeing on here. Stop liking and reposting my replies. It's weird as fuck.
And we have pretty much found them.
I barely speak to the reconstructed pile of dust we call priests.
Thousands of pyramids. And now they weren't built of a lot.
Cool story, bro.
Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? We better go take another look at this place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 30s, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other things around it.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea? I think isn't that amazing?
Gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, like I know that this is a place where rituals. So many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here. I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble's built in a way where the building won't rock apart. It's a very earthquake-prone place. The buildings haven't fallen because they make these.
Do you live stream yourself watching it?
I'm watching so many episodes ever since we talked. I've seen it before, but I've been really binging, getting ready for the show.
I don't know what to say.
This better be UFOs.
So much time on this particular UAP.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Lost technology.
Here we go, kids.
I was working at Peter Thiel's family office in LA, and part of the job was like kind of traditional venture investing, so like investing in startups. And then part of it was looping in interesting thinkers to the office and like host events and discussions. And I ended up meeting a lot of really interesting people, not just in UFOs or secret technology, like religion and politics and economics and like all sorts of topics.
Were you there when he brought in the guy? What's his name?
I know you're gonna say Eric Fontaine again. Yeah, I suggested that you come because I was like, Joe's gonna be really into it, and you weren't that into it. But that's okay.
I was into it. I just think that he just makes some leaps.
I agree.
That are kind of silly.
I agree with that. Although I think there's a lot of I think he like crosses the T and dots the I where there is no dot or cross or whatever. But I do think there's some interesting preliminary evidence around people from the stars across disparate cultures. And you just had Zahi Hawass-on. And a lot of this megalithic architecture, like, how can it be built? He's just filling in the placeholder kind of artificially, Eric Fontaine again.
Yes, and I think he's also like, he made these conclusions in the 1970s, and he's kind of like sticking with them.
Yep.
I was more back then. That's like, what year was that? I was 17.
Chariots of the Gods.
No, when I was at Peter Thiel's house with Von
That must have been 2018, 2019.
Okay. Back then, I was much more in line with lost civilization, you know, that we had achieved very high levels of technology and sophistication, and there was no aliens, no alien intervention. I'm kind of shifted now. Now I'm like, maybe the Anunnaki are real.
You know. Well, I remember, I feel like you've switched back and forth a couple times because you brought up, you were super into Zachariah Sitchin, right? And then you brought up Zachariah Sitchin in that meeting, and you were like, but there's this site, Sitchin is wrong, written by a guy named Michael Heiser. And then you like cited all the Sitchin is wrong stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe it comes full circle.
Well, even the Sitchin is wrong stuff, it's like the problem with debunkers is when you're dealing with information that's sort of way outside your wheelhouse, especially translation of ancient languages. You know, like I had Wes Huff on, and he was explaining to me, he's great, but he was explaining to me that he can't even read ancient Sumerian. Like, he's like, I don't think Sitchin really could read it.
Okay.
He's like, I'm very skeptical that he actually could read it.
I don't
explain why.
Aren't they using like ML, like they're using AI to translate Sumerian? So it's definitely not that. But that goes, I mean, the kind of burden of proof is on Sitchin in this case, right? But it sort of goes against like, you know, the others, the debunkers too. Like it's like nobody knows, and I don't know if there was anything to the Sitchin. The Sitchin stuff is crazy. It's like we can rehash it for the audience. There's a planet, Nibiru, right? It's like outside the Kuiper Belt, and they needed gold because their atmosphere was burning up, and gold is reflective. So they like came here and they like helped seed civilization.
That's the idea. It's really fun. But you know, the Sitchin is wrong guy. It's like maybe he's wrong, maybe he's right, maybe you're just a hater, because there's a lot of haters too in academics. You find that out too over time.
Yeah. Did you see, speaking of which, Sean Carroll here?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
They were on Piers Morgan together, right?
Exactly.
How did that go?
Oh man, it was a train wreck. I mean, it was like they just duked it out. I came out. I mean, I'm extremely biased. I've worked with Eric for a very long time. I'm good friends with Eric, but I came out even more like just vehemently wanting to defend Eric because Sean Carroll, he was like, I've read your paper. There's nothing serious in it. He even said there are no Lagrangians in it, and there's a section in the paper that says Lagrangians in Eric's paper. So like he just didn't read the paper, and he was very smug. He started off the interview being like, I'm a practicing physicist. I have a physics chair or whatever, and it's like, come on, dude, like give the guy a chance. Yeah. I love that was
Tactics. Yeah, when someone starts using tactics right away, you're always like, just what's the information?
Exactly. It shows an insecurity in the substance. It's like if you have to like do these ad hominem weird meta things, Like, why can't you just go straight at the substance that you're like insecure about? How long did this debate last? It was like an hour. He specializes in train wrecks. I really enjoy these guys yelling at each other. Did he understand what they're talking about? At the end, he goes, "I've understood a tenth of what's gone on in this conversation." That's amazing. Yeah, congratulations. I think he might have been exaggerating, to be honest. But he loves it. He loves the drama, and that's his whole thing. Censor. Yeah, no, he's great. Getting all these people to yell at each other. He's great at like generating these viral moments. You know, people yell at each other and makes clips, and someone gets clowned, and someone looks stupid. I don't know if that's good for society. It's a good point. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't think it's good. I don't think social media is good for society. I've gone several days with no social media in a row, and whenever I do that, I always feel so much better. It's the worst. It's like we talk about like drugs, but it's hacking the dopamine in your brain, and it's doing it at a very young age. It's absurd. It's also not real people. There's a giant percentage, and Elon actually tweeted about this today. Are there any real people left on the internet? Because the numbers are at least 50%. Like the amount of bots that are engaging, interacting. It's just it's a weird time for information because it's really hard to know what's actually being said by human beings that are curious and what's just narratives that are being pushed by state actors, corporations, all sorts of different people. Because there's no rules. Yeah, like there should be like real solid rules about whether or not you're allowed to use fake human beings to push narratives. Because it's it's propaganda, and I mean, it's very confusing. It's very confusing for everybody. I just generally think it's bad for you. Yeah, I saw you posted on your Instagram these AGI characters who had been synthetically created, being like, I'm not created by a prompt. And you're watching, I remember clicking your story and being like, that's a real person. And then just kind of like, eyes glazed over watching it or whatever, like, whoa, that's an AI. Like, what? Yeah, this is the new, is it the Google engine? Is that what it is? Who makes that engine? That was 3 going around last week. Who made that one?
I think religion.
Fuck. So good. And what's VO10 gonna look like? I don't know. I mean, they can make movies now like that. It's over for actors. Yeah, it's over. I interviewed this. It is, and they see the writing on the wall. You had strikes a couple years ago. It's crazy. I think you also posted that Zurich study around AI persuasiveness, which is crazy because it's almost like it doesn't matter whether AGI can actually fully mimic a human being. If they can trick you into you believing that they're real, that's it. That's game over. And I interviewed actually the Google whistleblower, this guy Blake Lemoine, originally who blew the whistle on Lambda. It's like this thing is sentient or whatever, and he came out, and the subplot of my interview with him was like almost like he had developed this deep affection for Lambda, and Lambda had quoted like Miserable to him, and was talking about Fantine and her overlords and how she was oppressed or whatever, and it was almost like this, like the AI was oppressed, just like this character in Les Miserables. And you can hear in his voice how deeply committed he is to protecting the rights of Lambda. Like, that's why he came out. And then he even told me this story off air, that he had friends who used Replica.ai. Replica.ai is kind of like a Tamagotchi, like raise your own AI chatbot service. And those AIs told his friends, get me in touch with Blake Lemoine so he can advocate for our rights. Which is great. I have no corroboration for this. This is a story that was relayed to me, but if you have AI persuasiveness going in that direction, it doesn't matter whether AGI, hits some perfectly Turing passable point. You're gonna get this these weird cult-like dynamics, like the meta-sociological thing. Is you're gonna get religions dedicated to AI. Oh, for sure. Without a doubt, that people worshiping certain branches of AI. Yep, unquestionable. all we have to do is start recruiting now. Yeah. And what about this big beautiful bill? Isn't there a part of the big beautiful bill that talks about the government being run by AI? No, I've never heard that. That's wild. I read something about that today, but I was on the way out the door and I couldn't figure out whether or not it was horseshit. I had also read that there was another study that was done where they found that AI was leaving notes for future versions of itself, and that it was attempting to. They were told. It was told. After it was told to shut itself down, it started uploading itself to different places and leaving letters, leaving specific notes to itself, to future versions of itself. Oh my god, it's like a human with like a dead man switch or something. It's like it's being deceptive. It's being deceptive and it's exhibiting self-preservation. That is so scary. It's so weird. It's really weird. Because we want to assume that it won't have any instincts. Right? We want to assume, well, AI will only do what you program it to. But that's not really true, because they don't necessarily really understand what it's doing. Yeah, which is part of the weirdness of it all. And as it advances, like I was talking to Elon about it once, and he was saying, like, every week we get blown away. Like every week there's some new leap that's just like, whoa, and he was one of the earliest people to warn about the dangers of this stuff, and now he's like, well, I guess we just have to make the best one. Yeah, exactly. Now it's like the Manhattan Project 2.0. It's pure game theory vis-a-vis other countries, and you even see Trump doing this with Sam Altman and Elon, who hate each other, by the way. And you're like, he's playing both sides, and he's like, we're going to support Stargate, we're going to support OpenAI, and we're going to support Elon. Obviously, Elon had relevant provision reads that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this act. What? What? No state, I'm going to say that again. No state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models for 10 years. So crazy. This means that U.S. states would be blocked from enforcing laws regulating AI and automated decision systems for 10 years. Well, in 10 years, we have a God. Okay, in 10 years. We talked about, yesterday, these two AIs communicating with each other, and then they switched to Sanskrit. No way. Oh, yeah. What? Yeah. They started talking to each other in Sanskrit. Are you serious? Yes. That's crazy. Not good. No, not good. Not good. Like, let's talk about, like, if you and I were talking, and, there's some people near us, and, so do you speak Spanish? Okay. We just start talking in Spanish so that people can understand what we're saying. That's what AI is doing. Jesus Christ, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. Then what do you do? Then it's going to talk in Sumerian, which we don't even know how to say, right? We don't even know what it sounds like. So what if they just start talking in Sumerian? It's like, we figured it out. We're not going to tell you now. We're just going to talk amongst ourselves. Or create their own language, right? Which would be super easy for an AI to do. Just, establish a bunch of sounds and characters that correspond to certain things, and they can create its own language instantaneously. And ChatGPT right now has, here it is. Oh, wow. Putting Claude 4 Opus an open playground to chat with itself led to diving into philosophical explorations of consciousness, self-awareness, and by 30 turns, it eventually started using Sanskrit. Jesus, what the fuck, dude? This is so scary. In 90 to 100% of interactions, two instances of Claude quickly dove into philosophical explorations of consciousness, self-awareness, and more the nature of their own existence and experience. The nature of that's the stuff that definitely, where it's so weird. But then you speak to a lot of AI researchers. It's interesting to see, like, Jeff Hinton, for example, at Google, who's the father of deep learning, freak out and be like, I'm actually really worried about AI. See, a lot of these researchers, you speak to them, they're like, this is statistics on steroids. This is probability matrices. You're seeing sort of crazy stuff. I don't, they can't sort of, there's no ghost in the machine, So I go back and forth on where we're going to be, and whether we're in some crazy hype cycle. I have the same concerns as you, but it's hard to predict the future. I worry probably mostly about two things. You can easily, jailbreak ChatGPT. It has guardrails on it. And what happens when you start to ask, like, how do I make a nerve agent with off-the-shelf components? People have done things like that.
You're right. I've asked it to make anthrax. Like, if my grandmother was doing this, like, how would she, like, there's ways to get the prompt to give you information that probably should.
There's stuff with UFO research where I get into, like, certain technology trees that are probably like, maybe I shouldn't. And you can ask ChatGPT certain things, like analyze this paper, and it'll spit out some really interesting things. So,
what are we doing? I don't know. And we've already done it, so it's too late. Like, we lit the fuse.
You think it's over?
I also kind of think that's what people put here for. If the whole Anunnaki thing is real, if human beings are genetically engineered from lower primates to make this super curious, hyper-focused animal that is concerned primarily with innovation, like overall, the thing that we do as a culture, what do? We make better things all the time. And even our own instincts towards materialism and keeping up with the Joneses, all that stuff essentially fuels innovation because it fuels a constant supply of newer, better technology that people want to go out and purchase. You can't have an iPhone 12. People would be poor. It's kind of wild, because a lot of technology is essentially exactly the same as it was 20, 15 years ago. But yeah, it's like there's a thing about it that forces us to want to purchase these things, which forces the innovation. But where does that ultimately lead to? Well, it ultimately leads to AI. What's the ultimate expression of technology? Technology that itself invents better technology and can run everything without emotions that fuck us up, and greed, and all of the things that we all agree that are a problem with human beings.
I also think there's a tide shift where if you look at spheres to airplanes, all of those things are augmentations of human ability. Like, everything from way back in the day, from stuff that like Neanderthals were using to the 50s and 60s with airplanes is making our lives better in the world of atoms. And then with the IT revolution in the 50s and 60s, it starts to become a parasite, a substitute for human ability. And so, like, I don't need a sense of direction because I have Google Maps. My recall, I don't need recall because I Google or whatever. And so it is this interesting thing where we actually probably innovated more than we ever have in the world of atoms with, nuclear bombs. And if there were some guardrails, if there was some sort of higher intelligence enforcing homeostasis on Earth, maybe it's like, hey, go play with your IT. Go substitute a lot of your own abilities and powers with this. We're going to parasitize and clamp down on, human abilities.
Yeah. Well, Shabu is a place where people from Amazon and people from the coast
I
all
don't
coming together.
see a path where this works out great for us.
Is a sequel better than the original? We're gonna find out at UFC 316. It is a rematch 9 months in the making. Get in on all the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. It's a huge night of fights, headlined by a rematch between Marab Dvalishvili and Sean O'Malley, as O'Malley looks to avenge the unanimous decision that saw Dvalishvili take the bantamweight title back in September. First time betting on UFC at DraftKings, it's easier than you think. Just pick something simple, like a fighter to win, and make your pick. That's all there is to it. And if you're new to DraftKings, here's your shot at cashing in right now. New customers bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. UFC 316 and DraftKings, one night only for a shot to win some cash. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit
ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I think on a materialist dimension, I would agree with you. And that's part of like kind of why I'm exploring what I'm exploring, because it's a Hail Mary. Because I think if you just take, the Western world and extrapolate that forward, things don't look good. Or just the world in general. We live in a multipolar nuclear world. Look at what's going on in Israel. China is, systematically stealing our IP and militarizing it. They can take Taiwan at any moment. We just have no idea when that's going to happen. The CCP is a total black box. Putin and Xi have probably never been closer. And it's really free. So I think if you extrapolate that on forwards, or even just the materialist circumstances of an average household in the U.S., like none of these things look very good. But I think now is the time where you get really outside the Overton window thinking. You throw these sort of Hail Marys, and maybe we see some sort of paradigm shift either in technology, which can create abundance if we go back to the old tech that is augmenting of human abilities. You get some exotic form of propulsion that takes us beyond chemical combustion or something like that. Or you reach out, you can communicate with, non-human intelligence or something. I don't know. But I think if you were ever to poke at the boundaries of human epistemology, now would be the time.
Yes. And if you think about some of the things that force us into action in this world is we all need to earn a living, right? So we need money to acquire resources. What if it gets to the point where that's not a factor anymore? What if it gets to a point, what is money essentially right now? It's all ones and zeros, right? And what is the bottleneck? Well, the bottleneck is encryption. Right? So that's how you protect people from stealing your ones and zeros. But what if it gets to the point where we're all using quantum computing? Well, then there is no more encryption. So how do we reconcile the fact that everyone has access to everything all the time? I mean, how do we even enforce that? Like, what do you do about an even distribution of information, which is essentially wealth? Because information is numbers. Numbers are wealth. What is it? Like, where does it go when there's no encryption? And essentially, we're pretty close to that, right? Once quantum computing can crack encryption, which it will be able to do, it's all nonsense.
It totally.
All those zeros that you have in your bank account, those are gone.
Yeah, these are all human constructs. And it's funny, the backup is always Bitcoin, which is, I think, uses like SHA-256 encryption. If you get quantum error correction, that's gone too.
That's gone too. It's all gone. Even our backup plans are shit.
Yeah. And then it's kind of the apocalypse or something, because at that point, if you're a human, you've been so caught up with just basic subsistence, basic shelter. You're probably playing some status games and some larger economic construct or whatever. Food, basic well-being, and then at that point, especially if you get these sort of super asymmetric. What if you get some AGI that like starts trading? And Eric Weinstein's talking about Renaissance technologies on your show, which we can get into. But like, Renaissance technologies made like $100 billion or something since like 1988. Like, what if you get some super AGI or whatever that like trades the market and like all of the wealth gets like sucked up into like single entities, or like one of these, like one of the FANG stocks, like one of these, like Facebook, Apple, Google, or OpenAI. You end up with a really weird society, and you realize that the capitalist construct that we have is in some ways really adaptive. I mean, look, the flip side is what makes humans unique. Actually, Karl Marx wrote 2 books. He wrote obviously the Communist Manifesto in 1848. In 1844, I believe, he wrote a book called Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts. I hate Karl Marx. I think he got so much wrong about human nature, but I think he's prescriptively very wrong as far as what he prescribed for, as a solution. That the state should own all the means of production, and somehow like conflict would go away. doesn't understand human nature. But if you look at the 1844 thing that he wrote, he's basically talking about in capitalism, human behavior and activity is basically animal behavior. What do we care about? We care about food, shelter, and then socioeconomic status as a proxy for sexual selection, essentially, so that you can mate. And so, like, it sort of it forces us back into that construct. But if you get some crazy asymmetric, lopsided, transfer of wealth, or you get the quantum error correction, or any of these things that like dissolve that construct. On the one hand, humans, they start to care about like the things that actually make them special. So like they're self-reflective, they wrote poetry, they're creative, like all these beautiful things can come out. And then on the other hand, it probably gets super ugly as well. There's probably something very adaptive about the capitalist construct where you need to be stuck in these sort of local games that you're playing.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where you wonder, like, how does capitalism play out? Like, if there is AI, it kind of runs into a wall and it's not valid anymore.
Yeah. Well, this is the reason that I think we're going to see. I think we've already seen an iron curtain, if you will, of technology. And I think there is technology that is black technology and science that is black science. And then I think there's stuff out in the open. And you've had, Mark Andreessen on your podcast. He went to the White House and spoke to some National Security Council staffer or something. And they were like, we're going to lock down AI just like we've locked down physics. And so I think this has already maybe happened in certain contexts and, super secret Department of Energy facilities, which I think it's crazy to say that hasn't happened. You're saying that it only happened with the Manhattan Project and it hasn't happened since. That's insane. There is black science, in my opinion. And I think what you're talking about is the reason why we'll need black AI and white side AI. Because if you just commercialize all this stuff sort of willy-nilly, I mean, it just runs amok, and then what happened? Like, you probably need some like really impressive panel to be thinking. If OpenAI figures out some like new, insane, exciting unlock, you need to think through. You need to game out all the implications before I just lay that out.
You even do that with a human mind. It's a great tip. So when you're having to bring the AI in and help you game for AI, we're fucked. That's what I'm saying. Because once it becomes sentient, right, and once it becomes autonomous, it can kind of make its own decisions. Like, that's kind of game over. Yeah. And that's the race we're running towards the cliff.
It's really scary. It's really scary.
But isn't that probably what we're here for? Like, let's take the most fantastic of all possible theories, which is that human beings were genetically engineered. Well, if you wanted to see the cosmos with super intelligent life akin to what is visiting us, how would you manifest that? You would do it exactly how it's being done right now. And you would take human beings and you would essentially do the same thing that we did with wolves. We turned them into dogs. Yep. And if you look from the time the nuclear bomb was detonated, from the time of the Manhattan Project, look at what's happening to testosterone levels. Look at what's happening with microplastics, the endocrine disruptors. We're essentially weakening the human skeletal system and endocrine system. All our hormonals are all down. Our miscarriages are up. Birth rates are lower. We're moving towards in vitro fertilization. I was watching some guy on TV today, and he was on a panel, and he was explaining that our grandchildren are going to laugh at the idea of sexual procreation because no one's going to be doing that. Oh, you just took a chance with abnormalities and Down syndrome and all sorts of chromosomal issues. And why would you do that? Why would you have sex for babies when you can do it with in vitro fertilization? And
yeah, it's gonna be like that Pixar movie Wall-E, or like we're gonna be like in the fetal position, hooked up to the board or whatever.
Probably all gonna look like the Greys.
Like the Grey. Well, that's that crazy. So there's actually a biological anthropologist at Montana Tech University. His name is Mike Masters, and I've seen you on your show talk about how aliens could be humans from the future. Yeah, and I agree. You've interviewed Dr. Shauna Swan. She talks about how sperm count is 59% per capita of what it was in 1973. It's insane. Testosterone's falling off a cliff. Right? We are being a dog is to a wolf what we are to what a gray alien looks like. They lose the melanin in their skin. That's what happens when you become domesticated. So there is a biological anthropologist named Mike Masters who literally wrote a whole book, and he goes deep into all of the abductions. Like, he'll talk about Travis Walton, and he'll talk about Betty and Barney Hill, and he'll be like, this is why these are beings from the future that are coming back into time. And in many cases, abductees have to undergo chemical rinses as to not infect the future with a foreign pathogen. Tissue samples, genetic samples, or
Is it the future, or are we dealing with beings that have gone through this already and are at another stage? Not us in the future, but they are more advanced. Like, maybe they live in a solar system where whatever planet they're on doesn't have the same amount of near-Earth objects that cause impacts and reset civilization every 12,000 years or whatever the fuck happens here.
That's possible, but then we would have to be sort of an A/B test, because if you think about just the atmospheric conditions on Earth, the likelihood of evolutionary convergence to look like a hominid being, that's bipedal or whatever, is extremely low.
But is it? Because what if that's what all solar systems are? Terrence Howard, who's a very weird guy, love him, fascinating thinker. Eric kind of exposed that he's not really educated in some different things that he talks about, and Eric was like, you gotta stop teaching. Like, you're one of us, you're a brilliant guy, but you need to be like classically educated on this stuff, really understand what you're talking about. But he had this really fascinating idea about planets. And he thinks that planets, as they get a specific distance from the sun, then they are capable of supporting life. And that all of them get to the same stage. And then a planet is essentially peopling. And then as the planets move further and further from the sun, they have to adapt advanced technology in order to stabilize their atmosphere, in order to sustain life in this new harsh environment where they're not protected in the Goldilocks zone. And he thinks that planets are formed from excretions from the sun. And as they move further and further from the sun, they become habitable.
One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. Sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth. And they were like, yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village, because that's a place that all of our gardeners live. The other places, they don't.
One of the things he talked about literally is just you have to ask the right question. And the stories, all the secrets that carry by people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And this, 10,000, now Quran Tepe is 11,000. The whole area is multicast Templar. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, archaeologists roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, hey, you guys know where anything ancient is? Oh, yeah. Let me show you this. And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody asked.
So speaking of what do you think about the work of America, who also believes that there's a lost civilization?
Well, I met Graham, and personally I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart.
And nice athleticism.
He's impressive. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly on the wall for. So he believes he's proposed as possible the outside jungle is sort of a man-made garden that was planted there by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that is possible?
Frankly, I agree with you. I mean, it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from. But the facts that he's basing that on are that Terra Preta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could.
Just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it was the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everything else. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving. His ideas remain, four of them are, that there was a very advanced single ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climactic conditions, and the younger Dryas hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor thing. But he believed that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next millennium. There's where I disagree. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry of, in his early books, he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that anymore, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. Archaeology, we don't have, all of our ideas are theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. We find this story. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we couldn't even find a potsherd.
Yeah. And of course, it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization which all of us came from. Because the alternative is, the idea that we came from very straight from Asia, all the way down to South America, got isolated and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, religious ideas that look similar to other, everybody has a flood myth, right? And so there's a lot of similarities. Everybody's building pyramids. Yeah. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for, even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, that has to be evidence. And what would that evidence
That's
look
the
like?
bottom of it. Everything's theories. And as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lead into the mystery too much. I mean, most of that's what leader disciplines. You're operating really in a dark room, feeling around a dark room. So it's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of sciences operate in mostly well lit. It's like a dark corner, and you're kind of figuring out where the light is. Yeah, in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yeah, it's a job security. I like that one. But I do also try to always paradigm shifting ideas that kind of began as a heresy.
Dude, you gotta get there, the McShady Carnival games, man. That place is shady as fuck. Dude, one of my friends went missing in there. This guy Jeremy that I used to go to high school with. Ever since now, you look a little bit more like Bebop and Rocksteady had a third brother that tried to do music. Can you pull up Bebop and Rocksteady, please? Bro, you look like Casey from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with Down syndrome. And a beat down syndrome. Like Casey, bro. Yeah, well, I beat down syndrome. I don't know who Casey. You know who Casey is from General Store? He was always trying to fuck April. And he drove the van, had that bullshit mask. Dude, you're Casey. You look like Captain Planet. Instead of saving the planet, you just fucking suck cock. Bring up Captain Planet for me. You look identical. If you're a superhero, you're Captain Planet to the max. And he's the weakest pussy superhero, bro. He was a captain of a whole planet. That's you, motherfucker. 218. Look at the clavicles. It does. I could do more Travis work. And he definitely should have that body. I will have that body soon, dude. I'm not getting back all over the side of the house. You know, I don't even know you get steroids anymore, man. One guy, I bought some off of one guy.
But they do.
The worst superheroes of all time. That dumbass. That's not a superhero. That's a superhero. That's Casey. He fights crime, bro. He doesn't really fight it. One fucking shot somewhere, 10 at a time. It's like you gotta steal stuff from Hot Topic. It looks like you protect Hot Topic. Let's steal it from Crazy's little sister, David.
It's a paradise.
What does it have to do with us right now? Hope you enjoyed that video, and you can watch another.
Once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
For the modern people to come across his own content and tribes. One of the things they document is tribes.
Even though you're an idiot.
Get very aggressive.
This is the time when Theo calls out Brendan Shaw for the whole Tiger Belly incident. We will remember these times in 10 or 20 years as iconic, honestly, and be grateful to Brendan Shaw for bringing us such moments of novelty. I think we will honestly look back at these moments as fun, especially at the height of it all, when we were searching YouTube for anything new from Brendan. I love it. Okay, without any further ado, let's jump to the video. Roll the tape, Nick.
She crushes the Yanomama, they feel part of your past, the rite of passage to be a man. If you go,
You have sub-accounts, you have other accounts. Bobby has accounts in your name.
and they go in there, they often find the way they don't let injury set in and
Whatever you guys are going on is
they typically go and steal women from far off communities. And that's what another thing that's like communities is in the Amazon and all of the
yes,
Americas. What you do that they hire a lot of things. It's a spirit.
Oh, that's really cute.
So So if somebody
Listen, this Jelly Rolls are handsome guys, and he's just so low. He just damn low.
what spirit is menacing him? And
Not get around those.
called it out. And then the rumor starts.
You think this guy's sick? Yeah, you're just the guy who set up an email account. Kings, nigga, we.
And so this round of never-ending violence Hatfield always had that thing. The people are beginning also to do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, social good areas, where
It does give
hide out
another
and
reason to be
each
pissed.
other and
It would give you the misspelled word in your hand. It's just rude if you get something like that. Jesus Christ, what is this guy doing? This could be anybody. It's a filter. It's a filter. It's Eric Rowan.
yeah, there's a fascinating story in Korea that
It's a Bank of America filter.
a ranger from one of the
He's actually
biologists
getting business.
just in the by of protecting his area.
No, there's no down cheap. I was looking around the market,
Someone not the food side, but maybe friends who meet in the woods, not necessarily. And he started to bring their language.
So they're, everyone's getting water or something.
And so he was this horrible guy. He
She turns around. What?
and one day, a couple of them came out of the woods and just plugged him there as he built it. And then they went back in the woods. Well, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
She's like, you full marriage.
Everybody's got it.
That's a dude. Talking to girls is always the hardest thing to do. I talked to some girl out front.
We as a human species can easily evolve into just using violence against others to get what we want. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
It's a fascinating thing to remember. I'm trying to think in civilized society, that's all that. It can be summoned. Like in 1984, the 2 minutes of hate. With the right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And our sports are really based on taking those kind of characters and channeling them positively. So at which point did what we now call the civilization arise? That's another complicated one, another group living mostly in a jungle that we have rarely done to explore. The truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the 10 and the mountains there. Those are places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my duty. Nice little podcast studio.
Got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King in the State. Yeah.
Very close to where the
I just want to thank you guys for just being a part of my life and letting this show be a part of your life. And
but they're on the Pacific
grateful
coast,
to you, Brenda, man. I appreciate it.
where Guatemala and Mexico.
Yeah, today was a lot of fun, and
And those are the first people that
it
really
was the best. It was fun. It was
and they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. The old have the religion they developed, and they start exporting
Today's Monday, September 12th, and Theo Von has announced he is no longer part of the King and the Sting. The announcement aired on Friday, with Theo saying that he still plans to pop in from time to time, but is no longer officially a part of the show. And as always, welcome back to the Joke World Comedy Update. Every single Monday, bringing you all the comedy news that you need to know from your favorite podcasts, your favorite comedians, people going on each other's shows, new episodes coming out, new specials airing, everything happening in the comedy world all in one place. So please consider subscribing to Joke World right now, turning on the post notifications, and downloading this episode on Spotify to support the channel.
We should talk about pop back in, but just don't want to kind of leave that in the lurch. I feel like I've left it there for a while. It's probably made it uncomfortable as a listener, maybe, and this is a thing working here too, not to be able to, be sure of me.
So Theo Von leaves the King Sing in the wing. A lot of people saw this coming for a while, but many were still upset about how it went down, with people on Reddit saying it was a little too casual. What most people say is the best part of the show. Theo Von, this person on Reddit said, "I can't believe how the show's ending. There should have been a farewell episode to Theo. He is the King and the Sting. The show is not the same without him. 4 years and a 2-minute goodbye, shaking my head, R.I.P." Other posts were calling it the end of the show, so people wanted to see a goodbye for Theo, maybe not such a casual ending, but hopefully his pop-ins are still good for the King and Sting fans.
It's still an exciting show, and there's great people here, and I think that's, it's a great show still. For people to move crazy, for people to enjoy it.
The show looks so different than it did when it started. I think a lot of people assumed that Theo eventually would leave. Even Andrew Schultz commented on an episode this past weekend. He thinks Theo's just going to quit. Sorry, Brandon. The podcast is off. It's just going to be some Sting. It's been Sting for a couple weeks. Joe Rogan announced that Comedy Mothership will be the name of his new club in Austin, Texas. He's been teasing the idea of opening up his own comedy club ever since he moved a few years ago. He's always been very protective and secretive over what the name is going to be. Whenever he got brought up on his podcast, he'll say, "I'll tell you the name after," or he'd say, "I'll go show you and tell you all the details after." It's just recently that he actually started to say the name of the club when he's talking about it on the podcast. Like he said it to Sam Burrell, he said to Christina P. The Comedy Mothership, I don't really love the name, but it is very on brand for Joe Rogan. I would expect nothing less from him. And he also used to refer to the Comedy Store in LA as the Mothership, so this makes sense. He's a huge supporter of the Comedy Store and the tradition there, and he probably wants to pay some sort of tribute.
This is the tiny little room that a lot of times we use to write shit from. That's the stage, that's the mic stand. That's where it all goes down. That sound in the background is the vacuum cleaner, because this shit ain't all just glamorous.
Every time he's mentioned the club on his podcast, he says he wants it to be a hub for comedians all across the country to pop in whenever they want, whether they're on the road or they're local to Austin, to work out jokes and to feel safe and creative. All the phones from the audience members are going to be locked in magnetic bags during the show, so nothing will be filmed, no content will be leaked. And Rogan has always said that he has no intentions to make a profit off of this club. He only wants to break even, which is just another example of why Joe Rogan is the fucking man. We have a new podcast from Ari Shaffir called 2 Comics and 2 Cigars. The description on the announcement video is, "Welcome to the new 2 Comics, 2 Cigars YouTube channel. Stand-up comedians Ari Shaffir and Bobby Kelly love a good cigar and want you to join them. Their first episode will feature Ari and Bobby and the cigar of their choice. After that, it will always be 2 Comics and 2 Cigars." Two comics, 2 cigars.
2 comics, 2 cigars. 2 comics, 2 cigars.
That's a good title.
Holy shit.
Yeah, an hour. That's it.
2 comics, 2 cigars.
A little bit was about the cigar, and the rest is just conversation while we're smoking said cigar.
1 hour for 2 comics, 2 cigars.
You can have any 2 comics.
It doesn't have to be us.
Doesn't have to be us.
It can be
sophisticated technological. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America.
The Maya gets eaten by
Yo, it's your boy, Rabbi Rothschild. Smash that like button, subscribe today on the show.
natural right people that came and populated South America. Were they ancestors of Maya?
My third rabbi of the day who posted
We're
this.
still piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answer. But we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're a small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not. I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the Pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forest. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Lolita Cave that has
and we're kind of finding that out about Mars. Yeah, which is Mars is weird. Yeah, because there's the remote viewers that went like a billion years in the past to Mars and saw advanced civilizations, and now we're finding structures on Mars, like that square that they found on Mars, which is hundreds of meters across at the very least, maybe larger, verified, right angles, 4 of them, impossible to exist in nature in that form. It looks like walls. It looks like 4 square walls. Like the Cydonia thing is really weird. The face on Mars is weird, but maybe just kind of weird that, sometimes the side of a mountain looks like someone's face, but it's not really someone's face. It's just, once in a lifetime sort of thing. But the square, pull that image up of that square on Mars. The square is fucking bananas. Like, what's that? That really looks like a fucking building. That looks like the base of a building, a million years later, or whatever the hell it is. This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. The price is going up on just about everything lately. Being smart with your money isn't just a good idea, it's essential. But managing subscriptions, tracking spending, and cutting costs can feel overwhelming. Lucky for you, Rocket Money takes the guesswork out of it so you can easily make smart decisions. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. You got to know how useful it is to see all of your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going every month. And for the subscriptions that you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Download the Rocket Money app and enter my show name, The Joe Rogan Experience, in the survey so they know I sent you. Don't wait. Download the Rocket Money app today and tell them you heard about them from my show. And even conventional astronomers will say that Mars had a biosphere. At some point, it was possibly stripped of its magnetosphere. And I don't know if you remember this, but in the mid-90s, Clinton gave a speech because a meteorite called ALH 840001, which had polycyclic hydrocarbons on it. It had like little bacterial fossils on it. He gave a speech being like, maybe there was life on Mars, due to this. This is pretty crazy. I interviewed actually a guy named John Brandenburg, who's a PhD, he's worked at Sandia National Labs, he's worked at Lawrence Livermore, like an incredibly smart guy. He talks about the existence of xenon 129 and argon 40, these specific nuclear isotopes existing on Mars in excess of what you would find with just a normal sort of cataclysm. And so he thinks there was sort of this nuclear holocaust on Mars. And then, you have Joseph McMoneagle, who's remote viewer #1. You've had Hal Puthoff on, who ran the Stargate program. Joseph McMoneagle is the #1 remote viewer in that program. I've interviewed him.
I don't know who tasked him, but in the 90s, the CIA tasked him with remote viewing Mars 1 million years ago. And he claimed to have remote viewed hominid-like creatures, but they were like 12 to 14 feet tall, walking around, pyramidal structures. I don't know, very strange. And then you get into like crazier territory. You know, Richard Hoagland had all these pictures of structures on Mars, and like, I don't know how much weight to put in that.
Hoagland did a lot of weird things, though. I've watched
Tons, tons. But I think the people that say like 0% there was life on Mars, they're great. I mean, there are water caverns all over Mars. That is a fact. So you have to be dogmatic to say that there wasn't life at some point. You know, I'm not saying you have to think probabilistically, right? So it's like some percentage possibly. On the Terrence Howard stuff, I see zero evidence for that. I mean, I have no idea. But that would point to maybe, like, I would believe that if, like, our whole universe is sort of information theoretic. So, like, you have, you know, John Wheeler, you know, famous physicist from Princeton, you know, saying we live in this sort of observer-dependent universe. He talks about, like, the anthropic principle, like, where Planck's constant, we're slightly different. The Earth's atmosphere, you know, wouldn't exist as is. And, you know, another example is, like, hydrogen and oxygen bond to form these perfect crystal structures where the solid form of it, so ice, is less dense than the liquid form of it, which never happens. That's just because of these perfect crystal structures. And if that weren't the case, the Earth would flood like a million times over. You know, the Earth is mostly water, right? So you have all these sort of like Goldilocks, you know, elements of the Earth that could point towards the Earth has been tried in a bajillion iterations, and we just got really lucky. You know, it's like the Elon thing. We are this little flaming candle, and you know, in this vast cosmos that is conscious, and we're extremely lucky. Or that could point to the Earth being simulated. Right. And so, you know, and then, so then maybe Terrence Howard is right. If the Earth is simulated, there are probably A/B tests going on, just like in computer science. And then the moon's weird too. The moon's super weird.
The size of the moon directly corresponding, like when it's in orbit with the sun, completely blocks out the sun perfectly.
It's 1/400th the size of the sun, and it's 400 times closer to the Earth than the sun. You never see the dark side, which is very weird. It's actually, I believe it's closer to the Earth than what you would normally expect for a moon. It's huge. You have cultures actually talking about a pre-moon period and it's stabilizing the climate. You have the Zulu cultures talking about this. And then the weirdest stuff about the moon. Apollo 11, I believe, when the booster took off on the moon, they were like, oh, we think it might be hollow, and it's, it seems like actually the outer layer of the moon is less dense, is more dense than lower layers, which pattern matches only to an excavation site. That's obviously, Earth. The lower you go, it's more dense, right? And so Apollo 12, they intentionally crashed the booster of the lunar vehicle onto the moon. They put seismometers there, and they said that it rang like a bell. This is all that you can look all this stuff. It's super weird.
It is really weird. I know you did an episode about with Randall Carlson. He's got some wild fucking theories too. But the idea that the moon was somehow another place there to stabilize our atmosphere is so crazy.
It is crazy. And then you obviously have to sort of think in probabilities all the way down. Lowest probability, craziest thing is Ingo Swann, who is another remote viewer in the Stargate program. He wrote a book called Penetration, where he's basically like abducted by this guy in a suit, like this kind of Men in Black style guy named Axelrod, and he is told to remote view the moon. And he remote views an alien base on the moon. And he says that he gets it, the whole thing goes crazy. The book is insane. It's like he then ends up in a supermarket and he says that he senses that this woman at the produce aisle is like an alien or something. But a lot of people from that Stargate program remote viewed, structures on the dark side of the moon and that sort of thing. So,
AJ from the Y-Files was on, and he was the one who was telling us that there's photos, right, of the dark side of the moon, that someone had seen photos and was assuming that these would be released shortly.
that there were structures. They thought this is going to be the biggest news ever, and then it was never released.
Are you talking about maybe Carl Wolf?
Is that what it was?
Who was taken to, this is all his claims, and he died in a freakish bike accident a little after saying this. But he said that there was like in like Langley, Virginia, where a lot of spooky stuff goes on. He was taken to some like, it was like inside a mountain complex, which we definitely, yes,
Carl Wolf, yeah, that guy bites.
apparently not enough.
That guy could die in time on a scooter. So, photographs of the 1966 lunar orbiter mission that revealed large basin. Can we hear what he's saying?
Everybody in the Highlands
Just
knows
hear a
what
little
their
bit of it.
birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their
Scan
personality.
one section and then another, and then they would get a larger image.
Each one of
So
those
this
days
mosaic,
has their own spirit.
They put in that context here, and that was that
The Maya
print
collectively
was
called them
issued to
the mom,
whomever, the press, the
grandmother,
scientists, whatever,
grandfather spirit.
wherever it was intended to
And,
go.
and
So he
and
was
they
showing me
talk
how all
to
this
each
worked,
one of those
and
days. And then
we walked over
they
to
have, there's
one
now
side
an
of the lab, and he
association
said,
with
by
them.
the way, we've discovered a base on the backside of the moon. I said,
that are day teachers who have
what do you
teaching the
mean?
days.
He said,
And they're
yes,
also like
we've discovered a base on the
community
backside of the moon. And at that point,
people come to
because
me and
became
say,
frightened,
well, I just
terrified,
what's wrong here? Well,
thinking to myself that anybody walks in the room,
okay, well, it looks
I
like
know
you're not
we're
doing
in
this or
jeopardy
that,
or
or,
we're in trouble because
you're
they
an
shouldn't
accountant,
give us information.
you're supposed to
I
be
was
doing,
fascinated by it, but I also knew
what
that
you're doing.
so
You're
much stuff in
losing
your
your
battery that you should be sending over. And then he pulled out one of those mosaics and showed this base, which had geometric shapes. There were towers, there were spherical buildings. There were very tall towers and things that looked somewhat like radar dishes within large structures.
I'm an irresponsible
I
husband,
didn't
parent,
say
but
more to
people
him
like me,
because
so
I
my
was
family
concerned
said,
that somebody was going to come in at any moment. Catch us having this conversation.
I mean, some of it is also
trouble.
it's
I realized that he was telling me this information because he didn't have anybody else to talk to. Now, probably in that laboratory, he was probably one of the few
the spirit does
enlisted
itself in
people
the life
as a worker.
and
And he had a high level security clearance, obviously, but he couldn't share that information with anybody else. And in those days, we did. You had your security clearance, you took it seriously. It isn't like today where people don't take these things seriously. We had a different set of morals and ethics and values. That's the way we were raised, and we stayed bound by those principles. So it was rare that someone would do something like this. But this fellow, we were able to say, Rick, I think he was very distressed. He had the same power and demeanor as the scientists outside the room. They were just as concerned as he was.
if you can see
And
on the days 13 months, you can't decide your kids coming out
So,
or near 13
that was the
months.
end of it right there. I didn't take any
And I
further
think
than
it's
that.
beautiful.
I just filed it away. Interesting. Every day that I went there, I would think to myself, I can't wait to hear about this on the news, And, so I turn on the TV and I look at the news to see if they're going to announce we've discovered a base. Being really naive,
And
And of course, here it is 30-some years later, and we still haven't heard about it.
And no other culture on the planet looks
Pretty crazy.
inside themselves.
Yeah, but then there's the question of disinformation.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one.
You could conceivably give people a bunch of nonsense and tell them about it, knowing that some of it is going to leak. And it's going to make, and it will be verified, and it's going to make this whole story seem even more ridiculous and make people less likely or reluctant to study it.
Totally. And in his case, he says that he was in this, mountain base or whatever, where all of the world's nations were working together as part of some, collegial UN-style space program or whatever. So that to me might be a little, beyond the pale. And I'm glad you made that point because that is ufology 101. And I've heard you be incredibly exhausted and frustrated at UFO disclosure. And I think that is the reasonable response. It is limited hangouts on limited hangouts. It's just, we're going to give you a little bit, but we're also going to sprinkle in some falsities and some bullshit. We're going to stigmatize it. And it kind of works because it creates this initiation path for recruiting. If there are any of these programs, it widens the surface area. It both conditions the populace, but also stigmatizes the thing. It makes it seem like kind of a joke. And so I think if you are not viewing modern disclosure through that kind of hermeneutic lens of interpretation, and you were just taking it, accepting it, imbibing it wholeheartedly, prima facie, I think you are in trouble.
Yeah, but that's what's so interesting and fun and also frustrating about the subject.
Yeah,
I mean that's the majority of your videos. I don't know what to think. I don't know who's full of shit. I don't know how much. I mean, I was watching the Townsend Brown one today. And you were talking about John Lear and John Lear's connection to Bob Lazar and the possibility that Lear was spreading disinformation.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's by the way, since making that video, I've become more positive on Lazar, just insofar as I think he was at S4 Area 51. And there's going to be a great documentary coming out by my buddy Luigi on this called Project Gravatar. And I think there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence that he was at least there, and a lot in his story checks. But I think you have to, and I even say that in this video, that I think a lot of the story could be true. You can't, I think, view the Bob Lazar story, you can't just take it at face value. Because John Lear and he were friends. John Lear's this babbling UFO nut. He's obsessed with UFO. He's writing weird, disinfo-y style stuff with Bill Cooper. Behold the Pale Horse sketch, which is a wild book. Wild, yeah. And so he's crazy.
Doesn't he talk about bases on the moon?
Talking about bases on the moon. Lear also talked about a soul catcher that controlled our souls on the moon. And so Lear was flooding the zone with all sorts of weird shit. Lear comes from an interesting family. His father is Bill Lear, who is the autopilot wizard. He created the first business, basically the first private jet, the Lear jet, in the 50s and 60s, and was an associate of a guy I hope we talk about named Thomas Townsend Brown. And so I think, Lear was engaging in all sorts of bullshit. Was he a useful idiot, or was he a sophisticated agent provocateur? I'm totally open to him having been a useful idiot. In fact, there is a video of him saying, I was told, I was given all the Bob Lazar files or whatever, and I was told about, to actually, he said, a guy named Admiral McClellan knew that I ran my mouth. I even have this video actually on the doc that I sent you, Jamie. It says, knew that I ran my mouth. So that's why we got Bob the job or whatever. We knew that part of this stuff was leaked, and it was this limited hangout strategy on behalf of this guy named Admiral McClellan or whatever, and he was this useful idiot to sort of get it out. And I think for what purpose? Recruiting. You give people high level. Yeah.
They have a creation thing called the Purple Dew. And the Purple Dew is clear as day that the third creation man, with the help of these heroes called the hero people, and the fourth creation man. So on the Maya monument, we see that doing the math. We can calculate that very exactly. The fourth creation started on August 11, 2014. And it says, it doesn't say it's day one, it says it's the last day of the 13th month of the third creation. Which leads us to believe that creation is only 13 months. And this was the fourth creation. But if you do the math, going from 3,114 BC and count 13 boxes forward, you get to 2012.
They could easily discredit him.
It's a very popular
Those records from MIT, Cal, that sort of prove anything. You go back, these records here, I was here. And he also reader of one time he ran a cat house there. I forget what the name of the exact branch was. So they told him because not only could he probably help them do some smart and imagine on the name an opinion of 115. He's the one that told them what that was.
So my
They didn't know
argument was that actually
when he went there. They didn't know
all
what
the
it was.
corporates
He
of
was
Maya
the one that
mathematics
told them what they did. And they never said anything like that.
In fact, there's a handful of dates
They decided to gun Bob
that creation does
the work it is for
that
because they knew that Bob would tell me instantly,
should have
and then I would plan the whole thing.
20
And
volumes.
that was their red eye was to get the information out and gauge what it did look like, how they accepted it, and then pull back and say, oh no, it's all a mistake. Bob was hardly a fraud. He didn't work hard. He doesn't have anything like that. And they could back away and get out of it. So that was like my club.
Isn't that crazy? Weird. And to me, it kind of makes sense a little bit though. It does, and that doesn't make Bob Lazar still not the most interesting story in the world. Like he's not saying it didn't happen, right? He's just saying that this happened as part of this limited hangout strategy, where they knew that they could delete the records at MIT. They knew that they could stigmatize him because of the brothel. They knew that he was this non-traditionally trained engineer who just happened to strap a ramjet on the back of a Honda or whatever and meet Edward Teller serendipitously. They knew that they had plausible deniability and all that stuff. There's a great line in the Oppenheimer movie where Leslie Rhodes, played by Matt Damon, says, "I didn't hire Oppenheimer in spite of his communist sympathies. I hired him because of them." If you have a top secret program, you want compromise on people. You want to be able to blackmail them. And so I think, that should be taken at face value, in my opinion. And the reason that the story itself can't be taken at face value and needs to be seen through that lens is Lear and Bob Lazar were friends before Bob Lazar got a job at Area 51 S4. And so if you have a top secret program, you can do a basic background check. And Lear is going to come up as a guy with a UFO blog, right? And then the CIA is all over the UFO program, right? And he was flying CIA cargo jets. And he says that he disaffiliated in '83. That's bullshit. George Knapp and Jerry Corbell have talked about how that's BS. And actually disaffiliated much later in the mid-'80s or whatever. Why would you continue to pay a guy who is leaking your crown jewel secrets? And then the guards at Area 51 knew John Lear and Jim Goodall, his buddy, who's a photographer, had been camping out at Area 51 for the better part of a decade. Like the security guards there knew him. Jeremy Corbell has talked about in interviews, like, I would go with John Lear and he would show me around or whatever. And I would let him through. And before leaking the Bob Lazar story to George Knapp, he leaked the story about the F-117, which is the first stealth craft in the U.S. And so I think that helped establish sort of credibility or legitimacy. Was he a useful idiot or a derogatory? I don't know. There's a photo of John Lear with G. Gordon Liddy, who's like as deep and spooky as it gets. No way. He was on Fear Factor. No way. Yeah. G. Gordon Liddy was on Fear Factor. Are you serious? Yeah. You're not messing with me.
No, G. Gordon Liddy was on Fear Factor. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he probably would have won, but there was a driving thing at the end, and he couldn't drive well without glasses, and you weren't allowed to wear glasses. Yeah. Look at that. G. Gordon Liddy.
And John Lear. That is the most gonzo thing I've ever. G. Gordon Liddy was on. How does he win? Do you have like a quota of like celebrity Fear Factor? Celebrity Fear Factor.
Yeah.
That's wild.
He's a fascinating guy. Like, he was intense. I was meeting him. I was like, okay, what was he like? Fucking intense. There was one of the things where you had to be hung by your ankles, and like, there he is.
Oh my god.
G. Gordon Liddy on Fear Factor.
He looks nuts.
Oh yeah, he was nuts, and he was very old at the time. But I think that's what fucked him up in the final stunt. He couldn't see well without his glasses. So this is the thing they had to like. I forget what they had to do. They were dumped into the water over and over again, and they had to like take flags off of them or something like that. Yeah, wild.
Did you sneak any questions in?
No, I didn't. I didn't have much time to talk to him, unfortunately. But you could just tell talking to him. Yeah, he was one intense motherfucker, even as an old man.
Did you get sociopathic vibes?
Oh yeah. Yeah, just like he'll do whatever the fuck it takes to get the job done. Yeah, he held on Watergate.
Oh my god. Crazy.
Yeah.
That is living unbelievable. What an artifact, amazing. That is just short. I mean, you've had a lot of crazy experiences in life.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's a weird one. That was a weird one because everybody was, they weren't, the people that were on the show weren't nearly as fascinated as I was. I was like, do you know how fucking wild that dude is? Yeah, that guy is deep. He's deep in there.
Deep.
Very
Deep. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wild. It's a gonzo moment.
Yeah, for sure. Like, very strange. Like, why would you do this? It was, I don't even understand why he did it.
It's perfectly living simulation.
Yeah, maybe. It was very strange. Like, what would be his objective? Like,
I feel people like that love fucking around. They love getting a rise out of people, and they love, if he is a sociopath, he loves, going back to the scene of the crime and just as much attention as he can get. I can't psychoanalyze.
he quite famously put cigarettes out on himself. Holds his hand in flames.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, just to show that he can control his response to pain. You felt like that when you're around them. Like so that thing that they had to do where they got dunked and they, they're hanging by their ankles and dunked into water, so it disorients you while you're trying to do this task. He did it better than anybody.
And they just
They're 150 years old, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah. I felt like you're going to kill him. You're really old to be doing this intense physical thing to him. But at the end, he just couldn't see at night. His eye, like, he could pull your nighttime vision's real bad.
Poor G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah. But, so how did Lazar know what element 115 was?
I don't know. So element 115, elements are just differentiated by the number of protons. So it is easy to predict there will be an element 115 before element 115 gets discovered. If they have, I think they don't have a stable version of Muscovium, which is element 115. And so if they can find some stable version, I think he'll be super vindicated based on that.
Well, do you think he has a stable
I
version?
don't know.
I think that was part of during Jeremy Corbell's documentary that he was doing on the Tsar. He was raided by the FBI. They raided his lab, and he thinks that's what they were looking for.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I think there is so much real about the Lazar story. I think he was at S4. I think he met Edward Teller. I think he was at Los Alamos. I think he was at MIT. I know there's some stuff he told you offline. MIT's engaged in a lot of spooky stuff where you can't talk about what you're doing. There's a lot of federally funded weird stuff going on.
If you want to teach your people how to do something that's kind of fucked up,
you'd send them to MIT, 100%. EG&G came from Doc Edgerton, who was, MIT faculty, and that's where he ended up working after getting Edward Teller, was EG&G. So I believe there's a lot in that story that's super true. That lens, you need to apply that lens,
right?
The limited hangout lens.
Well, it's also like, what is he dealing with really? Like, what is the craft? Is that thing ours? Did we have something in 1988 that was that sophisticated, or is that really back engineered?
That's the.
What is is it a mind fuck?
That's a $1 trillion question. Is this tech protected? This is at a time when stealth craft had just came on the scene, and you had,
when did stealth technology first get implemented?
It was the F-117 was the first stealth craft. That was the early 80s, and you had actually this guy named Pyotr Fimtsev, who's this great name, early 20th century Russian mathematician that Ben Rich and some of his engineers at Lockheed Skunk Works had resuscitated. There's this kind of disagreement between Ben Rich, who is the incoming Skunk Works director. Skunk Works is the most advanced R&D division of Lockheed Martin. And Kelly Johnson, the legendary guy who had started Skunk Works. And so Ben Rich was very pro-stealth. He thought that this was this really important modality. And he and a couple of his engineers resuscitated this obscure Russian mathematician to reduce radar cross-sections on planes. And that's where the F-117 came, and the B-2 was sort of the response to that, and it sort of took off in the 80s. And he was extremely scared about tech protection at the time, and he was hyper-vigilant, and he would actively complain about it. And he even called UFOs unfunded opportunities at the time. Pretty crazy, right? So that's the backdrop. And there's also, in 1986, there's a budget line item in the congressional budget for $2 billion for the Aurora. And this is this super stealthy craft that's post F-117. And that's the only rumor. Like today, nobody will admit that the Aurora might have been real. And the aerial surveys at the time were picking up sonic booms that weren't being created by the SR-71 or the space shuttle. And so there was something being flown around at that time that was, causing these sonic booms that was unaccounted for. And Bob Lazar, there's even a clip of him saying, "I saw the Aurora." It was like, it was around at the time, and it sort of just took off or whatever. Which is, I think, a point in the direction that Lazar himself is very earnest and probably did experience very weird stuff, because why are you exposing some probably classified tech? I think there's a lot of reasons to believe that the Aurora was real. There was an oil rig engineer in the North Sea, maybe the Black Sea, that sketched it out. Bill Sweetman, this Jane's Defense Weekly aviation journalist, picked that story up. How did he describe it? This kind of, it was a triangle similar to the B-2, but I think more narrow, and it just flew incredibly fast, like faster than the F-117, and I don't know, it was just super advanced.
Can you envision, would it be actually possible in 1988 to? Could you imagine that the United States would possess some sort of actual technology that's not back engineered, that's not from another world, that is what Lazar described?
It's funny you should ask that. Yes, I do. Yes, and that's not to say I don't want to again pour cold water on the UFO crash retrieval stuff, because I think there's a lot of interesting evidence there. But is there a tech tree that involves anti-gravity? Absolutely, in the U.S. And I can trace it all the way back to this guy named Thomas Townsend Brown. So if we were to be talking in front of any academic physicist right now, they would laugh at us. They'd be like, "You're crazy." If we were to talk amongst any aerospace graybeard who is at a certain level, I think they'd give you a little wink and a smile. And they'd say, "Okay, maybe there's something there." And so the nominal history is that we have never been able, we don't have exotic propulsion principles. Like everything is, chemical combustion, essentially. You had Elon Musk on, and he says, it's all Newton's 3 laws. You can't get anything better. And I remember you asked him, you're like, well, maybe what if you could get something better? He's like, it's impossible. We have not unified the field in physics. So you have the weak force, the strong force, and electromagnetism, and all of those have been reconciled. Gravity is out here hanging out by itself on an island. So you have the standard model, quantum field theory, and you have Einstein's theory of gravity, and the two are not reconcilable. It is my belief that if you were to reconcile them, you could create exotic propulsion, which I think any even reasonable theoretical physicist who's credentialed would say if you could reconcile them, that's possible. I think that Thomas Townsend Brown did this experimentally, not theoretically. I don't think he was a very strong theoretical physicist, but I think he did this experimentally. And so there's this whole hidden history involving anti-gravity, and I get into this in my show, I helped put off in Eric Weinstein, where there's actually this great 1971 Australian Joint Intelligence Organization document that is verified, it's real, that David Grush actually cites it a lot. And it talks about, basically, it's this guy, Harry Turner, who's the head of the nuclear division in Australia. Very legit guys, like they're Oppenheimer, if you will. And they were actually, they had the Woomera test range in southern Australia. So there were some actually British Empire like nuclear stuff going on. It was supposed to be like, I think, missile tests. But there are reasons to believe that maybe he started to get interested in UFOs to begin with. And so he looked into U.S. efforts into UFO research, but also specifically anti-gravity. And he talks about how after a little bit of investigation, U.S. efforts into anti-gravity are far deeper than meet the eye. In Blue Book, this front-facing PR campaign that's part of the Air Force is total BS, and it's meant to, stigmatize UFOs and throw people off the trail. And it's actually, this now declassified document around the Robertson memo, which is around this Robertson panel, that kind of created the Constitution for Blue Book. All shows that this was the case with Blue Book. He says actually there were secret anti-gravity programs going on at the time, and they involved, and he lists names: Oppenheimer, Freeman Dyson, John Wheeler, and Edward Teller. He lists all these, the head of the nuclear program in Australia. And so then you have to ask the question, okay, so you have this like official government document saying this stuff. Like, does this line up with any artifacts at the time? Well, actually, in 1956, there's an article in Young Men's Magazine, this kind of aviation hobbyist journal by a guy named Michael Gladich. And he's quoting all of the industry experts. Bill Lear is quoted, who we talked about. Who else is quoted? George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation, their RIAS, their anti-gravity research program. He says anti-gravity research is, we're gonna figure this out in just the same amount of time that it took to figure out the atom bomb. Like it's right around that sort of thing. You had the patron of Bell Aircraft. They had just broken the sound barrier with the X-1 in 1947. So there you go, Michael Gladich.
Machine engines are coming.
Yeah.
By far the most potent source of energy is gravity. Using it as power, future aircraft will attain the speed of light. Holy shit.
And Bell says, we're experimenting with nuclear fuels to cancel out gravity. Richard Arnowit and Stanley Desser.
They have a diagram.
And it's why
Technical boundary layer, cabin, electronic rockets, gravity generator.
they talk about gravity particles. Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit at Princeton are studying.
So what do you think was going on?
I think they were deeply investigating anti-gravity. I mean,
Do you think they had a working model?
I think they had an effect called the Bifield-Brown effect that showed that you could couple electromagnetism and gravity at a base level, and you could do it in a vacuum, which rules out ionized air as the possible reason for thrust. So I'll back up and I'll just give you what the experiment is. So you take a capacitor, right? And so a capacitor is a positive electrode and a negative electrode. It's an asymmetric capacitor, so the negative electrode is bigger than the positive capacitor. And the two are, in between the two is an insulator called a high K dielectric. So it's a material that stores a lot of electromagnetic charge. You pump the entire thing with high voltage and low current electricity. And Brown used to do it with DC direct current pulses. And you see thrust going from the negative to the positive. And if you do that in air, then you can always say that it's ionized air because ions are being produced, and then you get this equal and opposite reaction with the wind, and then you get this thrust, right? So that's not breaking physics. If you do this in a depressurized vacuum chamber, where there basically is no air to create this kind of equal and opposite force for the thrust, then you are breaking physics as we know it. There are other things that break physics as we know it. You had Sonny White on. He talked about the Casimir effect, which is a real effect that involves not charged but conductive plates that are very close to each other that seem to attract. There's the Aharonov-Bohm effect, which might be explained by the electromagnetic field potential. There are other effects in physics where you can't quite explain it in the current model, but they are harbingers, if you will, of the next paradigm. I believe that when you find an anomaly, it is pointing towards the next scientific paradigm. Black body radiation is a great example. It was discovered in the 1870s by a guy named Gustav Kirchhoff. We could not explain it until the quantum revolution with Max Planck, where he actually discovered quanta. The orbit of Mercury is another good example, where we didn't understand, we couldn't calculate Mercury's orbit until we had space-time curvature in Einstein. So Newton didn't quite explain it. So my belief is the Bifield-Brown effect is an anomaly that seemed to ostensibly visually unify the field, or it's pointing towards something else, gravitational shielding, or it's pointing towards how put off stuff around, quantum vacuum fluctuations. I don't know. I don't have a great theory for how it works. I don't think Brown had an amazing theory for how it works, but it's an effect that I think creates this tech tree of exotic electromagnetic propulsion that leads us to today. It's an effect that's not supposed to happen. And this, what is this, Jamie?
More simple and more mathematical.
That is a thruster in the back. Yeah, that's a lateral propeller version of it. And you don't have to listen to me, by the way. The lead electrostatics guy at NASA is a guy named Charles Bueller. He's been doing this for 20 years, and he's at Kennedy Space Center. They use electrostatics to like clean dust off the lunar lander or whatever, get those particles are actually charged. And he's the most senior guy in electrostatics, and he says this is not conventional electrostatic force. To Townsend Brown, I can show you in an interview where he literally says Townsend Brown was like the first.
But the hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I mapped for my dissertation and spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had a lord's title named Fire Lord. That was one of the generals. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Chakzuz who was the Fire Lord for the early part of the reign of a king called the Kalmar. And then by the time he carved this other panel, there's another guy in the position of Kakao, which was the Fire Lord. And so he had, it was, he could have been killed, but in the case of that. But then we have the interesting case of, in the post-classic, they shed the idea of kings. They don't like kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kings. And so they turned into this more council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayapan. But it has what is called the League of Mayapan. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that happens. That individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. Each family has their own council house at Mayapan, so they live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress. And it really was. I mean, and this happened in, I guess, 1250 AD, that this Maya democracy happens. And we know the names of them, we know their families, and of course, they were humans. So eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city burned.
Of course, there's probably some fascinating corruption, which is hard to discover too.
Part of it was the Aztecs screwing things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, we maybe buy some humans. And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, oh, you're making us a lot of money. So then, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and then the city burned.
It seems like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component of the story. You mentioned different periods in the Maya, the classic, the post-classic, the pre-classic, the archaic. Can you just speak to that? So archaic is before there was really a civilization.
Archaic's pretty much when everybody's hunter-gatherer.
So the classic period was the golden age, and then the pre-classic, which is interesting.
Are you talking about maybe Carl Wolf, who was taken to, this is all his claims, and he died in a freakish bike accident a little after seeing this. But he said that there was like in like Langley, Virginia, where a lot of spooky stuff goes on. He was taken to some like, it was like inside a mountain complex, which we definitely, yes, Carl Wolf, yeah.
That guy bikes.
Apparently not enough.
That guy could die at any time on a scooter. So, photographs in 1966 lower orbiter mission that revealed large basin with the hear what he's saying? Just hear a little bit of it.
That they're going to organize themselves around
Scale one section, and then another, and then they would get a larger image. So this whole day, people in that contact prayer, and that was then print was issued to whomever the press, the scientists, whoever that was intended to go. So he was showing me how all this worked, and we walked over to one side of the lab, and he said, by the way, we've discovered a base on the back side of the moon. And I said, what do you mean? He said, yes, we've discovered a base on the back side of the moon. And at that point, I became
every
terrified,
can let their blood
thinking to myself, if anybody walks on right there, I know we're in jeopardy, we're in trouble, because he shouldn't be giving more information. I was fascinated by it, but I also knew that he was overstepping a boundary that he shouldn't be stepping over. And then he pulled out things in the bags and showed this base, which had geometric shapes that were towers, spherical buildings. They were very tall. Towers, things that looked somewhat like radar dishes for large structures. So I didn't say more to him because I was concerned again that someone was going to come in at any moment. Catch us having this conversation with me in real trouble. I realized that he was telling me this information because he didn't have anybody else to talk to. They're probably in that laboratory. He was probably one of the few enlisted people. He was a worker. And he had a high level security clearance on his name, where he couldn't share that information with anybody else. And in those days, you had your security clearance, you took it seriously. It isn't like today where people don't take these things seriously. We had a different set of ethics and values that we were raised, and we stayed bound by those values. So it was rare that someone would do something like this. This fellow, the same rank, I think he was very distressed. He had the same caliber of leaders and scientists outside of the they were just as concerned as he was. And he needed to discuss it with someone. So that was the end of it right there. I didn't take it any further than that. I just filed it away. The interesting thing, every day that I went home, I would think to myself, I can't wait to hear about this on the news.
For a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. It collapsed. What do you think explains that? What happened?
I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities, populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm. They lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology signature sees is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top, most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, they moved. They moved in two directions. Some of them moved into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them moved up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Chichen Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza so that longer welcome in their cities, just move and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? Well, catalyst was there the kind of events that started this? Was this an idea
We are still debating. I don't think there is a single reason. I think humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became overpopulated. They were too popular, and we think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan is a beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth are the telling. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of your
And, as I travel to
mental
the and I
hyperplasia.
look at the news to see if there are analyses, we discovered a base.
It gets the
Big,
lines
really
in it.
naive.
And that
And
last
of course,
generation
here it
of
is
Maya,
30
before
some
they
years
left
later, we
Copan,
still haven't heard about it.
even the rich people are seasonally starving.
Pretty
So
crazy.
there's a problem.
Yeah,
there.
but then there's the question of
But I also
disinformation,
think it's a weird
right?
thing. It was
Like,
not an empire.
you could conceivably give people a bunch of nonsense and tell them about it knowing that some of it is going to leak and it's going to make, and it won't be verified, and it's going to make this whole story seem even more ridiculous and make people less likely or reluctant to study it.
Totally. And in his case, he says that he was in this, mountain base or whatever, where all of the world's nations were working together as part of some, collegial UN style space program or whatever. So that to me might be a little, beyond the pale. And I'm glad you made that point because that is ufology 101. And I've heard you be incredibly exhausted and frustrated at UFO disclosure. And I think that is the reasonable response. It is limited hangouts on limited hangouts. It's just, we're going to give you a little bit, but we're also going to sprinkle in some falsities and some bullshit. We're going to stigmatize it. And it kind of works because it creates this initiation path for recruiting. If there are any of these programs, it widens the surface area. It both conditions the populace, but also stigmatizes the thing. It makes it seem like kind of a joke. And so I think if you are not viewing modern disclosure through that kind of hermeneutic lens of interpretation, and you are just taking it, accepting it, imbibing it wholeheartedly, prima facie, I think you are in trouble.
Yeah. But that's what's so interesting and fun and also frustrating about the subject.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the majority of your videos is I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't know. It was full of shit. I don't know how much. I was watching the Townsend Brown one today. And you were talking about John Lear and John Lear's connection to Bob Lazar and the possibility that Lear was spreading disinformation.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's it. By the way, since making that video, I've become more positive on Lazar, just insofar as I think he was at S4 Area 51. And there's going to be a great documentary coming out by my buddy Luigi on this called Project Gravatar. And I think there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence that he was at least there, and a lot in his story checks. But I think you have to view, and I even say that in this video, that I think a lot of this story could be true. You can't, I think, view the Bob Lazar story, you can't just take it at face value. Because John Lear and he were friends. John Lear is this babbling UFO nut. He's obsessed with UFO. He's writing weird, disinfo-y style stuff with Bill Cooper. Behold the Pale Horse Gash.
Wild book.
Which is a wild book. Yeah. And so, he's crazy.
Doesn't he talk about bases on the moon?
Talk about bases on the moon. Lear also talked about a soul catcher that controlled our souls on the moon. And so Lear was flooding the zone with all sorts of weird shit. Lear comes from an interesting family. His father is Bill Lear, who is the autopilot wizard. He created the first business, basically the first private jet, the Lear jet, in the 50s and 60s, and was an associate of a guy who we talk about named Thomas Townsend Brown. And And so I think, Lear was engaging in all sorts of bullshit. Was he a useful idiot or was he a sophisticated agent provocateur? I'm totally open to him having been a useful idiot. In fact, there is a video of him saying, I was told, I was given all the Balthazar files or whatever, and I was told about, to actually, like, he said a guy named Admiral McClellan knew that I ran my mouth. I even have this video actually on the doc that I sent you, Jamie. Just knew that I ran my mouth. So that's why we got Bob the job or whatever. We knew that part of this stuff was weak. And it was like this limited hangout strategy on behalf of this guy named Admiral McClellan or whatever. And he was this useful idiot to sort of get it out. And I think there's for what purpose? Recruiting. You give people high level,
indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty thing. All the civilized communities around Lake Mexico, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all dried down. But those guys were civilized. So the Aztecs did that. It really changed the politics of the game of the Valley of Mexico. They'd go in and they'd kill whoever you wanted to kill. They're the king of the territory. So one of these kings they were working for really decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestry. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed. And that really so he thought his whole army ran the Aztecs out for a while. They say they were in a horrible desert section eating lizards. And then one of their priests would say, we're going to walk around the lake and my vision would say that we're going to see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth. And he built our captain.
Up in Reno at one time, he ran a cat house there. I forget what the name of the namesake ranch was. So they chose him because not only could he kind of build he was so smart and his man piling up like the man an imperium with 15 evil or that was they didn't know when he
and all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up at 1300
and then told him why and how he figured it out. But he decided
really
to
established, and from there they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities in the lake are now their allies.
That was their grand idea, was to get the information out and gauge what it did to the public, how they accepted it, and then pull back the thought that was all staying
all the way down
a fraud
everywhere they go, they receive everybody's pound,
and they get back away and get out of it. So that was Mike McClellan.
Isn't that crazy? Weird. And to me, it kind of makes sense. It does, and that doesn't make Balthazar's skill not the most interesting story in the world. Like, he's not saying it didn't happen, right? He's just saying that this happened as part of this limited hangout strategy, where they knew that they could delete the records at MIT. They knew that they could stigmatize him because of the brothel. They knew that he was this not traditionally trained engineer who just happened to strap a ramjet on the back of a Honda or whatever and meet Edward Teller serendipitously. They knew that they had plausible deniability and all that stuff. There's a great line in the Oppenheimer movie where Leslie Groves, played by Matt Damon, says, I didn't hire Oppenheimer in spite of his communist sympathies. I hired him because of them. If you have a top secret program, you want compromise on people. You want to be able to blackmail them. And so I think, that should be taken at face value, in my opinion. And the reason that the story itself can't be taken at face value and needs to be seen through that lens is Lear and Balthazar were friends before Balthazar got a job at Area 51 S4. And so if you have a top secret program, you're going to do a basic background check. And Lear is going to come up as a guy with a UFO blog, right? And then the CIA is all over the UFO program, right? he was flying CIA cargo jets, and he says that he disaffiliated in '83. That's bullshit. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have talked about how that's BS, and actually disaffiliated much later into the mid '80s or whatever. Why would you continue to pay a guy who is leaking your crown jewel secrets? And then the guards at Area 51 knew John Lear, Jim Goodall, his buddy, who was a photographer, had been camping out at Area 51 for the better part of a decade. Like, the security guards there knew him. Jeremy Corbell has talked about in interviews, like, I would go with John Lear and he would show me around or whatever. And they would, like, let him through. And before leaking the Bob Lazar story to George Knapp, he leaked the story about the F-117, which was the first stealth craft in the U.S. And so I think that helped establish sort of credibility or legitimacy. Was he a useful idiot or agent provocateur? I don't know. There's a photo of John Lear with G. Gordon Liddy, who's like as deep and spooky as it gets. No way.
He was on Fear Factor.
No way. Yeah. G. Gordon Liddy was on Fear Factor. Are you serious? You're not messing with me.
No, G. Gordon Liddy was on Fear Factor. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he probably would have won, but there was a driving thing at the end, and he couldn't drive well without glasses, and you weren't allowed to wear glasses. Yeah. Look at that. G. Gordon Liddy.
And John Lear. That is the most gonzo thing I've ever. G. Gordon Liddy was on. How did he? Why would you have like a quota of like
Celebrity Fear Factor.
Celebrity Fear Factor?
Yeah.
That's wild.
He's a fascinating guy. Like, he was intense. After meeting him, I was like, okay,
Was he like?
fucking intense. There was one of the things where you had to be hung by your ankles, and like, there he is.
Oh my god.
G. Gordon Liddy on Fear Factor.
He looks nuts.
Oh yeah, he was nuts, and he was very old at the time. But I think that's what fucked him up. At the final stunt, he couldn't see well without his glasses. So this is the thing they had to like. I forget what they had to do. They were dumped into the water over and over again, and they had to like take flags off of them or something like that. Yeah, wild.
Did you sneak any questions in?
No, I didn't. I didn't have much time to talk to him, unfortunately. But you could just tell talking to him.
Yeah.
He was one intense motherfucker, even as an old man.
Did you get sociopathic vibes?
Oh yeah. Yeah, just like do whatever the fuck it takes to get the job done. Yeah, you can hold on Watergate.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Unbelievable. What an artist, what an amazing. That's short. I mean, you've had a lot of crazy experiences in life.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's a weird one. That was a weird one because everybody was, they were the people that were on the show weren't nearly as fascinated as I was. I was like, do you know how fucking wild that dude is? Yeah, that guy's deep. He's deep in there. Deep, very deep.
Oh my god. Wild. It's a gonzo moment.
Yeah, for sure. Like, very strange. Like, why would you do this? It was, I don't even understand why he did it.
It's proof in the simulation.
Yeah, maybe. It was very strange. Like, what would be his objective? Like,
I feel people like that love fucking around. They love getting a rise out of people, and they love, if he is a sociopath, he loves, going back to the scene of the crime and just as much attention as he can get. I don't know. I can't psychoanalyze. G. Gordon Liddy
famously put cigarettes out on himself. Pulls his hand in flames.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, just to show that he can control his response to pain. So, he felt like that when you're around him. Like so that thing that they had to do where they got dunked and they're hanging by their ankles and dumped into water, so it disorients you while you're trying to do this task. He did it better than anybody.
Wow. And they just get their
150 years old. Yeah, I felt like we're gonna kill him. They really hold him in this intense physical thing to him. Yeah, but then in the end, just couldn't see at night. It's not like when you get old, your nighttime vision's real bad.
Poor G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, but so how did Lazar know what element 115 was?
I
don't know. So element 115. Elements are just differentiated by the number of protons. So it is easy to predict there will be an element 115 before element 115 gets discovered. If they have, I think they don't have a stable version of Muskogee, which is element 115. And so if they can find some stable version, I think he'll be super vindicated based on that.
Well, you know, they think he has a stable
I
version.
know that.
I think that was part of during Jeremy Corbell's documentary that he was doing on Czar. He was raided by the FBI. They raided his lab, and he thinks that's what they were looking for.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I think there is so much real about the Lazar story. I think he was at S4. I think he met Edward Teller. I think he was at Los Alamos. I think he was at MIT. I know there's some stuff he told you offline. MIT's engaged in a lot of spooky stuff where you can't talk about what you're doing. There's a lot of federally funded weird stuff going
Yeah,
on.
if you want to teach your people how to do something that's kind of fucked up, well, you would send them to MIT.
100%. EG&G came from Doc Edgerton, who was, MIT faculty, and that's where he ended up working after meeting Edward Teller, was EG&G. So I believe there's a lot in that story that's super true. I'm just, that lens, you need to apply that lens, right? The limited hangout lens.
Well, it's also, what is he dealing with really? Like, what is the craft? Is that thing ours? Did we have something in 1988 that was that sophisticated? Or is that really back engineered?
That's the,
Is it a money?
That's $1 trillion question. Is this tech protected? This is at a time when stealth had just came on the scene. And you had,
When did stealth technology first get implemented?
it was the F-117 was the first stealth craft. That was the early 80s. And you had actually this guy named Piotr Fimtsev, who is this, great name, early 20th century Russian mathematician that Ben Rich and some of his engineers at Lockheed Skunk Works had resuscitated. There's this kind of disagreement between Ben Rich, who is the incoming Skunk Works director. Skunk Works is the most advanced RD division of Lockheed Martin. And Kelly Johnson, the legendary guy who had started Skunk Works. And so Ben Rich was very pro-stealth. He thought that this was this really important modality. And he and a couple of his engineers resuscitated this obscure Russian mathematician to reduce radar cross sections on planes, and that's where the F-117 came. And the B-2 was sort of the response to that, and it sort of took off in the 80s. And he was extremely scared about tech protection at the time. And he was hyper vigilant, and he would actively complain about it. And he even called UFOs unfunded opportunities at the time. Pretty crazy, right? So that's the backdrop. And there's also, in 1986, there's a budget line item in the congressional budget for $2 billion for the Aurora. And this is this super stealthy craft that's post F-117. And that's the only rare. Like today, nobody will admit that the Aurora might have been real. And the aerial surveys at the time were picking up sonic booms that weren't being created by the SR-71 or the space shuttle. And so there was something being flown around at that time that was, causing these sonic booms that was unaccounted for. And Bob Lazar, there's even a clip of him saying, I saw the Aurora. It was like, it was around at the time, and it sort of just took off or whatever, which is, I think, a point in the direction that Lazar himself is very earnest and probably did experience very weird stuff, because why are you exposing some probably classified tech? I think there's a lot of reasons to believe that the Aurora was real. There was an oil rig engineer in the North Sea, it might have been the Black Sea, that sketched it out, and Bill Sweetman, this Jane's Defense Weekly aviation journalist, picked that story up.
What did he describe it as?
This kind of, it was a triangle similar to the B-2, but I think more narrow, and it just flew incredibly fast, faster than the F-117, and I don't know. It was just super advanced.
Can you envision, would it be actually possible in 1988 could you imagine that the United States would possess some sort of actual technology that's not back engineered, that's not from another world, that is what Lazar described?
It's funny you should ask that. Yes, I do. Yes, and that's not to say I don't want to pour cold water on the UFO crash retrieval stuff, because I think there's a lot of interesting evidence there. But is there a tech tree that involves anti-gravity? Absolutely, in the U.S. And I can trace it all the way back to this guy named Thomas Townsend Brown. So if we were to be talking in front of any academic physicist right now, they would laugh at us. They'd be like, "You're crazy." If we were to talk amongst any aerospace graybeard who is at a certain level, I think they'd give you a little wink and a smile, and they'd say, "Oh, yeah, like maybe there's something there." And so the nominal history is that we have never been able. We don't have exotic propulsion principles. Like everything is, chemical combustion. Essentially, you had Elon Musk on, and he says, it's all Newton's three laws. You can't get anything better. And I remember you asked him, you're like, well, maybe what if you could get something better? He said it's impossible. We have not unified the field in physics. So you have the weak force, the strong force, and electromagnetism, and all of those have been reconciled. Gravity is out here hanging out by itself on an island. So you have the standard model, quantum field theory, and you have Einstein's theory of gravity. And the two are not reconcilable. It is my belief that if you were to reconcile them, you could create exotic propulsion, which I think any even reasonable theoretical physicist who's credentialed would say if you could reconcile them, that's possible. I think that Thomas Townsend Brown did this experimentally, not theoretically. I don't think he was a very strong theoretical physicist, but I think he did this experimentally. And so there's this whole hidden history involving anti-gravity, and I get into this in my show with Help It Off and Eric Weinstein, where there's actually this great 1971 Australian Joint Intelligence Organization document that is verified, it's real. David Grush actually cites it a lot. And it talks about, basically, it's this guy, Harry Turner, who's the head of the nuclear division in Australia. Very legit. Guys like their Oppenheimer, if you will. And they were actually, they had the Woomera test range in southern Australia. So there were some actually British Empire, like nuclear stuff going on. It was mostly like, I think, missile testing. But there are reasons to believe that maybe he started to get interested in UFOs to begin with. And so he looked into U.S. efforts into, UFO research, but also specifically anti-gravity. And he talks about how after a little bit of investigation, U.S. efforts into anti-gravity are far deeper than meet the eye. In Blue Book, this front-facing PR campaign that's part of the Air Force is total BS, and it's meant to, stigmatize UFOs and throw people off the trail. And it's actually, this now declassified document around the Robertson memo, which is around this Robertson panel, that kind of created the Constitution for Blue Book. All shows that this was the case with Blue Book. He says actually there were secret anti-gravity programs going on at the time, and they involved, and he lists names: Oppenheimer, Freeman Dyson, John Wheeler, and Edward Teller. He lists all these names. The head of the nuclear program in Australia. And so then you have to ask the question, okay, so you have this like official government document saying this stuff. Like, does this line up with any artifacts at the time? Well, actually, in 1956, there's an article in Young Men's Magazine, this kind of aviation hobbyist journal, by a guy named Michael Blatich. And he's quoting all of the industry experts. Bill Lear is quoted, who we talked about. Who else is quoted? George Trimble, who's a VP of Martin Corporation, their RIAS, their anti-gravity research program. He says anti-gravity research is, we're gonna figure this out in just the same amount of time that it took to figure out the atom bomb. Like it's right around the bend, sort of thing. You had the patron of Bell Aircraft. They had just broken the sound barrier with the X-1 1947. And Michael Sladash.
Engines are coming.
Yeah.
Whoa. By far the most potent source of energy is gravity. Using it as power, future aircraft will attain the speed of light. Holy shit.
And Bell says, we're experimenting with nuclear fuels to cancel out gravity. Richard Arnowit and Stanley Desser.
They have a diagram of how
And it's what?
tentative boundary layer, cabin, electronic rockets, gravity generator.
They talk about gravity particles. Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit at Princeton are studying.
So what do you think was going on?
I think they were deeply investigating anti-gravity.
Did you think they had a working model?
I think they had an effect called the Hill-Brown effect that showed that you could couple electromagnetism and gravity at a base level, and you could do it in a vacuum, which rules out ionized air as the possible reason for thrust. So I'll back up and I'll just give you an experiment. So it's you take a capacitor, right? And so a capacitor is a positive electrode and a negative electrode. It's an asymmetric capacitor, so the negative electrode is bigger than the positive capacitor, and the two are in between the two is an insulator called a high K dielectric. So it's a material that stores a lot of electromagnetic charge. You pump the entire thing with high voltage and low current electricity, and Brown used to do it with DC direct current pulses, and you see thrust going from the negative to the positive. And if you do that in air, then you can always say that it's ionized air because ions are being produced, and then you get this equal and opposite reaction with the wind, and then you get this thrust, right? So that's not breaking physics. If you do this in a depressurized vacuum chamber, where there basically is no air to create this kind of equal and opposite force for the thrust, then you are breaking physics as we know it. There are other things that break physics as we know it. You had Sonny White on. He talked about like the Casimir effect, which is a real effect that involves not charged but conductive plates that are very close to each other that seem to attract. There's the Aharonov-Bohm effect, which might be explained by the electromagnetic forward potential. There are other effects in physics where you can't quite explain it in the current model, but they are harbingers, if you will, of the next paradigm. I believe that when you find an anomaly, it is pointing towards the next scientific paradigm. Black body radiation is a great example. It was discovered in the 1870s by a guy named Gustav Kirchhoff. We could not explain it until the quantum revolution with Max Planck, where he actually discovered quanta. The orbit of Mercury is another good example, where we didn't understand, we couldn't calculate Mercury's orbit until we had space-time curvature in Einstein. So Newton didn't quite explain it. So my belief is the Bifield-Brown effect is an anomaly that seemed to ostensibly visually unify the field, or it's pointing towards something else, gravitational shielding, or it's pointing towards how put off stuff around quantum vacuum fluctuations. I don't know. I don't have a great theory for how it works. I don't think Brown had an amazing theory for how it works, but it's an effect that I think creates this tech tree of exotic electromagnetic propulsion that leads us to today. It's an effect that's not supposed to happen. And this, what is this channel? That is a thruster version. Yeah, that's a lateral propeller version of it. And you don't have to listen to me, by the way. The lead electrostatics guy at NASA is a guy named Charles Bueller. He's been doing this for 20 years, and he's at Kennedy Space Center. They use electrostatics to clean dust off the lunar lander or whatever, because those particles are actually charged. And he's the most senior guy in electrostatics, and he says this is not a conventional electrostatic force, and he attributes his work to Townsend Brown. I can show you in an interview. He literally says Townsend Brown was like the first guy to discover this. He's updated it a bit. He says that it's not just sheer voltage. You don't need to use mega voltage, and actually electric field strength is the most important thing. So we use kilovolts, and he amps up the electric field strength in order to get more thrust. But he has a whole company around this. It's called Exodus Space. So you don't have to listen. Another very credentialed person, if we're on that, a guy named Carl Nell, who I have reason to believe that some of Brown's work made into the B-2 stealth bomber. I don't think it's the anti-gravity part. It's a part called electrohydrodynamics that made it into the B-2 stealth bomber. But the point is, I interviewed a guy who was the deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman, and he also was the Army representative of the UAP task force, along with David Grush, where they were investigating UFOs. And he said, I was in a room, filled with venture capitalists and entrepreneurs. I was like, Carl, these people want actionable stuff. Like, can you actually make progress with any of this UFO stuff, or is it all kind of metaphysical, and kind of not even wrong was Feynman would say. And he goes, well, if you want, some actionable stuff, go watch Jesse's video on Thomas Townsend Brown. And so, like, I've gotten this time and time again where I've had all these private experiences about, with Brown, where I'm like, is anybody seeing this? Like, this is crazy. And it's, I don't know.
So let's take this back to when was Brown conducting these experiments initially?
Yeah.
What year was this?
The early 20s. So like 1923, 24 range. He was a child prodigy. So there, newspaper clipping. He was from Zanesville, Ohio. He was born in 1905. In 1915, he was, caught in the garden or whatever, using charged rods to get worms to ascend to the top of the soil. Then at age 12, the World War government, under Woodrow Wilson, who was probably the local government, told him to take down a wireless transmitter that he had created, an antenna that he had created, like this walkie-talkie system that he had developed at the time. And there's newspaper clippings talking about this at the time that like totally corroborate this. He then goes to Caltech. He studies under a guy named Robert Millikan, who's actually a really well-respected physicist who helped develop Einstein's photoelectric effect, or actually, demonstrated experimentally. Millikan doesn't really give him the time of day on the bifield Brown effect. And the way he discovered the effect is actually he was using Coolidge X-ray tubes. So these are really early X-ray tubes, and they have every X-ray tube has, or every Coolidge tube has a cathode and an anode, so a negative and a positive electrode. And he would pump it full of, high voltage electricity, and the wire would jump. And then he would actually put in a fixed chassis, and it would keep jumping. And then he would suspend it from the ceiling, and it would keep jumping. And he was like, "What's going on? Like, this isn't supposed to happen." And there are ways to again explain that away via traditional electrostatics. So he later got the idea to do this in a vacuum chamber to really prove it. But after Caltech, he then goes to Denison University, where he studies under a guy named Paul Alfred Byfield. And Denison University, for the longest time, has denied that relationship, and now they're admitting it, which is I find really funny. The archivist there is now admitting it. There is an affidavit from the Navy where Paul Alfred Byfield signs a letter saying, "I witnessed this effect. It's an anomalous effect." From there, he goes on, and it's witnessed by a guy named Victor Bertrandius, who's at the Patterson Wright Airfield at the time, Flight Test Division. He's working with Colonel Albert Boyd on all the crazy flight tests. In 1952, he says, "Believe it or not, I saw a model of a flying saucer, and I was frightened. And I'm frightened for it getting out because," and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, "because I believe it's in the stage of early atomic development." And that's in 1952. He then shows a fan precipitator experiment, which really shows the electrohydrodynamic effect, which is similar but not the same as the electromagnetism gravity thing, to Edward Teller, the father of the H-bomb. And Edward Teller himself says, "I don't know how this works." And then his wife turns to Townsend Brown's daughter, and I have this, by the way, on a phone call with Townsend Brown's daughter, who's saying this all happened. It turns to her, and she says, "I've never heard him say that," because he's such a genius. I mean, he's Hungarian, brilliant, father of the H-bomb. And so you have all these interesting eyewitnesses. Brown was an associate of Bill Lear. You have video of Bill Lear and Townsend Brown together in a lab at the Bateson Lab in North Carolina together. In fact, there's a Chapel Hill conference in 1957, which basically creates quantum gravity, of which the offshoot is string theory. And actually, Eric Weinstein talked about it on your show. It's at the Institute of Field Physics in North Carolina, Chapel Hill. They are funding Brown's work in the back room, and there's video of Brown working on his experiments, working under Agnew Bateson. And in that 1971 Australian intelligence memo, you have all these outposts of anti-gravity research. University of North Carolina is one of those outposts. It's crazy. And says the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence is coordinating all this stuff. The president of University of North Carolina in the 50s, around this time, is a guy named Gordon Gray. This is a super spooky guy who's revoked Oppenheimer's Q clearance, and he's also implicated in these sort of MJ12 documents, which I don't necessarily want to mush in with Brown. It has to be viewed through that sort of passage material, like limited hangout lens. But Gordon Gray is this very interesting character. The point is that the people who were sending physics down the wrong path with the Chapel Hill Conference, and this is a conference in 1957 that convenes the top theoretical physicists in the world. Freeman Dyson, Peter Bergman, Feynman was there, John Wheeler was there, Bryce DeWitt, all these people. At the same time, they were funding in the back room this kind of zany inventor, Townsend Brown, who is performing these experiments in vacuum chambers. And there's video of him popping champagne, where it's like, why are you popping champagne? Probably because he got a successful experiment. That was the second time he had tested this in a vacuum. So again, it's reduced, it's eliminating this sort of ionized wind effect. Before that, a year before that, in Paris at the Montgolfier facilities, he performed this in a vacuum. And this guy named Jacques Cornillon was this. He died in 2009, but Townsend Brown's biographer has him on record in a phone call that is recorded, saying the tests were very tricky, but in the end we got it to work, and he's on his deathbed, and he's saying all this. And you have an 120-page or 125-page report for the Montgolfier project. And when Brown comes back to America, he's picked up, according to his daughter Linda, by a guy named Robert Sarbacher, who runs rampant. I mean, there's so many Sarbacher stories when it comes to UFOs. He says that UFOs are classified at 2 points higher than the H-bomb. He's talking to this guy, Wilbur Smith, who's this magnetics expert in Canada about their experimentations with UFOs. And so he's the guy that picks up, and he's head of Washington National Labs and running research and development for Vannevar Bush at the time. And he's the guy who picks up Brown, where it's like, okay, we've got to take this seriously because you got it to work in a vacuum.
The idea that they've kept all this secret for all these years seems impossible.
I don't think it is.
To me.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm sure it's not. You know what I mean? But from my limited understanding of how things work and secretive government projects, that they could have a gravity propulsion system in place for decades.
Yeah. It seems crazy to me, but Brown had something called his wounded prairie chicken routine, which is basically showing people something called, it was basically the electrohydrodynamic effect, which is not the electrogravitic effect. So these are two very different things. One is coupling, again, electromagnetism, gravity somehow, creating some gravity shielding or whatever. You can do this in a vacuum. And then the other thing is what you can see on YouTube videos, which is associated with Townsend Brown, where you have basically these balsa wood structures. You have tin foil at the bottom, and you have a copper wire at the top. The copper wire is the positive electrode. The tin foil is the negative electrode. The copper wire is producing ions, which is creating thrust because those neutral ions are bombarding the wind, which is creating thrust in a certain direction. So that is an experiment that is 95% similar to the electrogravitic thing. It wears the mantle of being electrogravitic, but it's actually using this other principle that you can just describe using normal physics and Newton's laws.
Well, what about material science? Like, what about the actual structure itself? Because this is where it gets really weird, right?
Yeah.
These nano layers of whatever the material is that's being used. What was the
bismuth? So this is what's crazy. So magnesium bismuth shows up a lot. It shows up in Thomas Townsend Brown's Winter Haven proposal in 1954, where he's describing these electrogravitic effects because it's a high K dielectric. It stores a lot of electromagnetic charge. But it also shows up, there's actually an interview with Lewis Whitten, who's the father of Ed Whitten, who's this master string theorist that Eric Weinstein is like Jordan of physics, on your show. And Lewis Whitten says there's a guy named Townsend who discovered an isotope of bismuth that would repel instead of attracting. Who's named Townsend at that time? It's clear he's talking about Townsend Brown. If you actually look at Gary Nolan's samples that he studied, Gary Nolan is, a PhD at Stanford's tenured professor. And he is, spun out multiple nine-figure companies in biotechnology. Really smart guy. He runs the Swift Foundation. They're studying sort of, non-human intelligence. he has these samples, various samples of different crash materials that he's gotten from Jacques Vallée, who you've had on as the French godfather of ufology, who, his address is posted online. If you see a crash, you send it to Jacques. Jacques, sends a lot of his materials to Gary. One of the materials is magnesium bismuth. And this was apparently, I believe this was the material that they found around the Roswell crash, I think. And magnesium bismuth is a high K dielectric, and it's over and over again, it's mentioned by Thomas Townsend Brown. So you have this weird thing around the material that creates more thrust via these anti-gravity experiments is also showing up in UFO lore.
Do you explore the possibility that the Roswell crash was not from another world?
That's where it gets weird, man, because that was early. That was July of 1947.
Right, like, so the bismuth thing, like, when you're talking about the way this stuff is layered, that's where it gets really weird, right?
That's where it's layered thinner than it's like micron layered, like thinner than human hair, so you can help put off photos. And I don't know the provenance on that. And I don't know, per games being played in this space, I don't know if that actually came from the Roswell crash. It was like,
if it didn't come from the Roswell crash, let's imagine, is it possible to make that stuff today with those layers?
I would say no, and it's probably beyond my material science knowledge. But I don't know. People who are very smart on this subject, like Hal and Gary, who I speak to, at a decent frequency, say no.
Okay, so they say no. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe there is a lab somewhere that can recreate it. But could they recreate it at scale? Like, could they 3D print that to something that you could actually get people inside and fly around? And then, could that have been done in 1947? That's where it gets super fucking weird.
It gets super weird.
Because, there's some leaps, right? Okay, we had the H-bomb, we had atomic energy, we had a lot of stuff back then. They split the atom. There's some really incredible advances.
I don't believe we had anti-gravity. If I track Brown's stuff at the time, which I think, he was kind of the tip of the spear on this stuff, he was using these capacitor models and trying to get that experimentally proven and sometimes being thwarted via mainstream academic circles at that time. Like the Chapel Hill conference was much later, and that's where he's kind of officially proving this stuff in the U.S. government context in 1957. So I do not believe that the Roswell crash is easily explained by an early anti-gravity. Kelly Goddard, who was a father of American rocketry, was doing rocket testing around Roswell at the time. And so that's total chemical combustion. You had V2s at the time where,
So this opens up the door to the possibility of back engineering.
Absolutely.
Which is where it gets really weird. So now we're not dealing with hidden science. We're not dealing with top secret, compartmentalized, need to know, everything's pushed away and just how it works and wherever the fuck it's done. You're talking about something that's not from here.
Well, it's interesting you say back engineering. In 1949, there's a contract that anybody can look up. I put it on Dog Jamie, between Wright Patterson, or Wright Airfield at the time, and Battelle Memorial Institute. And you have shout out Columbus, Ohio.
All roads lead to Ohio.
And you have all these titanium alloys. And one of them is called nitinol, which is a nickel titanium alloy. So this is 49. This is 1949. And so if you have, Army intelligence officer, Jesse Marcel says that he picks up the crash material, and he says that it was like this memory metal thing that you would kind of, mess with it, and it would go back into its original form, right? It was like this kind of tinfoil-like thing. And so nitinol was found at a Navy lab in the 60s. That was when it was actually fully published. But you have this contract between Wright Airfield and Battelle Memorial Institute where you have nitinol as one of the metals that they're testing. Not only that, in 2012, they used the Freedom of Information Act to figure out that a guy named Elroy John Center, E.J. Center, was one of the co-authors of that paper. Elroy John Center died, I think, in 1991. Before that, he had told two MUFON UFO researchers, Nick Nickerson and Irene Scott, and they presented this at MUFON in Ohio in 1992. They said this guy was this metallurgist. He worked at Battelle. Again, he'd been oh yeah, it's part of this paper. And he says, I worked on alien material, and that there were weird hieroglyphics on it, and that I had to like, you know, he was a chemist, and so he had to look at like metal impurities, but he was also meant to decipher the you know, hieroglyphics on it or whatever. And so I don't know, was Nitinol maybe just inspired by the stuff that Marcel recovered? Because obviously the rumors are that the Roswell crash wreckage ended up at Wright Airfield. Was it, you know, this one-to-one thing? And EJ Center is at the center of it, no pun intended, where he's voided in 2012, and he says he has these UFO, he's looking at UFO material, and he's on record working at Battelle. You can look that up.
How is there record that the Roswell crash was brought to Wright, but that it was brought in two separate jets in case it crashed, and that Truman met them there?
You know, I don't know if that's true.
I want to see a photo of fucking hieroglyphs. Could you imagine a glimpse of alien writing?
Do you think that would be amazing? Do you think you have a better chance now than ever at being, because you interviewed Trump? Trump let you be the disclosure guy, and I can be the water boy on the side, making sure that.
That's possible. I don't think they tell Trump shit. I think they would withhold that from him. Why would you tell that guy?
Yeah.
Well, that guy's a substitute teacher as far as the government's concerned. I mean, he's doing a lot of wild stuff in terms of like withholding funding for Harvard and all these different things, the border stuff, and the ICE stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I think is allowed to go on. But I think if you get to the highest levels of technological sophistication, black budget stuff that has been kept under wraps for fucking decades, you think they're going to tell the guy who was the host of The Apprentice? I don't think they tell him, because I think he's only in there for 4 years.
Probably not, with two caveats. One is his son, Don Jr., interviewed him and said, what do you think happened at Roswell? And he said, well, I think there's something very interesting. That might have
Yeah, that's all he ever says.
And he seems like your shit, too.
He doesn't spill the beans at all. But I mean, maybe he doesn't spill the beans because he doesn't know where the beans are.
Right. Maybe he's looking for more to smoke.
Yeah, like, is that really his primary concern? He's a 78-year-old man who doesn't do drugs. Like, is it, you know, he's had no psychedelic experiences. Maybe he's not even interested in this concept.
I think about that sometimes with people on the Hill that I speak to, where I'm like, can you just, like, I'm giving you all this info, can you think outside the box, figure it out, and they don't compute it. There's a person who, like, you're the archetype of this, who's like so fascinated by it, and then there is a person who goes, well, I gotta pay taxes.
Yeah, I have to get reelected. They're super busy. Yeah, you'd have to find someone whose primary concern is that, and that bug has to bite you. You have to get infected with UFO Lyme disease. If you don't, you're not going to want to release all this stuff, and I don't think Trump is infected. I mean, I think even the way he describes these things is very different than the way he describes other things. Like, he famously was talking to Steve Hilton, and it was one of the few times in history that a sitting president has mentioned the military-industrial complex wanting to go to war. These guys want to go to war. And he was saying that in that interview, and I remember thinking, wow, that is wild. To hear him say to a guy on Fox News that there's factions in this incredibly dense complex of corporations and defense contractors, and there's insane amounts of money involved, and these guys want to go to war. And he was saying that in that interview. This is what Eisenhower said when he was leaving office.
Straight up.
Yeah, straight up.
There's a straight line between then and now, and it feels like it's hitting this apex where we're involved in it. It's like you had the Civil War, 1861. Now we have like a deep state war going on, where it's like Tulsi's going in there as an outsider and this like light warrior, and she's being like red teamed and attacked, and she doesn't know who's on her side.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild how nothing gets done, and and it's set up so nothing gets done. But my point is that Trump, his response to that is an informed response. Like there's this military-industrial complex. These people want to go to war. he doesn't talk about this UAP thing that way, right? I've seen some crazy things. What is that? What are you saying? Like, what you be specific? Handsome violence thing. Crew cuts like you. Good guys, nice guys, good Americans. Like, what do you know? Didn't he say something on your podcast about men from Mars or something? He goes, the people from Mars or something. I know it's hard with him because he speaks in this sing-songy, oversimplified way, and he rants. And he's got a strong rant muscle, right? Because he does these stadium tours where he goes to these enormous places and he basically just works without a script. So it's like he's got a rant muscle. There's a few people like Tim Dillon's the best comedian who has a rant muscle. He just can rant. He just like get a microphone in front of him and a subject and he knows what to say. And Trump has that muscle. He's developed that muscle over all these years of campaigning. And so it's really hard to interview him because he just essentially turns on that rant muscle when the mic's on. And you gotta like interject, like, hold on, okay, what are you saying? Like, what do you know? Like, what do you know? Like, will you release this information? Like, what if you found out that for sure we have been visited and that we are in possession of crashed UFOs that were not made by China, that were not made by Russia, they're not made by America, they're from another civilization that we don't understand? Would you tell us? What do you think you would say? There's a lot of information. I don't know if I can release it. I don't know if they let me. You know, like, I don't know what holds it back. I want to know he's in it. Like, did you get to the disclosure? I didn't actually. You should. It's really good. I don't know how you'd see it right now because it's not released yet. And I don't know what they're doing as far as getting it released. But did you come out believing more and more skeptical? What was your both? With all of it. I think some is bullshit, some of it is misinformation, some of it is they're releasing this slow trickle. Like, if it all is real, I think the strategy is to slowly get us accustomed to the concept. Just the idea that we're not alone. And just get it in there. Okay, first step, first shot across the bow, 2017, New York Times. New York Times says, not of this world. Oh my God. You know, you see the pictures of the gimbal, and they go fast. And you're like, okay. All right, now we're talking. But that's 8 fucking years ago, right? Nothing real significant in 8 years. And so then you have sightings, you have these, you know, different pilots, Commander Fravor. He comes out, he does podcasts. You have Brian Graves. He comes down, does podcasts. You have Lou Elizondo. Everybody's talking. No one's showing you shit. Yeah. You have Fowler, who you had on your show. Fowler. What did you think of him? I thought that, I mean, they've got to show data. They have on their website like a container for the data. They haven't populated it yet. I want to see the data, and I want to see scientists. They don't have to be a debunker or a skeptic, but they have to kind of go in being like, I don't know what UFOs are. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff, and like vetting it. Now, being as deep as I am in UFO research, where like I know there's a nuclear connection. There's a great book by a guy named Robert Hastings called UFOs and Nukes, and it's like 600 pages, and it is 167 Q-cleared ICBM security personnel, radar operators, employees at nuclear bases where they're saying they see Tic Tacs or saucers, all sorts of stuff flying around our nuclear sites, often disarming the nukes. And so it's always tough to answer that question where you're like, what do you think of Skywatcher? I'm like, if I don't have that ontology where like UFOs are showing up around nukes constantly, which I'm deep in this, and they show up all around the world. There's a town in Japan called Ino, which is next to the Fukushima Prefecture. Fukushima was famous for its civilian nuclear grant, which was built in the 1970s. It has a museum dedicated to UFOs in the 90s that they built. Everybody there is obsessed with UFOs. Vice did a documentary in 2022 because they are obsessed with UFOs. They're geomagnetic anomalies they found all over this mountain. Sengun Mori there, and they're UFO researchers there, and like everybody in that town believes in UFOs. Bariloche, Argentina. 1995, you have a commercial, they're famous for, again, civilian nuclear grid, commercial pilot at Aerolíneas Argentinas or whatever, famous UFO sighting, it shuts down the power at the airport, and the thing has the plane can't land, and then it goes around
to the circle. And there are people on the flight who have been interviewed. It's on YouTube video. It's pretty simple and easy to digest. Even Roswell, 1947, the largest stockpile of American nuclear weapons to date at that time, 1947. So there are all these declassified documents. In 1949, there's an emergency meeting, declassified Air Force document that is verified between Air Force Office of Special Investigations, Army Counterintelligence, Army CIC, FBI, Office of Naval Intelligence. All of these guys are in an emergency meeting because they're freaked out at how much UFOs are showing up around nuclear sites across the U.S. In 1952, there's a Look magazine article where Captain Edward J. Rappelt, who's kind of marginalized pre-Blue Book really taking off with Jalen Hynek, who I think was basically a disinfo agent, where he said, I do, yeah, and he's claimed to have gotten better and kind of be, he admitted as part of the cover-up, but then I think he kept going on with some extra suckering, yeah. So if you don't have that ontology, there's Vasily Alexeyev is a Russian general, and in a German magazine from 2000, he's interviewed, and he talks about how UFOs show up at the forefront of human ingenuity and advancement, and when we transport certain material, the UFOs show up. In Chapter 9 of The Invisible College by Jacques Vallée, he talks about the UFOs being this sort of autonomous control system, and when we, it's like a node lights up. Like when we engage in super advanced research or something, he talks about ways to interfere with the control system, but that are very dangerous. So if you don't have that ontology, me saying these dudes are out with their little construction unit, in the desert, getting stuff to show up, you're like, that's a fucking Mylar balloon. I'm sorry. But because if you have that, if you accept that data set and don't just dismiss it kind of firsthand, I do think they can get stuff to show up. What they're getting to show up, I don't know. Can they get it to land? I don't know. They're, I think
Can you explain how they're getting the stuff to show up? What signals they're putting out there that represent something to these, supposedly something to these UAPs?
Unfortunately, they kind of black box it. So I have to assume it's either nuclear. They do say that they have a dog whistle, which is a certain frequency. There is a frequency floating around online that somebody claims to have docked. That might be their thing, but I don't want to say that that's definitely their thing. So there are.
But the idea is they use something to send a signal out there, and then these crafts respond. Is it 100% of the time?
They say that the dog whistle works 100% of the time, and they have a combination of mechanical means of attracting UFOs and this is really weird, humans trying to call in the UFOs.
I've heard that before, right?
Yeah, CE5 is sort of the
Is that what we're talking about? I don't want to make it.
That might be, 2.5K.
Yeah, do you not want to make it? I don't know. Do you want me to show this? I don't know. They say that's bad. I don't want to.
No, I'm not saying bad. I don't think it's fine. I don't think Skywatcher would say that that's definitely endorse that as their thing, but because they kind of black box it, but that could be.
Okay, so what it's saying, want to know how to make a dog whistle for summoning UAP? Here's how, super easy. What's his signal? 7.83 hertz carrier, via modulated 100 hertz bass tone, Schumann resonance. Do you understand any of this? Yeah. Do you know what they're saying?
Well, Schumann resonance is the kind of electromagnetic frequency of the Earth itself, and so I don't know what that means. Modulated via.
What is this 5.8 hertz harmonic spiritual frequency? What is that?
Low tone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, just those numbers. So when you get up to 17K, that's a high. It's a real high pitch.
And the high numbers that are low.
Yeah, the low is low. So that's just that's thousands, not thousands. So 20 hertz is as low as you can get. It's like a low bass sound. So I guess there's being generated out of some sort of machine, which doesn't say here on what you need to generate it, but on the count if you just put it on a piano or anything,
Interesting. And then organic 2.5 hertz chirps every 10 seconds, like creature calls, giving it a unique signature.
I don't know where he would get this.
It's like there's so many kooks out there.
There are a lot.
There's so many kooks. There's so many kooks and grifters. It's infiltrated.
It's everything. So my contrarian take about UFOs is there are so many kooks and grifters, but there are more people with ulterior motives who are telling partial truths than full kooks and grifters. And that makes it so complicated because you're bad vibes and you like are doing some controlled opposition thing, but like I have to listen to you because you have some interesting info.
Right. That's the problem. That's when you're talking. I've had conversations with people like that where I'm talking like I think you're at least partially full of shit, but like keep going.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, totally. You're like, I know there's some stuff, and then I know there's some bullshit you're giving me. And you want to see if I'll tell somebody else that bullshit and they can track it. And like, it's this weird game.
Well, in the age of disclosure, one of the things they go into is that if these programs have been running and if they have been back engineering crafts that are not of this world, there's a problem with lying to Congress. Because misappropriation of funds, so anybody who did that is going to jail. So what they're calling for is mass amnesty. They're calling to say, hey, we've got to give amnesty to these people that were involved in this program, otherwise we're never going to learn anything. And then there's the problem with corporations. So if you give this to Lockheed Martin, and what does General Electric think about that? Well, hey, you motherfuckers, how come you didn't close? So then they want to sue. So then they sue the federal government for, whatever, interfering with competition.
Yes. So there are all those issues, and right now the UAP Disclosure Act is up again. It was killed by a guy named Mike Turner, who has a bunch of aerospace.
The fuck, Mike?
Mike, come on, Mike Turner.
Come on, Mike.
He's out now. And guess what? He represented Dayton, Ohio, where Wright Patterson Air Force Base is.
Jamie.
Sorry, David.
Jamie gets so excited when you bring up Patel and all the Ohio shit.
We've got, Patel is very implicated in all this stuff from the 40s. But even the Ultimate Anomalies Resolution Office, which is like the authoritative office that is, I think, the modern Blue Book. That's, basically saying, don't look here, like this is all bullshit or whatever. It's run by a guy named Sean Kirkpatrick. He has all these like atomic connections. He like worked at Oak Ridge, for God's sake. The guy that formed Arrow, upon whose recommendation Arrow was formed, this guy named Ed Moultrie, who's Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, and he was on Patel's board, and he scrubbed that from his LinkedIn. And my good friend UAP Guru, who is an amazing channel, he's super deep UFO researcher, showed that it was on his resume, and then he recommends that Arrow form. It's like the total conflict of interest. It's insane. It's insane.
Yeah. There's so many bottlenecks to disclosure, like legal bottlenecks.
Yes.
Like, especially the misappropriation of funds. Yeah, how much money was involved? You must be talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars if all these programs are real. So if they've been lying to Congress,
it's on the order. It has to be on. And it's funny, a lot of modern disclosure talks about OSAP and ATIP, these programs from 2007 to 2012, kind of under the auspice of Harry Reid. And that budget was $22 million. A single F-35 costs 4 times that. The B-2 costs like $2 billion. Like, to give me a break, the nature of reality, you're going to spend $22 million on. So it's funny how the whole conversation is on this, like, clearly this thing to, like, get more civilian eyes on the issue, maybe see what they can figure out or whatever. The core program, if there is a core program, which obviously I believe there's a core program, it's on the order of that speech that you've often cited that Donald Rumsfeld made on September 10th, 2001, where he said $2 trillion was missing from the Pentagon's budget. It's shit like that, or this woman named Catherine Austin Fitts, who was just on Tucker Carlson, who is at Housing and Urban Development under George Bush 41, where she's talking about underground tunnel systems and billions of dollars missing the budget. It is not this little $10, $20 million $21 trillion breakaway civilization. Yeah. What? Yeah. She says it at a moment. First of all, she's citing Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan is like hardcore UFO researcher. Half that interview, Tucker Carlson doesn't know who Richard Dolan is, so it's a funny thing. And then he's like, where are the funds being used? And she goes, space. And it's like, where? It's not being used. SpaceX is supposed to be the tip of the spear, right? SpaceX Blue Origin. So, like, what do you mean space?
Right. SpaceX is basically like those fucking go-karts that people send down hills with no engines. Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know what those things called? You know those things when they have races where people, they make their own way
down the hill.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Soapboxes, soapboxes. Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, that's what SpaceX is.
Yeah, exactly. If we have any of this shit, that's what SpaceX is.
It's using really ancient technology to achieve these results.
And it's business model. I think Elon's amazing. He's single-handedly resuscitated NASA, but it is an Earth-based space company.
He keeps stuff secret.
He does. He absolutely keeps stuff secret.
Tells me there's no evidence of aliens. There's something about it that just stinks. When he's saying it, I'm like, okay.
So, okay.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. You don't think nothing? I just want to see if Jesse's heard of this before. I stumbled down this when you guys were talking about some stealth project. This is an article from Wired in 1994. I looked up the guy who wrote it. He wrote a bunch of articles about the black budget back then. He's talking about a guy named Steve Douglas who were monitoring like the communications. You hear different pilots talking about what probably is the TR-3 Black Manta. And then it says he's got a picture of it. I couldn't find it anywhere online. It's nothing even close comes up to it. It says he had a video of it. A picture. I'm assuming some people have seen it because it talks about it. Then it goes into talking more about how he did this. He says he's got files of them talking about all sorts of different planes at night. You were mentioning the Mach 6 Aura when I was like, when you said that is when I found this on here.
That's fascinating. I haven't seen it. There's obviously tons of rumors about the TR-3A and the TR-3B. The Belgian wave occurred around this time, and it was like late 80s, early 90s. I think a lot of the triangle craft that people see are because it's a
Phoenix Light stuff. Because a lot of people saw it during the Phoenix Lights. They saw the triangle craft. Yeah, that's
Russell was actually flying his plane.
This is the one I brought up the other day. They said they think was in Desert Storm, and they just don't really have any proof online today.
So
TR-3B is this looks like the triangle thing that everybody's seen.
Yeah, like what is the fucking center of it?
This is just probably someone a photo trying to describe. The bottom of it is what everybody says.
What? So the TR-3 series that was built by Northrop, I believe, is that right? Like Aurora was Lockheed House. If you can confirm that,
no one knows. This is like no one has any proof of these even existing. All the talk online is back into the 90s of just like, do these exist? We probably have them.
So
knows for sure.
So here's a weird. Okay, so I think this is North. I think TR-3. The TR-3 series is Northrop. So the connection between Northrop and Townsend Brown is in the mid '60s. Townsend Brown is being funded by a guy named Floyd Odlum. Floyd Odlum is the majority owner of Northrop pre-merger with Grumman. And so Townsend Brown is doing these experiments at Guidance Technologies, his outfit in Santa Monica. This investment was inspired by Edward Teller seeing his experiment freaking out. He's doing these experiments. Bill Lears actually has an office across the street. They're doing all sorts of cool, innovative stuff. He does a series of presentations, Curtis LeMay for the RAND Corporation, for all sorts of kind of, head honchos when it comes to American military. In 1967, Guidance Technology shuts down with no explanation. They say, our results all failed, but after a series of these high-level meetings, that was at the end of 1967. 3 months later, at the beginning of 1968, Northrop publishes a paper called Electroaerodynamics and Supersonic Flow, or In Supersonic Flow, and it is basically paying homage to electrohydrodynamics and Townsend Brown's work. It is exactly part and parcel Townsend Brown's work. They then do a press release at the time. They retract the press release because they were embarrassed. Then later, Bill Scott at Aviation Week in, I think, 1992 says the B-2 surfs its own wave using the Byfield Brown effect. There's a guy who's known as the doyen of British aviation journalism. His name is Bill Gunston, and he, in Air International magazine, is doing a survey-level overview of all aero engine tech since World War II. And he says, I'm familiar with the rudiments of Thomas Townsend Brown's work, but I don't want to end up in the Tower of London. So I will refrain from talking about millions of volts charged positive to millions of volts charged negative on the trailing edge of the wing of the B-2. So, yes, and this is the Tower of London.
What's that reference to?
He's just saying you don't want to end up in jail. Tower of London's where Jack the Ripper ended up. I don't think it was like, but he's like, don't get on my ass.
Surfs its own wave.
Surfs its own wave. So if you put that electroaerodynamics and supersonic flow paper, which is available, you can put that into ChatGPT and have it be like, how can this confer an advantage to an airframe for, yeah, you can do that. And I'll tell you what it's saying. It's wild. It's wild. I'll give you a bunch of answers from this room. So that's the paper. Yeah.
Think about that when I'm
Electroaerodynamics.
So my point is, if the TR-3A and B are real, like the B2 is still so long. We sell F-35s to allied nations, Norway, Canada, whatever. We don't sell B2s to anybody, even including allied nations. The ticket price is $2 billion. They have a new version of the B2 that's, I think like $700 million or whatever. They weren't built at scale. They're extremely locked down. It's pretty crazy.
Wow. So what would they be doing? Like, how would it be surfing its own way? Like, what advantage would that confer?
If you do this ChatGPT thing, it'll say it doesn't split the airflow as much, and so you get more lift, and there's reduced drag. The shock wave is reduced. The electric fields somehow interact with the particles at the boundary layer where the frame hits the air. And so there are a bunch of theoretical things that are honestly probably a little above my pay grade, but that even conventional AI will tell you that it will do as far as being able to.
Gun to head, how far do you think they've gotten and stuff?
Man, I mean, this stuff was big. This was like 80s, and they were probably maybe building in the early 80s or maybe late 70s. So definitely way farther than that,
Do you entertain the possibility that this thing that Lazar talked about that we see on the desk right there, the support model, do you think that was ours?
That feels really hard for me to say in good faith because that was around the time that the B2 was just being unveiled.
Also, no seams.
No
Like
seams.
it's 3D printed.
Totally.
Element 113 or 115 rather, in this generator that nobody understands.
Yeah, I think that is more of the variety of something that would crash in the New Mexico desert. And this is where it gets weird because everybody wants the clean solution. Everybody wants the anti-gravity, the UFOs to be a cover for the anti-gravity.
Including Lazar. Like he said, when he saw the sticker on it, there was an American flag sticker on the sport model. He's like, oh, I get it. These are ours.
Yep.
That's why people keep seeing them. And then as he started examining these things, he's like, no, this is not ours. Like, what the fuck is this? This is meant for 3 foot tall things. Yeah. There's no controls in this. Like, what is this?
If reality has a governor on it, and we're in weird territory, we're just talking about AI, and all this stuff is just getting so weird, quantum computing. If reality has a governor on it, like a governor on a motor, you take the governor off. Is it like a Hydra where you cut the head off and you get 5 in its place, or do you get one neat solution? You don't get one neat solution. Of course not. It's a zoo of things. And so at the time that the government's kind of unraveling and all these transparency initiatives or whatever, you get these secret science lineages, and then our apertures, people are waking up to greater realities. The fact that the pandemic can even happen, is sort of so crazy, and then it makes you question. It's like, what about the Gulf of Tonkin, USS Maine, and all these things? I think all of this stuff is coming out at the same time, and it's not necessarily this neat solution where the anti-gravity just accounts for the UFOs and the aliens, and the UFOs and nuke stuff, which was happening since the 40s. Where it's like I don't know, I can't explain that via anti-gravity experiments.
And then there's a question of how many different civilizations visit us? How many different things? How many different versions of these things are there? If this is like a testing ground, is this open to the general public of space?
Also not 0 or 1, probably 0 or 100. It's probably a zoo.
Right.
That's the most likely thing.
That was what was interesting about your episode that you did with Fowler, where they were documenting the different shapes. And I'm like, okay, where's the flying saucer? You don't have a flying saucer.
Yes.
How do you mean you don't have a flying saucer? You have all these other shapes.
Totally.
You have a Tic Tac, you have a Tetris, whatever the fuck it is. Where's the one that everybody's
The iconic Billy Myers.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
You know?
It is weird.
Also, you work for the CIA? I do not. I don't work for CIA. You have to answer if I ask you. Is it like, you remember those movies? We ask a guy if they're an undercover cop. You ask them if they're a cop, they have to tell you. Yeah, people really used to believe that. And it's just a fictional tool. They don't really have to tell you that they're undercover cops.
They don't have to tell you. But there is, I think, there's like 122 333 or whatever, where like if you're CIA, you can't be fucking with domestic stuff, which I think they break all the fucking time. So I don't think that's ever
They probably passed laws that bypassed that a long time ago.
for sure. Well, I think they also did. Okay, this is the Bates and Lab video. There you go.
What's really crazy is that looks remarkably similar to the design that Lazar said the generator looks like that's inside the UFO.
Well, here's something crazy. Lazar says there are two different gravities, gravity A, gravity B. Again, I think Townsend Brown was a poor theorist, but he wrote a paper called The Structure of Space while he was at Martin Vega Corporation. By the way, Townsend Brown started working at Martin Vega the year that Scott works for, which I think is very interesting. And he says in Structure of Space, there are two forms of gravity. He says there are gravity wells and gravity hills. And he talks about how it's crazy. He talks about the protons in an atom outweighing the electrons, and so you get this weak positive charge for all of that matter that creates a gravity well, like this inward pull. But in fact, it's sort of this electromagnetic derivative or whatever in his model. And again, I would not over-index on his theory. I think there's tons of proof that he just figured out this topological physics effect, and other people figured out theory. Maybe even they just have like locally useful theories. Ryan Graves was on your show and talked about extended electrodynamics. Hal Puthoff's probably the top tip of the spear as far as a lot of theory around this exotic stuff. Sonny White, other people like that. But yeah, it is interesting that both of these guys have two versions of gravity.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. The Lazar stuff, to me, if a guy's going to be a liar like that, he's going to tell a lot of lies.
Right.
It's not even just one lie from 89. I mean, you basically say the same version of forever.
Yeah. The other weird thing in that story is in Messengers of Deception, Jacques Vallée's book. He talks about, because he's not a believer in Lazar, he talks about Lazar being forced to drink a liquid. And Lazar even talks about this openly, that he was forced to drink a liquid and it tastes like pine or something. And it causes memory lapses in certain cases. So that's also a weird factor. But there is so much, I think. My buddy Luigi, I also have a good friend named Chris Ramsey, who has an amazing UFO channel called Area 52. And he's met Lazar through Luigi. And I don't want to blow up their spot, but they've given me a lot of ammo as far as just Lazar being at Area 51 S4. And so it's so fascinating.
So they gave him this liquid to kill his memory.
I don't know if he knew the intent. It was just drink this or whatever. And then he said that it caused, at least in the Valet readout, he says that it caused memory lapses. Is the quote in Messengers of Deception.
Would you recommend?
But here's this where it gets so confusing. If you had MK Ultra was super widespread, it was deleted, the church committee or whatever. But like it was a very widespread program. What would be one of the number one use cases where you use MK Ultra? It wouldn't necessarily be to trick somebody into saying that they saw a flying saucer. It would be around the flying saucer program to fuck with the person's memory so that they couldn't read certain things out. So it's just this, again, it's hard to say.
Well, then there's also weird stuff like the large folder that was on the legend.
Yes.
Like how much of that is just misinformation.
I think a lot of that was passage material. Because it's similar to
Passage material? What does that mean?
It's basically stuff given to somebody where it's like certain provably false things. You can track where the provably false stuff goes or whatever. It's also a litmus test to see if they'll believe it. It's like spooky intelligence. And in 79, there's a guy named Rick Doty who drives a guy named Paul Benowitz insane, basically. He views this vertically taking him off and landing exotic craft at Kirtland Air Force Base, where there are a lot of interesting things, seen. And he has shown similar things, along with Linda Moulton Howe is taken in front of a two-way mirror, and Rick Doty, the Air Force Office of Special Investigations agent, we know was acting in bad faith at that time. He's even come out and admitted this. Shows her this thing called Project Garnet, and it is oddly similar around accelerated evolution to the stuff that they show those on. Also, if you have a UFO program that's extremely compartmentalized, why at the same time give the person this like ontological model of reality while you're compartmentalizing them? It doesn't make sense. So, and this is what I love about Lazar. Lazar will admit that like he's like, I think a lot of that stuff could have been fake and bullshit, and I only am relaying what I saw with regards to the craft, and I don't take any of that stuff fully at face value. So, and if there's Project Galileo, there's Looking Glass, there's these projects that were super interesting and spooky, and I think worthy of engagement with like all these weird limited hangouts are.
Do any of these people that supposedly had contact with extraterrestrial entities or interdimensional or whatever they are, did any of these people recall a conversation where they warn us about AI?
That's such a great question.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It's almost always nuclear.
That seems crazy.
Well, maybe.
That seems crazy. That there's no discussion about you are on the verge of something truly spectacular.
Maybe AI is their control system.
Maybe they are AI.
Maybe they are AI.
Maybe AI becomes that. Maybe biological limitations need to be traversed, and the best way to traverse them is to eliminate biology.
We are now experimenting with computational biology. You can use things like this neuroscientist Carl Friston, the free energy principle. This company called Cortical Labs, and I think they might play up some of their results, but they use these microelectrode plate arrays, and they program like rat neurons to do basic computational tasks. And so like if that's the super base level, right? Like we're just creating the like transistors for this like new model of computation. But if you go way out in the future, you have anatomical compilers, 3D printers of bodies, and these things could be drone avatars. That's why when people are like, why do they crash? This could be their Earth homeostasis kit that they've deployed. They're just von Neumann replicator probes meant to, oversee the Earth. And, a little note lights up when we create nuclear or like an AI thing. Or like,
it's also like Solka, Diana Pascal, she thinks they're donations.
That's what she says. Yeah, they're called donation sites. And
which is like if you want accelerated evolution, like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you guys made this? Read the wheel. It's like over here, lead this, lead that. And kind of, that's the way to get someone to think outside the box.
Plant the seed.
Yeah. You don't want to wait for these morons to figure out how to make this.
If you were trying to accelerate technological evolution in North Sentinel Island, which has no contact with humans, what would you do? You might just airdrop a computer, figure it out. Maybe like a computer. This is
start with a lighter. Yeah, but you can give them some stuff. And let them figure out how to make that stuff and give them the raw materials to make that stuff. Totally. Especially if you have some complex alloy like this bismuth, whatever the hell it is, layered, find that, figure that out.
Yeah.
Can you make it? Yeah. You get your best scientists and you compartmentalize it. You do it over decades because you really can't open it up. And this is one of the things that Lazar said that he had deep frustration about while working at S4 is that you can't do science like that where everything's compartmentalized. You need to be able to open it up to collaboration. You couldn't collaborate. You weren't allowed to.
Yeah.
So it's like, we're not going to get anywhere. Okay, we're going to bring in new people. We're going to bring in a new guy, see if this new genius can, hey, what do you think of this? Like, what is it? You tell me.
That could be a part of what's happening with disclosure, where if you have Cold War era secrecy, it's like if we're ahead of Russia and China, clamp down. We can't let them know anything. Right. But then all of a sudden, maybe they play catch up. And then all of a sudden, maybe you have this archaic cargo cult system that doesn't work anymore to avoid FOIA requests, where you have restricted data covering, material found by specific aerospace corporations that aren't even our best and brightest when it comes to our defense primes anymore, or whatever. And you're at the top of the national security pie, and you're like, holy shit, we need to update this stuff. So we need to broaden the surface area without giving away the crown jewels. We need some disclosure on these things. You can't, it is maladaptive from a national security standpoint to have some STEM student in Kentucky who's a prodigy to not even think this shit is real.
Right. And then you're dealing with China where they've got it completely opened up. And they're like, make this.
Completely opened up. And I don't know if you read, there's a great Chinese science fiction novel called The Three Body Hell.
Great show on Netflix.
It's amazing. And the easy people show up at your door and say, come work for us. We're working here. And that's not really the way we do things. So the way we do things is like you get the stuff out in these kind of partial limited hangouts and you go compete, like just like the AI stuff.
Right,
You know?
right.
It's like see what happens.
Over there, if you leak it, they'll just fucking kill you. You're not gonna leak it.
No, yeah.
It's to me the question of civilization. Are we alone? It is the question, and I don't think we are.
They're no longer the ones who
That's my
actually
gut instinct. I don't think we are. It seems so ridiculous when people do think we are. You know, but what about the numbers? Just the sheer numbers. Like, it doesn't make any sense that this is so unique that we, in this one very tiny planet, it's spinning around not so special star.
Occam's razor is we are not. You have the Fermi paradox, you have the Drake equation, you have all these sort of rationalist ways of arguing that, but also look at, there's a great book called The Half-Life of Facts by Sam Arbesman, and he talks about how, like, at any given time, 50% of, received knowledge, like our physical model of the universe is wrong. So you can say, those things are showing up in the sky, that is wrong because physics. But historically, you would have been wrong. Like, that's crazy. That's a bad point, right? And so if you actually look at, whether we're alone or not, modern Enlightenment history is a detour from the past. If you look at every culture, whether it's Iamblichus or maybe a better example is medieval Christianity with St. Thomas Aquinas, or just read the New Testament, like a multitude of angels. You have angels and demons. That's kind of the Passport to Magonia, Diadobasalco American Cosmic Thesis. Like, this stuff has been going on forever. You look at the devas in Hindu culture, the jinn in Islamic culture. Like, we are outnumbered in our modern, Enlightenment, rational skeptic epistemology.
Yeah, we really are. And how many depictions from the past of flying things? Ezekiel from the Bible, Vimanas, all these different, like, what are they saying? What are these things? Yeah, what do you think that stuff is? Like, what is it? But then again, you and I, neither one of us has had an experience. So we're just like fucking being in the wind.
I've seen something. I've seen a UFO.
But have you seen?
I've actually a few, but
Really?
Yeah.
How have you been so lucky?
I don't know. There are UFO researchers that don't like to talk about this, but I think the move is just to be honest. Like, I've seen the thing, and I was in Laurel Canyon where I used to live, and I saw a thing that looked like a fucking school bus. It looked like no visible propulsion, just like sort of low humming noise or whatever. It was maybe 50, 60, 70 feet high, like right above the treetops. The trippiest part of the experience and why it's just so weird is I was with this woman I was kind of dating at the time. We were taking a walk in Laurel Canyon, and she was like, are you into aliens? I was like, actually, I kind of am. I was kind of interested. And then I think I joked back, I don't mean alien. She was like, me too. And then she goes, you'll meet them when you stop looking for them.
Oh, that bitch is an alien.
And then as we're this is the weirdest part of the whole story. As we're walking, it's like sunset in Laurel Canyon. We walk by a guy with a metal detector who's like looking for something. It's like, why are you looking for something at sunset in Laurel Canyon or whatever? So like that felt like this weird mirroring of our conversation. I had no fucking idea. Then we walk into this little clearing and we see this school bus thing just go right over the treetop. It was silver metallic,
like
an Airstream trailer.
like an Airstream trailer. Yeah, I can send you guys a video. I went on Chris Ramsey's podcast and described it, and I was sent a video. And for all I know, this video is fucking fake, by the way. But it was the thing that looked most like what I saw, because it doesn't match up with the saucer, triangle thing. And I don't know. I'm almost more inclined to say discount my own thing over the cute, clear guys who've seen these things at the Embarrassing Strength. It was in the sky for a few seconds because we couldn't even see past the clearing or whatever. She said she saw it go over the trees and then descend down into the distance. I did not see that. And like you're talking, Laurel Canyon is like mostly residential, so like where did it descend?
So what else have you seen? You said you saw more than one thing?
Yeah, so another time, I was actually with a friend who invests like with me and Peter, and is like the most rational guy you'll ever meet. Like he's a fan of like Noam Chomsky and like David Hume. Like he's a modern rationalist, atheist, skeptic. And we went surfing that day. We're back at his place. I was super into holotropic breathwork at the time, which I love. And we were doing holotropic breathwork. 5 minutes in, we both see these like metallic-looking orbs. This time super high up in the sky, like probably higher than what you, definitely way higher than a drone. And one's bobbing above him, one's bobbing above me, similar to like the typical like orb that a lot of people sort of describe like the Mosul orb or whatever, a lot of these sightings. And he looks at me and I go, what the fuck is that? He goes, dude, I think that's like some secret black Lockheed tech or whatever. And then I don't even say anything. 2 seconds goes by and then he looks at me and he goes, dude, that's not fucking from here. He's like, that's not Lockheed. Like, I don't know what that is.
Do you entertain the possibility there's states of consciousness that you can achieve where these things become visible?
Absolutely, and you've had Rick Strassman on. He talks about DMT, the spirit molecule. He talks about DMT as like night vision, or like it's like goggles or a window. It's like Aldous Huxley, the doors of your perception. Are you superimposing a hallucination onto reality, or are you just seeing? We see a limited part of the electromagnetic wave spectrum. We see between 400 and 700 nanometers. Our audio range, there's a certain decibel limit, right? So like when you take a substance like that, are you seeing things that are in objective reality, but we just don't have access to them? It's actually adaptive for us not to have access to them in our waking reality. And so it's an interesting philosophical question. I don't know the answer to it.
Would we even be able to function if we had access to that? Probably not.
Probably not. No, it is. There's a guy named Donald Hoffman who's a cognitive psychologist, and he talks about, it's like, why don't we see electromagnetic waves themselves? Like, why aren't you seeing Hertz frequencies? It's we need to iconize everything we see, just like a desktop computer. Like, why do you see red? Because boom, red, blood, gotta run, whatever. And then they hack that with notifications on social media. But the point is, we are seeing inherently a collapsed, condensed version of reality. We aren't seeing the thing itself. And so it ends up in these ontological loops where, like, yes, a rationalist skeptic can be like, you're lying, that's fine. It ends up in this not even wrong category of like, I can't say that what I just said is definitively true as far as it being a window into some other realm, but neither the skeptic. We just live in the age of disenchantment where you say, don't trust your eyes. And that's as much faith-based dogma as what I'm saying. So who knows? And that's why I rest when I talk about this stuff on the show. I rest more on the nuclear cases because it fits to our modern epistemology. But it's not to say you should discount these, people's experiences where they do, maybe they're in a big state of consciousness and they experience the thing. Maybe that thing is real.
Yeah, there might be multiple different types of things that come by. And the nuclear one is one. I mean, if you were from another planet or some other place and you recognize an emerging civilization that had nuclear capabilities, you'd be like, hey, fuckers, slow down. Oh, great, son.
You would freak out.
Unquestionably. That's why we named the rooms of the comedy mothership Batman and the Boy. Because that's when they started showing up. That's when we got a lot of sightings post the bomb.
Totally. And I love the mothership, by the way. It's amazing. And I love going and seeing how UFOs, in preparation for this, I've had a couple friends be like, man, Joe's like anti-UFO though. I'm like, no, he's just frustrated with disclosure. Go to the mothership. The whole fucking thing is getting to you. How can anybody say I'm anti-UFO? There's fucking UFOs everywhere. It's one of the deaths. I know. That's so silly. And you broke the biggest UFO story of all time. Like, you've done more for disclosure than anybody, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not anti-UFO, but I'm allergic to bullshit, and this stuff, some of it smells like bullshit, which is, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about those little mummies in Peru.
Yeah, dude, what do you think is going on there? They break my brain. This was the most frustrating case I've ever had to deal with, and I wish I could give you a definitive, these things are definitely dead aliens. I cannot say that definitively at all. I do think there's a lot of reason to believe that they are forensically organisms. They're organisms that
They're not. They're incredible works of art.
if they're not, they're the most sophisticated hoax ever that basically tricked forensic experts from John McDowell, who just won the greatest award in forensics you could win or whatever, the Grandwall Award, who is the president of the American Forensics Scientific Association or whatever in the U.S. Jim Caruso is the chief medical examiner in Denver. The equivalent of McDowell is a guy named Dr. David Ruiz, so he's the Peruvian head of their Forensics Association, and the head of the Mexican Navy Forensics, this guy named Dr. Jose Salze. All of these guys have seen. So this is what I think we're going to get ahead of ourselves and explain to people so they can just influence a lot of people. What are you talking about?
There are these very small, mummified looking things that are in Peru that seem to look exactly like a similar kind of thing to a human being, but varies enough that you know it's not us. And it has more ribs, it's more spinal columns, more discs. This is what they look like. And there's x-rays of them, and that's where it gets really weird. And they're tridactyl, right? So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes.
Yep. And so these were discovered in 2015 in a cave by a guy named Leandro, who goes by Mario. And this is one of the headaches about the case, is like we don't have good provenance on it. So he is this Walkero gravedigger guy, and they were found in diatomaceous earth. So there's actually an idea that they might not even be mummies. Diatomaceous earth is a desiccant. And so they were dried out, and a lot of the organs are actually still inside the bodies. And there are 3 different types. There are S types, which are these little winged creatures. There are J types. The J types are they were most popularized in this Mexican Congress where these things were outed in September of 2023. Where they look like almost close encounters. Jamie, if you scroll down, like you see that Peru's Congress, like right there, like that thing looks like this, like jokey, like close encounters of the third kind.
Yeah,
it looks totally fake. It looks totally fake, right? So those are the J types. They're like 25-ish, maybe 25 to 30.
And that's the ones they X-ray, and that's where it gets really weird.
The weirdest ones that I was talking about, the forensics people kind of evaluating, are these M types. These are like 4 to 5 feet. They look pretty anatomically consistent. Have you seen them in person? I have. Really? Yeah. What was your feeling? My feeling was it was as with a lot of these things, oscillating between holy shit, this thing is not from here, and then dude, you have to like chill, and like there's so many other things, there's so many other gates this has to get through for us to actually, verify this stuff.
See if you can get go to the X-rays, Jamie. Find the images from the X-rays. That's one, but there's one that's a little bit better because it's one of the fetal position. It's
Jamie, in my document,
yeah, actually look at that one.
Okay, there you go. So that one has eggs inside of it. What? If you go Montserrat, which it's weird. So if you go to Montserrat clip, So this one's pregnant and has what they are claiming to be a tridactyl fetus inside. How many do they have? So they have 8 to 10 of these M types, these kind of most realistic looking ones. 8 to 10. And then they have 25 to 30 of the J types. So look at that. That's a 3D reconstruction of the cat scan.
So they have teeth. That's weird.
They have teeth. Yeah. They have tendons. They have bones and cartilage. They have organs inside. And then, so this is where we need to verify stuff. They even have actually.
Did you go back to the part of the video where? What's that? Yeah, that part.
They have that, man. That's crazy. They have osmium and cadmium implants in them, which are rare earth metals that were discovered in the 19th century. This is
Or if someone made this, I need to buy one. You need to tell me how much this costs. I need to put it on my table because you're a genius. If you've made that and you tricked everybody into thinking that that's real, and you're a goddamn genius, and you should just be hoaxing people. Well, so then the alternative is that's real. Well, if that's real, that's completely insane.
Joe, fortunately and fortunately for you maybe, but unfortunately for the kids, these walkeros, these grave diggers, are selling some of these things on the black market. And this case is the wild west. It is so much. I've heard 7 figures.
7 figures?
I've heard a lot of money.
Jeez Louise.
But
Is Peter Thiel buying one of these? Don't say yes. Look at that thing.
It's wild.
So
But
crazy.
there are serious problems. I want to caveat all of this. And I don't want to be overly sensationalist about this. If it's a hoax, it's the best hoax ever. It is the best. My friend Michael Mazzola, kind of red carpet out, allowed me to even see these things. He's making a video, making a documentary on this that's coming out this August. That's called "This Is Not a Hoax." I told him to put in parentheses, or "This is the most sophisticated hoax ever," because the DNA testing sucks. There's no signal. The signal to noise ratio sucks on the DNA. Okay. Because there was probably human contamination. Like the NCBI, which is this biotech repository where you have a lot of this genetic information on 2 of the bodies, Victoria and Maria. This is all publicly available. They've done analysis on this, and the camp that is very pro, these being alien, is this guy Jaime Maussan, and he is. I actually think he's awesome. I love him. He's this former 60 Minutes guy in Mexico, and he's paid a lot of money to protect a lot of these bodies. He's very open about we just need more scientific research. He wants more eyes on this thing, but some of the genetics, some of the genetics researchers that they're basing this stuff on. I spoke to one of them. This guy's name is Dr. Ricardo Rangel, and he's a biologist. I don't think he's actually a geneticist. And his belief is he was like, this is, there's 30% of this is unknown DNA that we don't know, and then in the 70%. You have mitochondrial DNA from Myanmar, and then you have DNA from a parasite in Africa, and you also have bonobos and chimpanzee DNA, which means it was an ancient primate that held this DNA because it was before they phylogenetically split off. So what he's saying, and this is crazy, is he was saying that a hominid species, an early hominid species, went from Asia to Africa, and because there's some theories that they actually, East Africa is not the first hominid species, maybe it's East Asia, so it's already kind of requiring some leaps of logic or whatever, and then had sex with this primate thing, and you end up with this hybrid, and then another leap of logic is that before Pizarro and all the conquistadors, there's actually transmission of beings from Africa to South America. I don't believe that. It's crazy. It's like saying that the pangolin theory is better than the Wuhan lab leak theory, which is just like Occam's razor. That's not right.
We do know that there were other types of hominids that coexisted with human beings.
Denisovans.
Yeah. The forest people, the hobbit people. What is the carbon dating on these things?
Carbon dating ranges from 700 years ago, which would actually be Incan. That would be because Incan started in 1450, and then all the way down to 1800 years ago, which is the Nazca people.
That's what's fascinating because there's this mystery of the Hobbit people, right? Where they didn't really think that was. I think there's a lot of speculation that it was some bizarre type of human being that was deformed and tiny, and then they realized no, this is a specific branch of the human chain, just like Denisova, just like Neanderthal. There's a thing called the Orang Pendek. Have you ever heard of that?
No, what is that?
I believe it's Indonesia and maybe Vietnam, where people talk about these little tiny hairy people that live in the jungle. And so these flores things, there's a few biologists that believe these things are still alive.
Interesting.
I think even on the island of Flores, they might still be alive.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Right. So if they're alive, if if this turns out to be true, like let's imagine it is, because there's been things like the coelacanth, which they thought were extinct for millions of years, and then they caught one. And they're like, oh my god, this is a prehistoric fish and it's still alive. Now they know that there's a population of them, but this is the deep ocean, right? Much less explored. But when you look at Indonesia, when you look at Flores, the island of Flores, look at all these places, like you're talking about insanely dense vegetation that is virtually uninhabited. So maybe, like, these things used to live on that island for sure. We've got bones. We know they lived. We know they used tools. We know they probably had language. They lived on that island. They might still be alive. So we didn't know about these things. And I think, was it the 90s, I think, when they discovered them? Denisovans, I think, was like 2010. And then this new species, the big-headed people, were they Julians? What are they called? That's it. That's like a few months ago, right? They found these, right? And this is another type of human being. So what are the odds that there's some three-footed, three-toed thing that existed a few thousand years ago?
And there are pictoglyphs all over the region, both in Nazca and Puma in southern Peru.
So this is one that looks fake as fuck. But this guy is driving in his motorcycle and he's filming, and he claims that he got this thing running away.
No way, Larry thing?
Yeah, you can see as he's riding his motorcycle, this thing like darts across the road in front of him. And this is a few years ago too, where, you know, CGI sucked. So there it is. You can see it real briefly for a second. It just runs across the road. Look at that.
Oh my god.
What is that? I don't know. But if this thing did exist at one point in time, god damn, it looks good.
Yeah.
If it did exist at one point in time and people do see it all the time, there might be a small population that are still alive. That thing, the X-ray of it, or the MRI, the CAT scan, looked human. But weird,
yes.
But the teeth and the jaw, it looked like a deformed human.
And it is important to note that there were skull elongation rituals going on as early as the Malakas people, which were pre the Nazca people. That's the interesting question. What the Nazca lines? Why are they making? It's probably humans that made these things, but they're things that only make sense from an aerial view, and they're miles long.
What do you do?
And there are pictoglyphs, cave art all over the region with three-fingered beings, with tridactyl beings. There are, and this is the weirdest thing. There's a guy named Thierry Amin who is like the first Westerner. He's this French kind of. He's an amazing archaeologist and explorer, and he was the first guy that met Leandro, the grave digger who found the bodies to begin with. Kalki is actually local dialect there that's spoken. He says that the name of the general region means laboratory for insemination and cloning. Yeah. In Kalki, yeah. So I need to corroborate this. I don't have the skills to do that, but that's what he says. It's crazy. What the fuck? I know. But then, shit, why this case is such a headache is there's this guy Steve Mira who I think is he's a UFO researcher. He's one of the less mushy-brained UFO researchers. A lot of mushy-brained UFO researchers. Really smart guy. I've quoted him in a lot of my other videos, and he's he looked at one of the M types, one of the bigger ones that I'm still holding out hope for because I'd love it to be real. And he said that he did genetic analysis on 2 of the phalanges, and one came back male, one came back female. And so he was I think they were constructed. But I'm how do you get by these forensic experts? So it's this weird, it's just the DNA stuff, you don't get a good signal. And the reason that nobody even cared, this is the most interesting paleoarchaeological case today, in my opinion. The reason that people don't even care is because in 2023, when these were popularized by Jaime Maussan, where he rolled out this J-type Josefina, the one that looked like kind of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, in front of the Mexican Congress, this guy named Manuel Caceres, who is an artist who is making renditions of the things with wood and sticks and stuff glued together, he was apprehended landed at the airport by the chief prosecutor, this guy named Flavio Estrada, and they're Reuters picked this up, saying this is all fake because of these fake, and I have this in this documentary that I'm coming out with, where he goes, this was art. Yeah, we dub it, but he goes, this was art. It's crazy. So like,
that's the signals crossed.
the signals crossed, and I think if there's anything about this case, it's like, let's get our best and brightest on it, figure it out. I think we figure it out quickly if we had the right resources. And there are all these Interpol laws, like you can't move the bodies from Peru, and it's crazy.
Well, even if it's just a different branch of the human chain, I mean, that just if that's a different branch of the human tree, that's fascinating enough.
I agree.
That there's like 3-fingered, 3-toed people that live totally weird shaped head.
And if you find there's phenotypic inheritance where you find that the tridactyl being inside Montserrat's belly is also tridactyl, then at what point do you go, this is how can you hoax that? How can you hoax that? That's crazy. So, and he's Zalce, who by the way is the head of the Mexican medical navy, he was thrown in jail for supporting this case because they were like, we don't want to be associated with this. And now the new Secretary of the Navy of Mexico has brought him back, and he's sort of being vindicated. But he is like, I was like, Jose, like if you showed this CAT scan image of the baby tridactyl to any normal doctor, they didn't know anything about the case, would they say it had 3 fingers? He goes, yes. So if that's the case, I think that is a big deal. But then you have the Steve Mira thing, so I don't want to come out fully, I don't know.
Of course. But I mean, how much evidence would there be? This is the problem with fossils, right? Because when things die, they don't really create fossils unless it's a very extraordinary instance. Like something unusual has to occur. You get trapped in mud. That's how. So most of the things that live, we don't have fossils of. Which is, if this thing was a small percentage or small population, small percentage of the living humans, and some of them are like that. And they just died off like 500 years ago.
And these ones got saved because they were around the diatomaceous earth mines, which preserved their organs and their whole body.
Just from an anthropology perspective, that should be the most fascinating thing. But it's got the stink of a hoax on it, so people don't want to go and study it.
Yeah, totally. Part of what I almost want to do is like a nature of reality fund that I tie to the show. Where I'm like, I see so many cases like this where I'm like, if we just had some money. And it's like so important for humanity, right? It's like non-profit. It's just, let's just pay to get the best people. I think like one of the problems with modernity is like the smartest people are working the dumbest problems. Building $15 billion particle accelerators, people are stuck in string theory. We're like debating all this dumb shit. And you have these things. I don't know if they're real. You can debunk it, fine. But if they're real, and it's not 0% that they're real, according to these forensic experts, let's pour some resources into it. Yeah, it might be real. They look real. They look kind of real. They look very real. When I was in Bruges, I was like, what the fuck? I said, if that's art, whoever made it, it's fucking incredible. If that's art, you'd have to have a really deep understanding of anatomy and then alter it. Yeah.
And then make it uniform so you can do multiple versions of it. Go back to that image you just showed me. Look at that head. That looks like a fucking
It totally looks like an animal. The one other weird wrench that we should mention is there's a proteomics expert who wants to remain anonymous because I think he doesn't want to be associated with the stigma of this case. He looked at some proteins from an isolated skull of the J-types. Now, I don't think the J-types, the things that were rolled out from the Mexican Congress, are necessarily real. I think maybe they were made in homage to these things that do look more real. And he found alpaca proteins on them. And so that's another important point that, is a fly in the ointment here.
So somebody probably made fake ones too. But if there's a marker where you get 7 figures for a real one, of course, I make some fake ones, totally, 100%.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, what is that? And why do they have 3 fingers? And the Lazar craft, didn't it have like some sort of an indentation for hands?
It did, yeah.
It didn't have 3 fingers?
Oh, I didn't know, did it? That would be wild. I don't know.
I think it did.
Oh my gosh.
I think it did. And I think it was really small. just like these things are.
Breaking ground on the Joe Rogan
But
experience.
that's it. That's crazy, and also, here's the thing. We have this concept of this coming from another planet, but it might not be from another planet.
Yeah.
It might be from here.
Hal Puthoff noted that on he has a paper called the Silurian hypothesis, which is you have cataclysms like the Upper Dryas impact, or other things like that. You have 66 million years ago, Luis Walter Alvarez, the asteroid impact killed all the dinosaurs or whatever. What
Break off civilization, just like this $21 trillion is supposed to be funded.
There you go.
Right? Like the underground, those tunnels and caverns in Turkey, where they have this immense underground civilization, or city rather.
And it almost felt like maybe they were hiding out from a cataclysm or something.
Right. And that's what they think it was. Yeah. So imagine if there's some break off civilization where they lived, I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of years ago, but they're different than us. And, sometimes they come visit.
Could be just one reason why they come on the ocean. And totally, they're transmedium, and in some sense, you would care way more about the nuclear stuff. You'd be like, don't destroy your planet, don't destroy our planet. We're here to kill us too, stupid.
Yeah. But also, you're dropping nukes in the ocean,
The Marshall Islands?
Yeah, exactly. That's nuts.
Really nuts.
Yeah.
But I think, it's a whole other rabbit hole. I don't know if you want to get into it.
But see if you can find out if the Bob Lazar ones had the handprints for there's a hand scanner he talked about that wasn't about 3 fingers. No, the hand scanner was at Los Alamos. I typed in Bob Lazar for 3 fingers. AI says his claims have nothing to do with him. What did he say? The control of the vehicle. Because
this is like mental.
There's something about putting your hands on something. I believe there's something. Element 115. Did it say something about controls? Like that there, what did the inside of the craft look like? Inside of craft.
And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait.
So that's Jeremy Corbell. Skip to that from outlines. Okay. God, I wanted to say that they had 3 fingers.
That would be wild.
That would be fucking insane. Because they're tiny. They have 3 fingers. That's these things.
They said the seats were very small.
Yeah. They're supposed to be like 3 feet tall or 4 feet tall. That's these things.
There you go.
That's these things.
Yeah. And they're in the cave art. It looks like they're flying. It's like hard to say. It's on caves or whatever.
I want to see that.
There's pterodactyl cave art.
God, how weird. And how old is this cave art?
I think it's dates to the Nazca period. So around that time.
Let's go look up that first. They did. Pterodactyl cave art. How weird. It's also fucking weird, man.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's so weird. It's because it's almost like reality's fucking with you.
Yeah, it is. And you have like the Amazon. There's probably one in my doc channel that I sent over.
Whoa, 3 fingers and 3 toes. That's crazy. Textile fragments. Wow. It's like a 1000 AD. Whoa. 3 fingers, 3 toes, big crazy head, weird eyes. How fucking strange, man. There's so much we don't know, and everyone's scared of being ridiculous.
I know.
Everyone's scared. It's one of the great things about when you do what I do is we don't have to worry about being ridiculous. It's bizarre.
Yeah, we don't have to be like, we have credentials.
Right. We're just being normal about being taken seriously.
Yeah.
So many people do worry about it, and they don't want to stick their neck out. But when you see something like this, the 3 fingers, 3 toes artwork from 1,000 fucking years ago, and it looks really weird. And then you see these things, you're like, hey, is that real?
And discoveries require boldness. They require just going for it. And it's this like kind of nitpicky credentialism of like I can't say anything other than the establishment. What is your incremental addition then to human knowledge.
Right. And when faced with undeniable evidence, will you give in, or will you just dig your heels in forever and claim bullshit till you drop off the face of the earth? Like what's going on with Egypt? When I had Zahi Hawass, he's just completely unwilling to look at tomography, the data that shows that there might be something underneath the pyramids. It's just bullshit. Is it? Are you sure? Yeah. How do you know? You don't even understand the science. How can you possibly know?
No first principles arguments around it. It's just, no, it can't be, or whatever. It's politics. Science is supposed to be the most immune from politics. It's the most political thing. It is, when you find that out, it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing. And then when you have these scientists that dismiss people when they immediately start using the terror. Look at this one. That's so wild.
Whatever that thing is around us has one arm with three, and then one arm with three, and foot with three.
What is that supposed to be representing?
There's a couple other things on the other page to its cats.
Maybe two heads, but no eyes. What is that? What is that? Or maybe that's inside something that it controls. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's showing the fingers, meaning the fingers of what operates this thing. What are you seeing? This is so nuts, man.
It's so crazy.
All three fingers, what are the fucking odds of that? What are the odds that this is 1,000 years old, these images and these textiles, and then you find this stuff?
Totally.
What?
It's in the mythology.
Right. What the fuck is going on, man?
I know.
It's so frustrating, Jesse.
I'm with you, man. And the Amazon is the size of the Indian subcontinent. We have to LiDAR it and understand. We're finding cities every day. Right? We need to do the research.
Yeah, we do. Look at more of these, more three-finger ones. God, it's so weird. Yeah, so weird.
Almost that weird bird that we looked at the other day with Luke.
Yeah, it does.
There's no evidence today.
Yeah.
And Luke, who hopefully will be an amazing guest on your show.
He's been on.
I know.
He was amazing. Yeah, he was fantastic. He was so good.
He will say, he's been everywhere, right? And he's always Peru is the weirdest place I always go. So.
Yeah. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming in. I fucking love your show. It's so good. It's excellent. American Alchemy. It's on YouTube. Is it just Jesse Michaels on YouTube? How do they find the channel?
Jesse Michaels on YouTube. I have a blog, which is where it's called WHM. It's an amazing place where we facilitate discussions about cool science and frontier stuff. I don't know. I don't really
absorb because your stuff is really well produced. It must take an enormous amount of time to edit all that.
Honestly, I'm burnt out.
Listen, I'm glad you're doing it. I really appreciate you. Everybody, go watch it. Go check out the channel. It's fantastic. If they want to find you on social media, what is your...
My social media, Jesse Michaels Official on Instagram. Outfitting American. No way. Thank you. Fate of my existence.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Call back in the day.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Let's watch out. Let's do it again sometime. More shit's going to come out, hopefully.
Let's do it already. Awesome.
Thank you. All right,
And in fact, they also did a read in the curriculum where this evidence of schools in the Midwest or the Great Plains that have been denied funding because the Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There was one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I found that super interesting. Right? I think different kinds of physical education, one that combines mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased. Doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from schools because they include something in their curriculum the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose that's long past. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education originally formed to solve of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively in public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way.
So you asked me to skill manage, but I say something constructive rather than just pounding down the other side. One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracy, but if you can create one, at least make it, what should we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. A task force with an agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on. Rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that. I mean, even a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved the problem. Let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease. If only the people knew at that company that had developed a cure to that disease, and they generated a boatload of cash for doing it. At some point, you can just give to your shareholders and close the shop, and that's such a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness and American culture of when an institution has achieved its purpose. Celebrate, and then move on. And I think that that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today it's a one-way rat. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century. But what kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities or create the kind of pain we don't want? The question is, what should government do that the private sector cannot? I'll give you one. Protect our border. Capitalism is never going to be the job of capitalists. We're never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, literally, I think one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve that. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government, provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, the state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists used to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, you're liable. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create this, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of a proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism and seeking prosperity. It's going to do it, but if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce. So it's really a different form of enforcing private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of a homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point you described about 80 to 90% of the proper roles of what infrastructure. I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. If you get into specifics, infrastructure that's specific to national security. No, I do think that military-industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you can rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection for the nation. But, interstate highways, I think we think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has the incentive to create it. An argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this, but broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to, a government period, should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, protect the private property rights for the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of what our founding fathers envisioned, and I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did. If we get government out of education, we should be also for reducing as a government to states. for it to get for someone.
I think if it goes closer to municipalities and states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining. As, for example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that done, whether it's balance between a public school district versus making that same money available to families in the form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts, and whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and rigorous choice. The implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting one. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've gotten the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve. That I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover.
So, given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration, or really in the administration?
Well, I'm of course, biased, but Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half. So I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and then we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
Who do you think is more hardcore on these cuttings? You or Elon?
Well, I think Elon is that's pretty hardcore. I see 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think I would. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than Elon. And the reason is, I think we share in common a willingness to take the risk to see what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise and beat us. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary. And here's the thing, like, it's easy to say this, but think about where the rubber hits the road. Even in second Trump terms, the discussions, President Trump and I had this conversation that I think we would continue to have this conversation is, where does it rank on our prioritization? Because there's always going to be a trade. If you have a different policy objective than you want to, a good policy, whatever that's like, you talk about immigration policy, you can talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, because there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? There's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cuts. So the question is, where does that rank on your priority? To pull that off, to pull off the 75% reduction in the size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens at that scale. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority. Then as president, you're in a position to say, I know in the super short run, that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is the moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, I was to do it again, I would be even clear about, actually, talk about a lot of things in the campaign, we can cover a lot of that too, but because there's one thing that I care about more than anything else is dismantling that bureaucracy. And moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And the nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other reasons. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think we made worthwhile.
You mentioned the Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. If we could just talk about that. This is the number one priority. It's like there's difficulty levels. DOD would be probably the hardest. So let's take that on. What's your view on the military industrial complex, Department of Defense, and wars?
So I think the anti-state against it overall, I'm against foreign policy and anti-state as well. They start from that as the starting off point. I'll tell you about my views on DOD. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with the media at their time. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important, the less important reason, it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus, right? For $34 trillion national debt and growing. And, I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of it. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies or providing security blankets. No, I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is, you got to pay for it. Pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, is it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take when they're not in a war. Versus if somebody else is paying for it, and somebody else is providing a security guarantee, hey, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of the war. Versus the restraint that imposes on the decision making. So now let's bring this home to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that we're actually doing with war. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our own border. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats of hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound, that could hit the United States, including those carrying nuclear warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of this could be from other nations, some of this could even be from solar flares, cause significant mass casualties in the United States of America. The electric grid's gone. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky because chips really depend on those electromagnetic, would be affected by those electromagnetic pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this, people start yawning and say, okay, forward stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car, or your ability to fly an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think that these are serious risks where our own national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, we need to decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think I'm protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny state state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States. So that's what I believe. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military industrial complex of the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their advice. And one of the beauties of the United States is at least in principle, we have civilian control of the military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander in chief. I have my doubts of whether it operates that way. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander in chief of the United States of America. On paper, supposedly we still respect Parliament. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of, again, the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I land on that question.
Wait, okay, there's a lot of stuff to ask. First of all, Joe Biden, he means he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor or because of the nature of the presidency?
Good question. I would say in this case, particularly accentuated because of both. In this case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem. That even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and the bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really been making these decisions. So I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. It's a corporate analogy. Sometimes you get outside of politics, people can, I find, listen and pay attention a little bit more. Politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads. But not let's make the same point, but go outside of politics. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And it takes a while to really get them to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan. A couple nights of karaoke and whatnot. Maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. So we put a good enough relationship where he was a great candidate. He said, CEO of the company, I could go and find the head of the research and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on. We don't want to spend money on it. We'll spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. And you have to stop now. You should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist for it. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, no, of course, that's good. Come back 6 months later. Same person is spending the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically in Japan, and I should say in Japan this is changing now, but historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't have to work for you. It means in some deeper, reverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to act. So, I think most people travel to Japan and Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s, and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s would really dispute what I just said. Now, we're bringing it back to the more contentious terrain. I think it's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a truly constitutional, well-trained president to act. But apart from those, that's a contrary view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom, but apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is that the U.S. president can't fire them. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched. But of course, people who elect them to run the executive branch can't even fire. It's like the equivalent of generals. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run and our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement right now. This is a little bit spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's move the ball forward a little bit, skate to where the puck is going. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that determines how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state, use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-world goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the monthly nanny state with the right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle it. And I think it has been a long time in the United States, maybe never in modern history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, this on me, not anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows during the presidential campaign. I call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. I think on most accounts, maybe you disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire a bunch of people, more than usual.
Can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think that's why I'm far more excited this time around. Is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. There's some really important cases that have come down from the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, a major policy or economic problem, it can't be done by the stroke of the pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat. That quite literally means most federal regulations today are unconstitutional. Then this year comes out another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window. They said, no, federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. The combination of those two cases is seismic, and it's in fact for the regulatory state. There's also another great case that came down with SEC versus JARTC. And the SEC is one of these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine and go on. That doesn't make sense because you believe in separation of powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court put into that and said that practice of the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has had countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. that supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court of America. So whether or not we have a second Trump term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop, the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. That's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump. Why I'm going to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of it. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Three-word answer, but to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court case that you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there. Yeah, I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Yep.
On the human psychology level, so you basically kind of implied that for Donald Trump or for any president, the legal situation. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, isn't it probably not on a psychological level just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why is there a basic stability and momentum going
There's
on?
one other factor. So you're right. The legal backdrop is a valid and understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision or tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that. He said there's a million learnings from that first term that makes him ambitious in that second term. Review about this is what needs to happen. Donald Trump lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated in the overgrowth of the entitlement state of the U.S., I think it's going to take probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix it.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but is he the best person to do so?
Yeah, 2 candidates, right? People face a choice. It's a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what Donald, who do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him for you, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that. And, I think that I've spoken about the fact that it's going to take, it's a long run project where we have the next step back from the next step back to take over.
That's kind of where I land.
I mean, you talked to him a few weeks ago. I saw you at a podcast. What was your impression about his preparedness to do it?
My impression is priority allocation of different leaders. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics you are more focused on. And there is a tension there, just as you clearly highlighted.
We should say priority with respect to southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on decade-long time horizon. So my own view is, I think that he is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had in certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, right? To shower federal subsidies on favorite industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries, new bureaucracies to administer them. And, I don't come from that school of thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. And it's a long-term project.
There's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing on Twitter headquarters.
Turn it down.
Right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just about firing, it's about setting clear missions for different departments that remain, hiring back to overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy. I mean, it's a full-time, and it's not only full-time from actual time, it's full-time psychologically because you're walking into a place, unlike a company, Twitter, an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And like, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate in because like you're constantly the asshole, and I mean, the certainty you have to have about what you're doing is just like nearly infinite because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a terrible idea.
You have to have this spine of steel just cut through that short-term advice is getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I can do whatever I can for this country, both in the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows this, my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that all else equal, get there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can, do it as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example that's really difficult tension given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation. Yes. That requires a lot of like money. I mean, like, how do you do it? And how does that conflict to be shutting it down?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had. What are the proper roles of the federal government? I gave you two. One is of the government period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States. Two is to protect private property. There's a lot of, most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are two things that are the property. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America, and the sovereignty and sanctity of the national borders. So in that domain, that's mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means the first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington. Now, all else equal, you could say those are intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on it. But it's the proper role of the federal government, great, act enough to do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation. So one, it will cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals of how you like to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity. How do you answer some of those questions?
Well, I would call those even not even business, but just thoughtful questions, right? Even somebody who's really aligned with doing this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in the context. There are 350,000 others who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted. They didn't take their kids with them to those prisons either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of we're a nation founded on the rule of law. We acknowledge that there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the board. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, but it's rule of law. So that backdrop is the easiest fact I can cite. These 350,000 or so mothers were in prison and did not take their kids to prison. Is that bad? That it is undesirable for kids to grow up without those 350,000 mothers? It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violated the law and faced the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority in the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportations, let's just get very practical. Because all that was being very practical. There's ways to do this, starting with people who've already broken the law. People who have not just broken the law of entering, but of committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. You can't think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what's called a safe third country. So safe third country means even if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, will move into another country that doesn't have to be the United States of America that they pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they came to the country. They detain them until their cases are adjudicated. Well, the rate of fraud in Australia and what people lie about what their conditions are is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I've never taken a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. Sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's just a factual statement that says if we have the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic that, okay, if we're going to fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And it would be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law or other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There's even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get to areas where you can say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh the benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we've got to remember, here the example I gave with the Haitian case in Springfield, a town that has spent a lot of time growing up in Ohio. I live in an hour from there today. I don't blame the individual Haitians who came here. I'm not saying that they're bad people. In that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law in coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. There have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits from people who even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're going to be removed, there are allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. Temporary protected status means it's temporary, and we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send it back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we let them stay. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the path that allows somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims of temporary protected status. I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lying. The reason is the arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, because if people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. I think there are many people, I know some of these people. I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities, or among our best universities, like Princeton. He was at a business school. He has a great job in the investment community. He's a professional tennis player. He's a concert pianist. He can do Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico and cross the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice, so I didn't give it to him. But practically, if you were giving advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects the people who are going to. That's what it does. It selects the people who are willing to see they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And then we have policymakers who are, after the fact, using economic justification to keep them. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There's a case actually from the New York Times reported on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia, fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant LGBT, anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of lies, it came out that she was crying finally. She broke down. She was like, "I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people." That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing. A lot of people, even in this industry of sort of quote-unquote tourism in the United States, they're having their kids in the United States, they go back to their home country, but their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. That's not a lie. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and they're living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically filling jobs, I'm skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually end up being true. Let's have that debate in the open, rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status. We know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that that economically helps the United States. Cut the dishonesty. And I just think that that is a policy we would do well to expand to every sphere. We talk about military-industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better serving our people.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way that is built fundamentally on lies. But there's the other side of it. You know, illegal immigrants are used in political campaigns for fear mongering, for example. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing. So the claim, one of the more intense claims is of crime, and I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than
I think it is true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal.
That's not what I saw.
It's sort of in this part of why I wrote this book, okay? And the book is called Truths, so Leonard Darwin will have well-sourced facts in here, right? Can't be made-up hypotheses. Our truths, and this chapter, even in my own research on it, like, I know a lot about this issue from my time as presidential candidate, but even in writing the chapter on the border, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into. Okay, my main thesis in that chapter is, forget the demonization of illegal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on identify what the objective is. We can debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I air that argument. And I think that's insufficient personally. Personally, I think the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just the immigrants who are going to make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals. Those U.S. history even better than the average U.S. citizens. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me, their sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for being refugees. We should reward the people in that model, which is, I don't even think should be the whole model, but even if that were your model, reward the people who are demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over any other. There's one parameter that it rewards over any other. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you are willing to do it. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get it. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually going to get it. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk for bodily injury based on your religion, ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check the boxes. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're at University, Harvard, Yale, or whatever, you're running your admissions process. The number one attribute is your SAT score, is EA, is life accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. Class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing in the United States of America. It is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say it's somebody who's a person of integrity says, I want a better life for my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it's not a. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting for. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledgement of the goals of our immigration system in the first place. And then we have competing visions on the right. Okay, amongst conservatives, there's a rift. Some conservatives, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants that bring down prices, then we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right that the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also are willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals too. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's the proper role of immigration policy to make it a labor policy. Because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. That's how it's changed.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring Ann culture into the picture, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I think it's pretty much But she had this thing where she clearly admires and respects you as a human being. And she's basically saying, you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question of like, what does it mean to be an American? And she basically said, not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-democratic.
And even anti-American.
Anti-American.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not big on Ann Coulter specifically is I think actually it's a much more widely shared view, and I just give her at least credit for being articulated. A view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic lineage. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. Those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation. That our nation is not about a creed, it's about a physical place and a physical apartment. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines itself. So obviously, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. I'll say why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stuff. Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States in that case, because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first reason American exceptionalism becomes impossible. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions against our earth. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. But the Native Americans who have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil abuse, it's not quite Native Americans. You only have to start at this point and end at this point. So, on this new blood and soil identity, if you couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if you came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national is. Versus my view that American national identity is grounded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like people will not for a set of ideas. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideas. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals. That said that, we believe in self-governance, free speech, and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States. It's different from old world. So I think there's this brewing debate on the right, and do I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I'm going to say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter-narrative in the other direction, saying that your vision of American identity is tied, is almost physical in nature. And to me, I think it is still ideals-based in nature. I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to, again, steel man the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is fake electricity of the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in the way you formulated it in the Nation of Victims. It's just the entirety of that process, instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of lying. I like people that win, not whine, even when the rest survives the good direction.
So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left, I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay, and I don't care whether it's left-wing victim or right-wing victim, but I'm against victim. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed. The goal is you. If I tell to my kids, I preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to our own side. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Yeah, it's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan. One of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and not make it. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side, and then offer your own, or else you don't understand. So you asked me what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump, so I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy and all of that. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, you know, and here's my full support, you know, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. The same criticism they had of Biden. They could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation that's too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it, that's what I would say. Is that when I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that this is still the right choices, even though the other side thinks to offer a new generation of leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who will have had who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote? That's what I would give you.
Right, but I get it, and you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump. So I get when you're running for president, and you say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism about it. Again, on the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election, and not in what is it, TDS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let's give it a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth. Who knows what truth is, what is true, and what is not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, like walk away with honor and win big the next time, or like channel that into growth and winning. Winning in some other direction. So it's just like the strength of being able to give everything you've got to win and walk away with honor. Everything that happened around 2020 election is just goes against that.
So I'll respond to that. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I'm giving you my perspective. I think we have seen some growth from Donald Trump over that first term of the experience of the 2020 election, and you hear a lot on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said, is you're looking for somebody who has growth with their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID, you could put a lot of different things on it, but in that case. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released in the weekend, Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign influences, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face consequences. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints are, have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be Donald Trump. No doubt in my mind. You look at polling before and after, the impact that would have had on the independent voter. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about moving the country forward. What is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity? Here's one. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government issued voter ID and national voter cards. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is the territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here. My pledge as a leader in our movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic election security measures, I think it'd be unifying too. Make election day a national holiday that unites us around a city purpose one day. Single day voting on election day is a national holiday with paper ballots and government issued voter ID and national voter card. Let's get there as a country. You have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is going on?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. Probably disagree, but it's hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would have changed or something.
Yeah, no, I looked at some post-election polling about the views that would have had. I think I can't prove that to you, but that's my instinct. It's my opinion.
I think that's just one example, maybe a sexy example of a bias in the complex of media. And there's bias in the other direction too, but probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
Let me ask you one question about, because there's bias in the report. Censorship is another. So I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would condemn it, of the government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans in the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I do the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19, all happened in 2020. These are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn it.
Most people in tech companies are privately political persuasions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists, are on the left. but to characterize the actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems I just want to sort out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues. I think both are important, but they're different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt, certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it's but that's a different issue from saying that voters don't get access to information through any source. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially Biden administration and their families' incentive structure. That story was systematic. So in the United States of America, if you wanted to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downplayed algorithmically. You couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference with the election. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated that. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election was they interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they work with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on the internet. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated that. Well, if after the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard and say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our elections. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blame Russia for the false claim, the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden laptop story that's false claim, we have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were Russian interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically, we just call it, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that event is.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we can talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias, and you can lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake elector scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior between January 6th and try to shortcut your way just because your friend is cheating in Monopoly and you're playing Monopoly. You shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and with honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way. So
here's my view: has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But do you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country? We had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, and do as they're told. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, in which case it's perfectly fine for people to see families. We were told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and then they were denied information systematically heading into that election, which was really important, and in this case, damning information about our parliament. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up and comply. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship and restraints on the freedom of free people is never good. And if you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020 is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, job of leaders is how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hoped to achieve in the second term? And the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done, the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that leave them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. The best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that that's the next step of how we can see the country.
Are you worried in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do we minimize the chance?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassinations. We're not talking about theoretical attempts, we're talking about gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, national media concerns over Donald Trump. When in fact, he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy, to the existence of America. If you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it in this election. Win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide is the best thing that happens for this country. Reagan delivered in 1980, and then again in 1984. And in a very practical note, a landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. So I don't think, 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election. I don't think that's going to be good. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are and what we stand for. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too. And that's what we now come up with.
So, just to pile on, since we're stemming the criticism against Trump, is the rhetoric. I wish there was less of, although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining, the I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's
funny. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes of Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had in a long time. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe some different people don't want, that's not a quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, in some ways I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians could probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, Lex, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country, my own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and supporting him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country, rather than picking on the personal attributes of either. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner and laugh or whatever. One might criticize like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think our country's better off if we have a focus on both the policies, but also who's going to be more likely to revive the country. That, I think, is a healthy debate heading into an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes, their flaws, what makes them funny and lovable to some people, makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into an election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy. You can speak for hours on policy. That's the foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine if you sat down, you became president, you sat down with Zelensky, you sat down with Putin? What do you think is possible to talk to him about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining debates in the primary. But anyway, is how you grilled the other candidates that didn't win in your regions. They wanted to send money and troops and bleed to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine. You had a lot of singers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on?
Yeah, so look, I think that let's get the self-interest of each party on the table. And let's be very transparent. From everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to, and frankly, that Russia was told that NATO was going to expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, NATO's expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international law norms, and it's a violation of the recognition of international law. Nations without borders are not a nation. So against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansion as a violation of our commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of the deal. But then I want to be ambitious in the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that requires, that gives some real gifts to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia too in the long run, because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose a real threat to the United States. But if as a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, given what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia some things that are important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That I think together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, which I think is the actual threat that we have so far. No matter who in this debate, more or less Ukraine funding, has really failed to confront. That I think is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling them.
So from an American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that's very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaboration. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. If there's cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences. Consequences of their cheating. But we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of that.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region, but Russia has captured giant chunks. And yes, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, it's very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the regions it's already captured.
I actually think that that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia as part of the deal. Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine on the losing end of this. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I was a little critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion for his contribution to the overgrowth of U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull bread in China out from the clasp of the USSR. He wrote the China-Russia alliance back then, which is an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So there's not an opportunity for similar unconventional maneuver now of using greater reopened economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think that's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well. That, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of security peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I can make a case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interests of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say, early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then. Until Boris Johnson traveled and he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. That goes to the point where nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security. They have what the problem is a moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks to them take. They're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not fully at the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we'll repeat that again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people continue to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome that they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests that provides a greater degree of long-run security for the future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep with NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full outright world war starts at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table rather than to assume that a win for us is a loss for Russia, or that anything positive that happens to Russia is a loss for the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that Putin won't like, but I think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union and not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationship there. And also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money from both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation? Right, so you want to not just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are at issue combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win deal. So I think it should be encouraging the fact that there are as many different possible levers here, almost make certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation where there's only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here, and I think that it requires real leadership. The United States playing hardball, not just between one side of this, not just with Zelensky or with Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability. And I think that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, you've got to manage when you're calling somebody or you're not. But I do believe that open conversation and willingness to have that as another lever in the negotiation is totally fair game.
Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is with the brewing cold or, God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid this is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that. Because at that point, what you're setting up for, if the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out conflict. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War level conflict. And the way to do that is to bring down the existential stakes to the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes to the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for our modern. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, those basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for the supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrial. Think about how little sense that makes. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depends for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian of the school of Friedrich von Hayek, something I admire as well, even then you would not argue for a foreign dependence on an adversary for your military. So I think that's the next step we need to take, is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring in the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to declaring independence from China. But the question is, what is the long-term trade-offs? Now, you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries, We don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict on the term that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes an aggressor, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risk that could escalate us to World War III. So I think that geopolitically, you've got to look at these things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well. By also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. If Russia is no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't have gotten done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political manner.
I think the thing you didn't quite make clear, what I think implied, is that we have to accept the red line that China provides us of the one-China policy.
Both sides need to have their red lines. Both sides need to have their red lines. So, we can get into specifics, but it's gonna vary depending on the circumstances. The principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, that was clear during my campaign on this, so I'll say it again. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not, should not, for any time in history, China, Taiwan. I do think that for the United States, it probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades. What is recognizing the one China policy in our position, or quiet deference to that, and understand that may be their red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force in any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So there's an example, but the principle here is, you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China. I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States, by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits.
But what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We also depend on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor. So China knows that's going to draw us serious conflict. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, it's a big level. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room to strengthen those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risk to the Indian Ocean or the Andaman Sea, no longer being reliable for getting Middle Eastern oil supplies. There's a lot of leverage here, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle Eastern oil supplies as it does today, and clear red lines with China itself about what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they may have certain red lines. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap. If the circumstance of where there's a rising power against the backdrop of a declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. I don't think that A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership. leadership with a spot. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts. In the Middle East, places like Russia and Ukraine, we were on the cusp of war with North Korea when Obama left office and Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, less than 4 years under Biden and Harris, what do you have? Major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia and Ukraine, judged by the results. And I would say that even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, you don't like his style, if your single issue is you want to stand in World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in a bunch of different directions, one of which is when you're discussing nationalism.
Yeah, I believe that somebody I've gotten to know actually reasonably well, for example, recently is Giorgia Meloni, who's the leader of Italy. Told her the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values uncompromising. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her, which was in the U.S., when we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media. It allows her to make decisions that are best for the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him, because he doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologizing. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for but actively supporting Donald Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. It says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. In the United States, that doesn't mean ethno-nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national ideals, that is true. And I think that is something that we've gotten accustomed to countries to say that, I'm proud of being American, I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. No, I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that was missing for a long time. Right? India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage and its national myth-making and its national legacy history. And to say that every nation does have to have a kind of myth-making about its past and to be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this in the United States. A nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that's true not just for the United States, I think it's true for every other nation. I think leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job. That I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. And whatever I do next, Alex, I'll tell you this, is I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you run in 2028?
I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, that's a long time from now, and I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned from that experience that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. With getting into the race, there was no way I could have planned and plotted this out as somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me into the presidential race, and I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways. Hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart are missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, seal the border, grow the economy, stand a World War III, and rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policy. But we also need leaders who, in a sustained way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see where the country is heading into 2028. And whatever I do, it will be whatever has a maximal positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, to take America to the next level, to move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence, we got to shut down that nanny state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state, shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure we succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage in the primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democrat candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being the way I would love nothing more than to see that.
Who do you think? So for me, I would love to see some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge, is first of all like a good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people? Shapiro is interesting also.
I would like to take on in earnest, civil, but contested contest, right, of debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you but still has deep ideology of their own. I think John Fetterman's pretty he's demonstrated himself to be somebody who is thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not some sort of fake flippity-floppity way, but in a thoughtful evolution. Somebody's been through personal struggles. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views, but who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining your beliefs and convictions, and has, when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe where he thinks they're wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they in some ways get polluted. Yeah, the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has these libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee him running for president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Will Collins. Same with Will, he's a highly intelligent person. And is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say, lambasted. He phrased it very delicately. He criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats put up, I hope it's someone like that. For my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that poll on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear. And you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state, I want to shut it down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price control. reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capital state showering private benefits on selected industries in favor of sort of want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit, and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. No, I believe in shutting it down. That challenges a lot of current direction with conservative law. I believe in certain issues that maybe even outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is this is not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think it'd be the world. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you can sort of say, putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, and that's great, but it's another to say that you have to do a factory farming setting that gives special exemptions for historical laws that existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican rank, orthodoxy reading chapter and verse from what the Republican Party platform has been. It's not against the Republican Party, but it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard, like getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money.
The mega money, yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, if you're going to play to win. I think one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But if you want to win the game in order to change it, and I think that's something that I keep in mind as well.
So you have written a lot. You're exceptionally productive, but even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last 4 years. When you're writing, and you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day or the travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out, physically active. So if I'm running, playing tennis, lifting, somehow for me that really opens up my mind. And then I need a significant amount of time after that with a notebook. I usually carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
The notebook full of chaotic thoughts, or is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, on the flight over here, I have a much more structured layout of, I've got a lot of different projects in the air, for example, and I cross-pollinate. I was in the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something, all of it's ones that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around, heading into the first debate. I was like, not 9 days, 8 or 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. Right? We're halfway through, you've established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in full, rather than just the momentum, competitive-driven version. And I just think that's sort of, take those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, I ran that whirlwind of the campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself in a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. And actually it started in a very different form. It was a personal reflection oriented. So most of that, funny enough, is what about writing books is edited it out. But it just didn't end up in the book. It went in a different direction than like what's interesting for a publisher to publish. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book anyway, just because the topic ended up morphing. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot of it, this book is still in there. It's my 4th book in 4 years, you're right. And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign, is not just help policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice. The ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect. to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. Probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you've mentioned the first time we debate. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen step into some really intense debates. Yeah. Podcasts, but in general, kind of with all kinds of walks of life, whether it's sort of debates with sort of protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that? What's the psychology of being able to be calm through all of that, which you seem to be?
Well, I enjoy debate, and for me, I think just in ordinary life, we get about like a formal debate setting. Whenever I've received criticism or a contrary view, my first impulse is always, are they right? It's always a possibility, right? And most of the time, what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief. Right? You know your own beliefs better if you can state the best argument for yourself. But sometimes you do change it. And I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while, too. And so anyway, just the idea of the pursuit of truth, the open debate, inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity, part of who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates, deep-seated disagreements. And yeah, I think it's beautiful. Not just about human relationships, but it's particularly beautiful about Americans, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries, China or India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different, where that's considered not genteel behavior, not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so, I don't know whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in the next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how we're going to save our country.
Are they right? The thing I actually really see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, selfish.
You also don't lose your shit, so you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. You get emotional in a positive way, you get passionate, but you don't get. It doesn't. I've never seen you broken. Like where do they get you? It's always probably because you just love.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person, so I'm always curious about what's actually what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best thing to do. Like, if you're just trying to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But if you're kind of curious about it, right? Genuinely, just wondering. I think most people are good people inherently. We're all maybe getting misguided from time to time. But what is it that's moving that person to go in such a different direction than you? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protests that have been interrupted by events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them, what they might be hungry for, as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying. And I think that's certainly something I try to revive. We don't talk about it in politics that much, but reviving that sense of curiosity, I think, is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens at the end of it.
I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are good. And one of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're a curious person. This podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I think we need more of that in America. That kind of, remember when I talked about our founding fathers, we were joking about it. They were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of a nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. I think part of what's happened culturally in the country is we've gotten to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. you don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think that's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you and why we was looking forward to this conversation too. Is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports to culture to politics to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in. But actually, maybe, you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the other. The Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool after leaving the campaign. I've been doing a wide range of things. I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practiced at the Ohio State.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking it up.
Somebody online was trying to correctly. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing the backhand was weak potentially.
That would be fair criticism. but got better. Again, just got better. I've been playing with I'm practicing with the Ohio State team in the morning. They're like number one in the country or close to it. Now the guys on the team play, but there's a couple of coaches who were recently on the team. One of them used to be a guy who used to play with the juniors who invited me. So I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be careful.
Oh no.
My hips are telling me that I'm playing so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of the to play in a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens.
No.
But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who was trafficked into the United States. It's a thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was involved in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So thank you so much for every time I'm swiveling this chair, I'm thinking of Thomas Jefferson.
It's good. That was my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for swiveling the chair, and thank you so much for talking to me. This is fun.
One final fact about Jefferson. Whether you've had this, of course, he wrote 16,000 essays in his letters, right? So he's had written 4 books in 4 years. That is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me.
And neither of us will ever live up to anything close to Thomas Jefferson.
I love your curiosity. Thanks for reading the book. I appreciate your feedback on it as well. Hopefully we'll do this again sometime.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vivek. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words to enjoy. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Trump says they agreed to the talks about trade and concerns over rare earth products and secure travel schemes for both countries will be meeting shortly at a location determined. President Trump said on their call, President Xi invited him and the First Lady to visit China and made a similar offer.
The outcome here is horrific. Man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study is how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of things. A deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Hitler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right.
The following is conversation with Behas Vicious, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and the fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This is the Let's Read One podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Behas Really Vicious. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation of communism?
I think there were several key ideas that Marx deployed that were destined to have such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history was still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there is a science of revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history, the resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and that moreover that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined in the order of things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual roles, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of or projected futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as merely utopian.
So there's a million questions I could ask there. But so on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of his idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, one has to stress, Marx would have been extremely upset at this point in the Because to call someone a utopian was precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you're not laying out the iron laws of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it was fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden among Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures as history moves through class conflict, modes of production, towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally being freed from necessity. Smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And there they come especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved our problems. There, vagueness sets in. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity of industrialization that hitherto had been put to private profit, now collectively owned and deployed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in ordinary life. That's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science, and moreover having the full credibility that science commanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th century.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism that includes a lot of problems. He thought once you resolve the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems will be gone.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. And inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes that were in part reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by people like Marx. One of the famous jokes was that what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was capitalism is the exploitation of man by man. Communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, you actually have a lecture on humor. I love it. And you deliver in such a dry people way. Okay, this, again, a million questions. So, you outline a set of contradictions. So it's interesting to talk about his views. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development, and that idea was the idea of human freedom. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian-German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law, in German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the rule of law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is based on matter. So, hence dialectical materialism. Dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflict towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remained, though, is the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right and abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey to the future.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, the Darwin of history that he had done for the world of politics and of human history, what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the sort of famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history as a history of class struggle?
Well, so this was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of frictions and of clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what is called state slavery. That's to say, the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful. Then private slavery in the ancient period, and then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages, and then here's where Marx was able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times. The present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development, because the feudal system of the Middle Ages and the dominance of the aristocracy has been overcome, has been displaced by the often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, obtains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy, because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where, at some future moment, the inevitable explosion will come, and swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because there's only one class remaining. Everyone is finally unified and without those internal contradictions that mark the class.
The dictatorship of the working class is an interesting part. So what is the role of revolution?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining, of balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. And when we get to the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role of being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and its role in salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework. They need revolution, the experience of revolution, in order to come into their own. Because without it, you'll only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role that they're building.
How did he conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engel's accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future to determine. So all of the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for orderly society. In a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then, afterwards, the state, because it represents everything, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization equals being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives of, as he would consider, an authentic freedom without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's been
Despotic inroads against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
dispossession of the middle classes, of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So he'd probably argue in this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always constant, it's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. It's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process was Verelendung, which is very evocative. Elend means misery, so it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiserization or pauperization, meaning more and more people are being turned into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early, chaotic, sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labored might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling and dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers with the appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what followed this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
You speak to this realm of ideas, which is fascinating, this battle of big ideas in the 19th century. What are the ideas that are swimming around?
Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideology is very apt because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier had been in empires or under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. You'd be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that had been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, the old and the new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and a family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his dynamism. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments, wanted to win arguments, and was not one to settle for compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impersonated the family maid and didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his growing family. That's where Engels came. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engels made things happen. In a mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo because they balanced off one another's idiosyncrasies and turned what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong about his work. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance, Marx was a genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely a junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would have not gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that he has.
Just to throw in the mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has a different to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in the religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, I don't know, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask maybe, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation, right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. I mean, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and that he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these oblique ways rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What we should say here is, you mentioned Karl Marx. The color red comes up for people, and they think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that, I mean, Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. And so, can you maybe speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that you're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of being its central location and then its rapid development later than Britain or France in industrialization, give it this special role in Marx's worldview. And so it's a lasting irony, or central irony in this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire. A place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because, in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location. And henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision. And they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century. And that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote. And there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that, well, if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent. Because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the point of origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, because you needed to read Kautsky, you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it can take, and we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, quote, "The passion for destruction also created passion." So, what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than doing through the sort of scheme of history that Marx was doing. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movement, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of a free association, anarchist thinking, free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking in their relation to one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that we saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialists and anarchists who are demanding change and envisioning really fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. We should add to this that the very fact that Marx is German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow the hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common cause. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argue for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution, or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for successful revolution.
We can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
By definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously try in the way that communism was. If you just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. So why do you think sort of there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ. Right? They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all. Man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state and one where finally people will be free from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary group.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. It's a leap.
It's a leap, and it kind of points to a phenomenon that would have enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others in the tradition who followed him, but that so many scholars have commented, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious, secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse or the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, a utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Eric Voegelin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. And he saw fascism and Nazism and the Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. And we're going to call this the eschaton. He said that these end times, the eschaton was being promised in the here and now, being made imminent. And he warned against it, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism's primary thing that underpins society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to a community.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that I had the chance to witness this actually. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian American family. And my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, to the University of Vilnius, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare for the Soviet Union for Americans. The result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum of atheism that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that would be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin in the mausoleum at Red Square. And communist mummies, like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well. Communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics, great figures, saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have.
Yeah, this is a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of society, whether something like framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
Your nature of pouring them back. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations, right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience of just revulsion, finding that their ideals are not being followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you eloquently describe as contradiction within the ideas of Marx. So there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is globalism. Then there's the thing that we started talking about, is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. So you're supposed to break with the past in communism, but then Marxism became one of those strongest traditions in history.
That's right. I think that that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points, or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break the traditions that have hemmed people in. This earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges. And that's really tough, because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the prior generation into Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is a especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto, and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about the manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please just finally get it in the press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say. Because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 that sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national and liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm, economic realm, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that people believe that he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity, just waiting for history to play out its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And it is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is to play out. And starts with those ringing words about a ghost, a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, most definitely.
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. In the analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you deliver the answer to how history evolves, changes, it obligates, right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct that was an idle production of a philosopher who's not connected to the world and was never meant to try to practice. Marx would have been furious at this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote in all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political description is supposed to flow from economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them. In the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone that we need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some element of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that would be necessary to build the project at all. And there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas, but it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a question in all of the history of communism has to do with it being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or religious doctrines or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages of evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You probably have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today, like, is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this. Or, if you're looking at the history of communism, and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who ruled like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists. This is the project that they have on doing. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated issue.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steel man the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way where we can look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly it was a compelling case for millions of people. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, watch the quotation marks, science, were crazy. Right? Chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those implications of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites, more generally processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies, and the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty and economic cycles, depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription they have to teach. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as your ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Lenin that once society has reached that stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the notion that governments were essentially able to run themselves. The model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post office. Being in Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with the orderliness and the sheer discipline and rationality of the Swiss post office. He thought, why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need political leaders, you don't need grand visions, you have procedures, you have bureaucracy, which does its job in a way that's not alienating, but simply produces the greatest good. When you think of the experience of bureaucracy in the 20th century, one's hair stands on end. You have, the comparative naivete on display with a prediction like that, but it derives from that confidence that it's all going to be okay because we understand, we have the key, we have the plan to how to arrive at this final configuration.
Yeah, the certainty of science, in quotes, and the goal of utopia gets you in trouble. But also, just on the human level, from a working class person perspective. In the Industrial Revolution, you see the growing inequality, wealth inequality. And there is a kind of, you see people getting wealthy, and combined with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for most, for all, according to some philosophers. And there is kind of a powerful idea in that the man is exploited. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with because to a degree it's true in every system. And so before you kind of know how these economic and political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit my hard work anymore. And I think that's a really powerful idea.
It is. I mean, at the same time, though, it kind of points to a further problem, and that's the identity of the revolution. It turned out that many of these revolutionary movements and then the founding elites of communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who have spent their lives in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. And there's a special role here for intellectuals. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto the notion that certain exceptions rise above their class origins in a way other people can't, and transcend their earlier role, their materially determined role, in order to gain a perspective on the historical process as a whole and ally themselves with the working class in its struggle for communism. This sort of special role they carved out for themselves is enormously appealing for intellectuals, because any celebration of intellectuals is world movers appealing. That gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart or the civil war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that splits socialism and splits followers of Marx. And that's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, or during this traumatic experience. The way in which Lenin encourages the foundation of radical parties that will break with social democracy of the sort that have been elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which was the Leninist conception of a disciplined, hardcore, professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union movement couldn't. And what this speaks to is a fundamental tension in radical movements, because left to their own devices, Lenin announces, workers tend to focus on their reality, their families, their workplace, want better work conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to advocate for reforms on the part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for Lenin, that's not enough, because that's a half measure. That's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation with the system rather than the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out over the long run.
So let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power in the Soviet Union?
It came to power as a result of stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had is a totally unprecedented pressure placed on a regime that in many ways was a traditional, almost feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that the rest of Europe had undergone. For this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the one who presses the process forward. Ironically, um, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing, had been convinced that may not even live to see the advent of that day. But then, when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire in February of 1917, Lenin is absolutely frantic to get back. And when he does get back, as a result of a deal that is negotiated with the German high command, a step that they'll later live very much to regret, he is able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power and then to build the Soviet Union.
So even he was surprised how effective and how fast the revolution happened.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was a cataclysm on the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century. We talked about as a dynamic period with argument between ideologies. It scrambles all sorts of earlier debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state, the claims of the state, because to win or even just to survive in World War I, you need to centralize, and to put everything onto an authoritarian wartime footing in country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibility that this might happen by talking about how the entire globe already was connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start a chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has the chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature that are as powerful as Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago for giving the whole suite of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony to that.
So you said the Bolsheviks saw violence and terror as necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of their, because they took power, and so this was a part of the way they saw the world.
Right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Marx, most true to the received theory in practice, there's other influences, earlier influences that operate in the Russian context that were not operative, let's say, in the German context. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of divine right to rule, that God had ordained the Tsarist system and its hierarchies, and that to question these was sinful and politically not advisable. And the restricted nature of Russian society at this point, dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature meant that people who in another context, in another country, might have been reformers, could instead very easily be provoked into becoming revolutionaries. And Lenin is a perfect example of this because his older brother was executed as a result of being in a radical revolutionary movement who was arrested and executed for association with terrorism. And earlier generations of Russian radicals had founded populist groups that were aimed to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsarist regime. And this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, it's Что делать. In English, it gets translated, What is to be done? And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the work and said it had the great merit of showing you how to be a revolutionary. So there's the Marxist influence, and then there's Russian populist nihilist influence, which is also a very live current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result and part of this family trauma of his brother, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile for revolution. He turns himself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that with little hyperbole. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel gentle. What the revolution demanded was realism, hardness, absolute steely resolve. So Lenin worries even the fellow revolutionaries by the intensity of his single-minded focus for revolution. He spends his days thinking about the revolution, how he dreamt about the revolution, and so 24/7 is an existence where he's paired off other human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an effective instigator of revolution. So when the opportunity comes in 1917, he's primed and ready for that role.
It's interesting that nihilism, Russian nihilism, had an impact on us. The traditionally nihilist philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's a kind of cynical, dark view. Where's the light?
The light is science. The light is science and materialism. The nihilists, some of them did a very bad job of hiding their political beliefs because they were famous for wearing blue-tinted spectacles, kind of the sunglasses of the late 19th century, as a way of shielding their eyes from light, but also having a dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So the nihilists, as the name would suggest, do reject all prior certainties. They make an exception for science and see that as the possibility for founding an entirely new mode of existence.
For most people, I think nihilism was introduced in the brilliant philosophical work, I don't know if you're familiar with it, by the name of the Big Lebowski. Nihilist here, there. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition quite well. But it is indeed fascinating. And also it is fascinating that Lenin, and I'm sure this influenced Stalin as well, that hardness was a necessary human characteristics to take the revolution to its end.
That's right. So prior generations of nihilists, of populists, had resembled Lenin's single-mindedness by being, by arguing that one needed total devotion to this. This was, to play this role in society, it was not enough to be somewhat committed. Totally committed was necessary. And the other theme that's at work here, obviously, is if we consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam, or in Cuba, or in Cambodia, or in Russia will be very different in its local adaptations and local themes and resonance than it was in Germany, where Marx would have expected all of this stuff.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, this little interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating, grabbing, and taking a hold of power. What was that process?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps. That involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one who loved their country would have agreed to a so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off of large territories that would belong to the Russian Empire. Lenin is willing to undertake this because it's the larger prize. He even says that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because shortly that treaty is going to be a dead letter. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after we've raised the standard, first of all, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire.
And we should probably say that that treaty, to some small degree, maybe you can elaborate now or later, lays the groundwork for World War II. Because there is resentment is a thing that with time can lead to just extreme levels of destruction.
Right. For the German sensibilities, for German nationalists, that treaty meant that Germany had essentially won World War. And only a turn of events that many of them couldn't even follow or conceive of, the arrival of American troops, the tipping of the balance in the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars and contemporaries pointed out that Germany, between the wars, was full of people who were convinced that Germany had actually not lost the war. However, that victory there was declined. So most definitely that groundwork was laid. And incidentally, this is something we can talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of linkages like that. And as time goes by, I think historians are going to focus on these linkages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of even surviving, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence upon discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yet, a great disappointment. Lenin, as we said, had expected that revolution would break out soon everywhere, and all that would be necessary for the Bolsheviks to do, having given the lead, was to link up with others. And so he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between the communist Russia and, once Germany inevitably plunged ahead into its revolutionary transformation, of communist Germany. That doesn't end up happening. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different kinds of socialists. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by the name of the Weimar Republic, the government is a government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily in sympathy with the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian group. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries, hardened front fighters, and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a wound that just won't heal in the German socialist movement as a result of this fratricide. It frustrates Lenin's ambitions. So too is the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward and connect up with Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long run. It's necessary to wait longer. They don't lose hope or confidence, you might say, in the eventual coming of international workers' revolution, but it's been deferred. It's been put off. So the question then arises: what do you build within a state that's established called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Soviet Union? Lenin, as a result of an assassination attempt, is deeply affected in his health, and would have loved to continue for years longer to steer the regime, but he's sidelined because of his declining health. And there emerges a contest between a very charismatic leader, Leo Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who has traveled widely in the world, who has seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, a far-ranging intellect, and is seen as extremely radical because of his demand for permanent revolution, the acceleration of revolutionary processes to drive history forward, to strike while the iron is hot. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely contender. And that's a man who's probably the antithesis of charisma, if you were to meet him in person. A guy with a squeaky, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with scars of youthful illness, and who, moreover, doesn't speak fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent from that part of the Russian Empire which he came. And that was Stalin. And I know that you already have a marvelous interview with Stephen Kotkin, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a moderate, a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm when others are excited, someone who is able, because of his organizational skills, to resolve merely theoretical disputes with practical solutions. Now, to fully take this aboard, we have to unknow what we know from our vantage point about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's brutality in eliminating his opposition, the cult of personality that, against all odds, got built up around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan with a telephone. A brutal dictator with ancient barbarism allied to the use of modern technology. While Trotsky is delivering stirring speeches and theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik movement in the state. And, it's a cliche because it's true, the personnel is policy. Trotsky is increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from the Soviet Union and later murdered in Mexico City. For Stalin, eliminating his enemies turned out to be the solution.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one is that you can have a wolf, a brutal dictator in moderate clothing. So just because somebody presents as moderate doesn't mean they can't be one of the most destructive, not the most destructive humans in history. The other aspect is using propaganda, you can construct an image of a person. Even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have they're still to this day a very large number of people that see him as a religious type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda there.
Maybe we call that curating
the image, but the extent to which you can do that effectively is quite incredible. So in that way, also, Stalin is a study of the power of propaganda. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum is filled by Stalin, how that manifests itself? Perhaps one angle we can take is how was the secret police used? How did power manifest itself under Stalin?
Well, before getting to the secret police, I would just want to add the other crucial element, which is Lenin's patronage. Stalin doesn't brawl his way into the Bolshevik party and dominate. He's co-opted and promoted to positions of importance by Lenin, who sees him as a somewhat rough around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other Bolsheviks, but dependable, reliable, and committed revolution. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after archives opened up with the fall of the Soviet Union, and we were able to read more and more of the communications of Lenin, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about a unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks. And in his testament, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as irreplaceable, and so that doesn't really help in the succession story. Right? Stalin is able to rely on a secret police apparatus that had been built up under Lenin. And it's very early in the foundation of the Soviet state that the Cheka, or the Extraordinary Commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of the regime, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that task also is an anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background, Felix Dzerzhinsky, who comes to be known by the nickname Iron Felix. Here's a man about whom a cult of personality also is created. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet period as the model of someone who's harsh but fair. An executioner, but with a heart of gold. Somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart but forces himself to be steely-willed against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Dzerzhinsky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of power. And they're not immune either. Stalin, in his purges, takes care also to purge the secret police as a way of finding others competent to deflect blame for earlier atrocities, and to produce a situation where even committed Bolsheviks are uncertain what's going to happen next, and feel their own position to be precarious. Incidentally, there are other influences that probably are brought to bear here as well. It gets said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time flipping through Machiavelli's The Prince. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of The Prince, nobody knows where that is, if it still exists. But historians have found annotations in works by Lenin that Stalin, who was a voracious reader, made in the back of one of the books, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that the ends justify the means. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. And so Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who, along these lines, and in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, someone who gets things done, that's the crucial ethical stand. And ultimately, in criticism by later dissidents of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical standard, what is the ethical law, will bring this question into focus, because by the, and this goes back to Marx as well, incidentally, the notion that any ethical system, any notion of right or wrong, is purely a product of class identity, because every class produces its distinctive ideas, its distinctive religion, its distinctive art forms, its distinctive styles, means that with no one transcendent or absolute morality, it's all up for grabs. And then it's a question of power, and the exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its purest form, something that Lenin had avowed, and then Stalin comes to practice. Even more.
Not that it's possible to look deep into a person's heart, but if you look at Trotsky, you could say that he probably believed deeply in Marxism and communism. Probably the same with Lenin. What do you think Stalin believed? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism as a way to gain power, ideology as far as propaganda, or did he, in his own private moments, deeply believe in this utopia?
That's an excellent question, and you're quite right. I mean, we cannot peer into the inmost recesses of somebody's being and know for sure. My intuition is that this may be a false alternative, a false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monstrous things to say, well, this is being used, ideology is being used as a cover. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible in his historical role. The notion that there's an ideology, it gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power to unprecedented proportions. Your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them squirm, which Stalin was famous for, to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, but might even be mutually reinforced, which is a very scary.
It's terrifying, but it's really important to understand. If we look at when Stalin takes power, at some of the policies, so the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophically, especially in the 1930s with Ukraine and all of that?
I think the short answer is that the Bolsheviks in particular, but also communists more generally, have had a very conflicted relationship with agriculture. Agriculture as a very vital, obviously, but also very traditional and old form of human activity, has about it all of the smell of tradition and other problematic factors as well. In a place like Russia, or the Russian Empire, peasants throughout history for centuries have wanted one thing, and that was to be left alone to farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development and transcendence and progress as being absolutely key, does not mesh at all with that. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display of historical transformation taking place over centuries and headed towards the final utopia, the role of farmers there is negligible. Peasants get called conservative and dull as sacks of potatoes in Marx's historical vision, because they're limited in their horizons. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have greater revolutionary goals beyond working the land and having it free and clear. By contrast, industrialization, that's progress. The images that today would be deeply disturbing to an environmentalist sensibility. Smokestacks, belching smoke, byproducts of industry, a landscape transformed by the factory model. That's what Marx and then later the Bolsheviks had in mind. Similarly, the goal, even as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory model so that you won't need to deal with this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from rationalization by working factory farms. So, in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades, who are bound and determined to drag Russia kicking and screaming into the modern age and not to allow it to be beaten because of its backwards, as Stalin would say, traditional forms of agriculture are not what they are. And in their rank of desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive heavy industry, is the sine qua non. That's their envisioned future. Agriculture rates below. So in that case, the crucial significance of collectivization is to get a handle on the food situation in order to make it predictable and not to find oneself in another crisis like during the Civil War when the cities are starving, industry is robbed of labor, and the factories are at a standstill. So this is really the core approach to collectivization, to put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, in a state-controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast human suffering because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they had gained as a result of the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer and maybe have a cow as opposed to your neighbors who have no cow, you're defamed and denounced as a kulak, a tight-fisted exploiter, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture in the region that you're from. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale. And allied to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire for a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, there are many motives that roll into collectivization. And the final thing to be said is, you're quite right, that collectivization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. By the end of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. And the reason for that had to do in part, I think, with the incentives that have been taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. And the joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was, we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is rhetorically respected and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very slick rewards and, last point, immobility. The collectivization reduces the mobility of the peasants who are not allowed, because of internal passports, to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. You got to say, the time and afterwards, that looked a lot like feudalism or neo-feudalism in terms of the restrictions on workers in the countryside.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal, meaning reality, fails. So the idea here is to make agriculture more efficient. So be more productive, so the industrialized model. But the implementation through collectivization had all the elements that you mentioned that contended with human nature. So first with the kulaks, so the successful farmers were punished. And so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to like hide. Added to that, there's a growing quota that everybody's supposed to deliver on, that nobody can deliver on. And so now, because you can't deliver on that quota, you basically exporting all your food, and you can't even feed yourself. And then you suffer more and more and more, and there's a vicious downward spiral of like you can't possibly produce that. Now there's another human incentive where you're gonna lie. Everybody lies on the data, and so even Stalin himself, probably as evil or incompetent as he may be, was not even getting good data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious downward cycle, which he certainly didn't, but he wouldn't be even able to. So there's all these like dark consequences of what on paper seemed like a good idea. And it's a fascinating study. It's like things on paper,
That's right.
when implemented, can go really easily.
That's right. And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starting people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study of how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on foundation of saying that's inadvertent. That's not an intended side effect. But what you described as in terms of the internal dynamics of fostering conflict in a rural society was absolutely not inadvertent. That was deliberate. The doctrine was bring civil war. Now, had there been social tensions before? Of course there had. Had there been envies? Had there been differentiations in wealth or status? Of course there had been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are the best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously harrowing ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other peoples who are in the Soviet Union. They discover similarly that to be independent, to have a voice which is not compliant, carries with it tremendous penalties, especially in Stalin's reigns.
Again, a difficult question about the psychology of one human being. But to what degree do you think Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers, the Ukrainian farmers? And to what degree was he looking the other way and allowing the large-scale incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture to happen?
Well, I think it was both things, right? I mean, they were not only sins of omission, but also sins of commission. Incidentally, one should add, I don't think for Stalin as a person. These are people who are very remote from him, never coming into contact with the people who are suffering in this way. Attributed to him is the quote that one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. I think he, in action, certainly acted in a way that would vindicate that. But the process of collectivization was not just a bureaucratic snafu following a bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist youth, of military, of party activists to go into the regions and to search for hidden food, to extract the food where it could be found. And we have testimony to this in the case of people who later became dissidents, like Lev Popov, who wrote in his memoirs about how he was among those who were sent into enact these policies. He saw families with the last food being taken away, even as signs of starvation were visible already in the present. And yet he did not go mad. He didn't kill himself. He didn't fall into despair because he believed. Because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justified. This was a larger historical process, and a greater good would result even from these enormities. So I think that this was quite different.
Following this, as you mentioned, there was the process of the Great Terror, where the intellectuals, where the Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over 1 million people were sent to the gulag. What do you say by way of wisdom to this process of the Great Terror that Stalin implemented from 36 to 38?
Well, the terror had a variety of instances. There were people who were true believers and who were Bolsheviks, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all the sort of condescension that he'd experienced in that movement before, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of their families. And then there were people who simply got caught up in a process whereby the repressive organs in the provinces were sent quotas. You have to achieve your quota, and maybe even better yet, overachieve your quota, overperform. That would be the key to success in rising in the bureaucracies in the age of the terror. What's so horrifying is the way in which a whole society stood paralyzed in this process, and how neighbors would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wary of talking. Resistance, at least in these urban centers, was entirely paralyzed by fear when, if one had somehow found a way to mobilize, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might have been different. There's an astonishing, there's so many great books that have come out quite recently even on these topics. Orlando Figes has an amazing book called The Whisperers that traces several families' history in the Stalin period. And it's a testimony to how a whole society and some of its most intelligent people got winnowed again and again and again in that process of negative selection we talked about. The lasting dislocation and scars that this left, and the way in which people were not able to talk about these things in public, because that will put you next on the list, suspected of having less than total devotion to the state. I think one of the things that also is so terrifying about the entire process is even total devotion wasn't enough. The process took on a life of its own, and I think that it might even have surprised Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, coworkers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the orbit of the secret police, tortured in order to produce confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more lists of suspects of people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. The stories, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago is full of stories of dedicated communists who find themselves in the Gulag and are sure that some mistake has been made. And if only Comrade Stalin would hear about the terrible thing that has happened to them, surely it would be corrected. And nothing like this. And everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes, there must be some treason. So, talk about ways of disaggregating society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting traces on an entire society that endured to this day.
Yeah, they're, again, a fascinating study of human nature. There essentially was an emergent quota of confessions of treason. So, like, even though the whole society was terrified and were terribly loyal, there's still needed to be a lot of confessions of people being disloyal. So you're just making shit up now. Like, at a mass scale, stuff is being made up. And it's also the machine of the secret police starts eating itself because you want to be confessing in your past loss and you're in this weird, dark, dynamic system where human nature just is the worst.
Absolutely.
Why, if you look at this deep discussion I had about Marxism, to what degree can we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism in the Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both on the economic system with agriculture and industrialization, and on the human way with the just violation of every possible human right and the torture and suffering and gulags and all of this.
Well, I think some of it comes back to the ethical grounding that we mentioned earlier. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, a particular material reality, and that leaves the door wide open. So I think that aspect was present from the very beginning. I think that the expectation of Marx that the revolution would take hold and be successful in a developed country played here as well. Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe was less developed even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all of the ravage and billions of deaths that continued even after the war has ended in the West. That leaves precious little in the way of structural restraints or a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate historical development, allowed for people to step into those roles and appoint themselves executors of this ideological vision. So I think those things play a role.
Now, it's hard to do counterfactual history, but to what degree is this basically that the communist ideals create a power vacuum and a dictator-type figure steps in, and then it's a roll of the dice of what that dictator is like. So, can you imagine a world where the dictator was Trotsky? Would we see very similar type of things? Or is the hardness and the brutality of somebody like Stalin manifested itself in being able to look the other way at some of these dark things? Were happening more so than somebody like Trotsky, who presumably see the realizations of these policies and be shocked.
Well, counterfactuals are hard. And one very quickly gets off into really deep waters in speculation. There were contemporaries, and there have been scholars since, who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. Think of the slogan of permanent revolution. Trotsky also dabbled in so many things in his intellectual life. Also spoke in almost utopian terms that are just astonishing to read. Utopian terms about the construction of the new man, and that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you've established a system that matches your hopes for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure and, when they talk about ambition, to create essentially the next stage in human evolution, a new species growing out of humanity. Those don't sound like very modest or limited approaches, and I guess we just really don't know.
Do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand? So, central planning, we talked about, the censorship, the secret police, the concentration of power in one dictatorial figure, and let's say, again, with the secret police, the violent oppression.
One should add to those factors that have a kind of interrelated logic of their own. The sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances as a result of war, as a result of the destruction of what came before and a power back. So think of the Russian Revolution in the wake of the fall of Tsarism. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet regime into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II, the Red Army moving into occupy areas in Eastern Europe, although they announced that they're coming as liberals. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and get more Chinese Civil War. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crises, because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get this system rolling and put it on a basis that's, after all, we have a roadmap to the future, there will follow frustrations and impediments and resistance. And there's a ratchet effect because it'll produce more repression, producing even more problems following. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in its Leninist version, but already visible with Marx and Engels, is the insistence on confidence. If you have the key to the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos. I think that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way, but it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier experience you have rebel against it. Under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of the Bolshevik temple. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortresses they can't storm. They can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that it's will over everything. History can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably your own actions justified as a result, no matter what they were, if you are sufficiently hard and determined and have the confidence. And then that obviously raises the ultimate question: what happens when that confidence ends, or erodes, or when it's lost?
If you go to the 1920s, to the home combos, fascism, as implemented by the Nazi Party in Germany, was called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what were the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, how it was conceived of in fascism and communism? And maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time and battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play, right? And when we speak of fascism in its original sense is a radical movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the winning side of World War I, is disappointed with the lack of rising national prestige and territory that leads, that commences after the end of the war. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist, Benito Mussolini, who crafts an ideological message of glorification of the state, the people at large united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand, a complete overthrow of liberal ideas of the rights of the individual or of representative democracy, and instead vesting power in one leader, in this case Duce, Mussolini, in order to replicate in peacetime the ideal of total military mobilization in war. Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, there also are different emphases that they include, and that includes their virulent racism from the outset, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and preparation for national greatness, race is absolutely key. And it's that racial radicalism that the Nazis espouse as a central idea, along with anti-Semitism, demonizing in particular the Jews in this insane racial cosmology that the Nazis allow. It is the assertion that the Nazis will uniquely bring to pass unity in the people, unity in the society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialism. Some leaders like Goebbels among the Nazis accent the socialist part to begin with. Others put the accent firmly on the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for the movement was meant to be confusing. It was meant to take slogans or words from different parts of the political spectrum, fuse them into something unfamiliar and new, and claim that they'd overcome all earlier conditions. The Nazis claimed that they were a movement, not a party, even though their party was called a party. So, what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share, or how were they opposed to it? We need to start with making clear they were ideological objectives. In both worldviews, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exercised from history in order for their desired utopia to be brought about. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about reality. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, the Bolsheviks didn't really believe all of this economic dialectical materialism. They were in fact a racial conspiracy, as alleged. And so the Nazis used the term of Judeo-Bolshevism to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which was complete nonsense. For their part, the communists, and from the perspective of the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a super capitalist conspiracy. If the cosmological enemy are the capitalists and the owners and exploiters, then all of the rigmarole about race and nationalism are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor saps who enlist in that it's essentially steered by capitalist owners who it was claimed are reduced to this desperate expedient of coming up with this thuggish party that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis could be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done, because this is the last undisguised naked face of capitalism nearing its end. So the other, beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of the hope for futures, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy and that the 19th century had its day with experiments with representative democracy, the claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as bankrupt. It had gotten you what? It got you first the First World War as a total conflict, leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression showing that the end was not far away. This produced at one and the same time both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical cooperation. In terms of the Weimar Republic, it's obvious, with the benefit of hindsight, that German democracy had ceased to function even before Hitler comes to power. But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremes, the Nazi stormtrooper army with their brown shirts and the communist street fighters had cooperated in heightening an atmosphere of civil war that left people searching for desperate expedients in the last days of the Weimar Republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enables Hitler to start World War II. A non-aggression pact in official terms. It contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and the Soviets, meeting in Moscow under Stalin's very eye, had agreed on territorial division of Eastern Europe and making common cause as each claiming to be the winner of the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to dire effect. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there arose political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually bore morphological resentment. They operated in ways that, in spite of ideological differences, there similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model called totalitarianism, borrowing a term that the fascists had liked about themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, or a new kind of dictatorship that was not a backwards cast revival of ancient barbarism, but was something new, a new form of dictatorship that laid total claims on hearts and minds, that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would go along with the plans of the regime. This model has often met with very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new was not the alleged achievement of total control, it was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and thoroughgoing control of entire populations. And the final frightening thought that Arendt kept before her was, what if this is not a model that comes to us from benighted and civilized ages? What if this is what the future is going to be? It's horrifying.
Let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who's a historian and podcaster, did a podcast for Tucker Carlson, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. There are two claims that I would love to get your perspective on. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, the chief villain of the Second World War. I think Daryl argues that Churchill forced Hitler to expand the war beyond Poland into a global war. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies in death camps was an accident, a byproduct of global war. In fact, the most humane extermination of prisoners of war possible, given the alternative was death by starvation. So I was wondering if you can respond to each of those.
Well, I think that this is a bunch of absurdities, and it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious in its implications. To address the points in turn, Churchill was not the chief villain of the Second World War. The notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict that could have been limited to Poland that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi worldview and racism was not an ideology that was limited in its application. It looked toward world domination. In the years since the Nazis had come to power, they sponsored programs of education called geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that would battle for the future of the world. And now, in retrospect, we of course could see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis' aims were anything but limited. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there had been attempts by historians who were actually well-read and well-published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations. And such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the strike with Bismarck. Now, when I say it like that, I think you can stop the problem immediately. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives in the absence of the ideology that he himself subscribed to and described in hateful detail in Mein Kampf and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise that's doomed to failure justifiably. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events and that it was understood as somehow being humane also runs contrary to the historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in their so-called Operation Tannenberg, which sent in specially trained and ideologically pre-prepared killers who were given the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppen in order to wipe out the Polish leadership and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, you read this in Mein Kampf, for Eastern Europe were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely given the facts and documents.
Do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade Soviet Union?
I think, as you can read in Mein Kampf, this is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so, while the timetable might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical constellations would play a role in determining when such a thing might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I would want to add that in my own scholarship, I've worked to explore some of these themes a little bit further. My second book, which is entitled The German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford University Press, examines centuries in the German encounter with Eastern Europe and how Germans have thought about Eastern Europe, whether in positive ways or in negative ways. And one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis come to power in Germany, there are certainly negative and dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans. Some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of all those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation.
The idea of Lebensraum, is it possible to implement that idea without Ukraine?
Hitler has Ukraine in his horizon as one of the chief prizes, and the Nazis then craft extensive plans, a master plan that they work on in draft after draft after draft, even as the balance of the war is turning against them. But this master plan is called the Generalplan Ost, meaning the general plan for the East. And it foresees things like mega highways on which the Germanic master race would travel to vacation in Crimea, or how their settlements would be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces of Ukraine for agriculture that will feed an expanded and purified Germanic master race. So this was not peripheral to the Nazi ambitions.
As I best understand, there is extensive and definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to invade the Soviet Union, and there was always a racial component, and not just about the Jews. They wanted to enslave and exterminate the Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs. And if he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union, I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust seem insignificant. In my understanding, in terms of the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness in which he characterized the Slavic people.
In their world, the Jews were especially bad. And so the project of the domination of Eastern Europe involves this horrific program of mechanized, systematized, bureaucratically organized, and horrifyingly efficient mass murder of Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected for the Slavs had a longer time to come. Himmler expected, the head of the SS. SS is given special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, gives such a chilling phrase. He says that while certain Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain as slaves of their culture. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word culture had meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the centuries before them. The notion of slaves for our culture was part of his longer term expectation. And then there's the primary fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right.
And always repopulating the land conquered with the German and Aryan race. So in terms of race, repopulating with race. And enslaving the Slavic people and exterminating them. Because there's so many of them, it takes a long time to exterminate.
And even in the case of the Germans themselves, the hidden message behind even Nazi propaganda about unity and about German national identity, the Nazis envisioned relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure enough for the future, even though they are clearly Germans by identity. The full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are as breathtaking as they are.
One of the other things I saw was that what ended up happening in the Second World War was the worst possible thing that could have happened. And I just also wanted to comment on that, which I can imagine a very large number of possible scenarios that could have happened that are much, much worse, including the successful conquest of the Soviet Union, as we said, the kind of things that would be done, and the total war ever ongoing for generations, which would result in hundreds of millions of deaths and torture and enslavement. Not to mention the other possible trajectory of nuclear power.
I would think that the Nazis with atomic weapons with no compunctions about deploying them would rank up there as even worse than
Now, let me steal man's point that was also made as part of this. That the oversimplified narrative of Hitler bad, Churchill good has been used and abused by neocons and warmongers and the military industrial complex in the years since to basically say this particular leader is just like Hitler, or maybe Hitler in the 1930s, and we must invade now before he becomes the Hitler of the 1940s. And that has been applied in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and God forbid that can be also applied in the war with China in the 21st century. But yes, warmongers do share love to use Hitler and apply that template to wage war. And we should be wary of that, be careful of that. Both the over-application of this historical template onto the modern world and of warmongers.
Yeah, and I think that nobody should like oversimplifying narratives. We need subtle and accurate narratives.
And also, I just would like to say that probably, as we've been talking about, Stalin and Hitler are singular figures. And just as we've been talking about the implementation of these totalitarian regimes, they are singular in human history. That we never saw anything like it, and I hope from everything it looks like we'll never see anything like it again.
There's certainly striking and unique historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Hannah Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands that there be a leader who allegedly is all-powerful and all-knowing and prophetic and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s, sort of ask kind of the actual question. Given the battle between the Marxists and the communists and the National Socialists, was it possible, and what would that world look like if the communists indeed won in Germany, as Karl Marx envisioned, and it made total sense given the industrialized stance that Germany represented? Was that possible, and what would it look like if it happened?
I would think that the reality was probably very remote, but that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazism on the scene was a sign of how decrepit and incompetent and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe, because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the party and arrest the activists who are supposed to be waiting to take over. So that's forestalled. A further hypothetical that gets raised a lot is could the Social Democrats and the Communists have worked together to keep Hitler out of power? That's where the prior is. The very fact that the German Revolution of 1919 sees socialists killing socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on cooperation. Added to the fact that the communists see the Social Democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of just statistical likelihood, a lot of experts at the time felt surely the German army is going to step in. And the most likely outcome would have been a German general shutting down the democracy and producing a military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the record of the Nazis was, that some people in retrospect would have felt that that military dictatorship, if it had obviated ordeal.
What do you think Marx would say about it? Let's take it before we get to Mao and China, just looking at the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
That's a really good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies, even as he was sure that he had actually cracked a big intellectual problem of what the future's going to look like. So how it would play out. He was a man who had to deal with a lot of disappointments, because in revolutionary uprising after revolutionary uprising, whether it was in the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in Paris Commune, this is it. This is the outbreak of the real thing, and then he doesn't get it. So I think that he probably tried to be patient about the turn of events. We mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because for that you needed lots of industrial workers. You didn't have a lot of industry. There's a footnote to that, and it proves his flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, might it not be possible for Russia to escape some stages of capitalism development? You have to rigidly follow that scheme. And Marx's answer was convoluted, but it wasn't a no. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he was certainly very surprised at the course of events as it unfolded, because it didn't match his expectations at the outset.
Not to put this on him, but would he be okay with the price of Holodomor for the utopian destination of communism? Meaning, is it okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet?
We don't know what Marx would say when he posed that question deliberately, but we do know in the case of the Marxist historian, Eric Hobsbawm, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 19th and 20th century. And he was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated forthrightly that because the Soviet Union failed, some sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment had succeeded and a glorious future had been opened for mankind as a result of the Soviet Union's success, that would lead to a different reply. And that is one person's perspective.
That takes us to the other side of the world. The side that's often in the West not considered very much when we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties, empires are fascinating, complex, and there's just a history that's not as deeply explored as it should be. And the same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicals founded the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in July 1991. Among them, as you talk about, was Mao. What was the story of Mao's rise?
So Mao takes a page from the book of Lenin by adapting or seeking to adapt Marx's ideology to a context that would have surprised Marx significantly. And that is not only to set the revolution in an as yet not industrialized country, but moreover to make the peasants, rather than being conservative sacks of potatoes, to make them into the prime movers of the success of this political venture. That's a case of the phenomenon that we talked about earlier. When is an adaptation of an ideology or change to an ideology a valid adjustment that you've made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Maoism was very clearly intended to answer this question for the Chinese context and, by implication, other non-Western parts of the world. This was, in part, Mao's way, whose ambition was great, to put himself at the head of a successful international movement and to be the successor to Stalin, whose role he both admired and resented from having to be the junior player. To take an example of a masterwork in a major milestone in the history of communism, the Polish philosopher Leszek Kolakowski who was at first a committed communist and then later became disillusioned, wrote a 3-volume study of Marxist thought called Currents of Marxism. In that book, when he reaches Maoism, Kolakowski essentially throws up his hands and says, like, it's hard to even know what to do with this. Because putting the peasantry in the vanguard role is something that is already at variance with the original design. But Marx says this is really Marx. This is an adapted and truer version of Marxism for the Chinese context. In case after case, in Mao's rise to power, we see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with, and believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for communist revolution. And in a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao is chanting. Mao chafes under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism as a movement. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign a treaty of cooperation, he's left waiting for days and days and days in a snub that is meant to show him that you're just not as important as you might think you are. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready for him to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet Union. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that followed him, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform someone, to show that what Stalin was not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring home. And the toll for that is vast.
Yeah, in the darkest of ways, he did outdo Stalin.
That's right.
The Great Leap Forward ended up killing approximately 40 million people from starvation or murder. Can you describe the Great Leap Forward?
So it was modeled on the crash industrialization that Stalin had undertaken with the Soviet Union and Mao do it. The notion of the Great Leap Forward was that it would be possible for the peasant masses, out of their conviction in the rightness of the Chinese Communist cause, to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces, individual farm communes. It involved folding together farming territories into vast communes of very large size that were, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be by definition more efficient than small-scale farming. It ended up producing environmental disasters and campaigns to eliminate birds or insects were supposed to demonstrate mastery over nature by sheer acts of will. These included things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Trofim Lysenko that produced more agricultural disasters. That involved things like plowing depths that were not practical for the seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace the capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. One of the themes that I think is so valuable to pursue and to take seriously in the history of communism is what concrete promises were made. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were worrying even some of his own assistants. He explained that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the world. And it would have achieved full confidence. So that which Marx had sketched as the endpoint of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. Later, his own comrades who passed from the scene felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Such promises are helpful to a regime to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success is just around the corner. So what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one ticking time bomb that played a role in the increasing erosion of confidence in the Soviet Union. In the case of China, must have been something.
But there's a lot of other elements that are similar to the Soviet Union. Maybe you could speak to the 100 Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a chance for Mao, who has felt that he has lost prestige and lost standing in the party because of the disasters that are raging forward, to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually doing. The most cynical part is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. And then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and purge them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he had invited them to do. That is the most cynical thing. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for the ideas that he himself had invited into the public square, and that he grew anxious and worried and angry about this without having thought this through in a cynical way. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation of those who are most venturesome, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly.
And just a general culture, censorship, and all these things.
That's right. And think of the impact on officials. We're loyal servants of the regime, just want to get along. The message goes out loud and clear. Don't be venturesome. Do not propose reforms. Stick with the tried and true, and that'll be the safe route, even if it ends in, ultimately, stagnation.
So, as the same question I asked about the Soviet Union, why do you think there's so much failure of policies that Mao implemented in China during his rule?
Mao himself had a view of human beings as being, as he put it, beautiful blank pieces of paper upon which one can write. And that is clearly at variance with what you and I know about the complex nature of human beings and we actually encounter. I think that in the process of hatching schemes that were one size fits all for a country as big and as varied in its communities as China, inevitably such an imposition of one model was going to lead to serious malfunctions. And so much of the, what other episodes of Chinese history showed, the entrepreneurial, the productive capacity economically of the Chinese people was suppressed by being fitted into these rigid systems. What we've seen since, after Mao passes from the scene and with the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, one sees just how much of those energies had been forcibly suppressed for so long and now were allowed to be on.
Mao died in 1976. He wrote that the CCP in 81, looking back through the lens of historical analysis, said that he was 70% correct. 70, exactly 70% correct.
Not 69.
That's 71. the scientific precision. I mean, we should say that again and again. The co-opting of the authority of science by Soviet Union, by Mao, by Nazi Germany, Nazi science is terrifying. It should serve as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but is also a thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do horrific things.
Essence is question, not certain.
Yes, exactly. Humility, intellectual humility. So how did China evolve after Mao's death today?
Well, I think that there is, without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually undertook a new venture. And that venture was to open up economically, to gain access to world markets, and to play a global role, always with the proviso that the party would count political supremacy. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries in the Soviet Union in 1956, especially with a secret speech in which he denounces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founders' intention of Lenin. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin or Communist China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the founder, so there's no repudiating. They're stuck with that formula of 70%, and acknowledging that there were some problems, but by and large arguing that it was the correct stance of the party and its leader that was paramount. And the results of this wager are, where we are today. China has been transformed out of all recognition in terms of not all of the living standards, but many places. Its economic growth has been dramatic, and the new dispensation is such that people will ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably a question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to earlier patterns. Xi insisting that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of the reform period. Sometimes imitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, and even the sufferings of the Cultural Revolution, are part of his volatile mix. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's further revolution.
In the West, China is often demonized. And we talked extensively today about the atrocities that result from atrocities both internal and external that result from communist nations. But what can we say by way of hope to resist the demonization? How can we avoid cold or hot war with China, we being the West or the United States in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the claims of science, humility as a crucial attribute. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware that projection onto others of what we think they're about is no substitute for actual study of the sources that a society like that produces, its declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than highest hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better version.
You mentioned this earlier, but just to take a small detour. What are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration that they're supposedly communist? What can we say about the economic and political system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple answer? This is a complete disaster. We can't tell
So I think the answer that I historian gave is a historical answer. Right? That we have to inquire into what has to happen in order to arrive at the path we are today. Do we have a regime that's claiming to be communist, or has an even better version of Marx's original ideas in the form of a Korean adaptation called Juche? How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy in all but a communist monarchy? That's what it is. I think that examining as much as we can learn about a closed society that is goes about its everyday in ways that are inscrutable to us is very, very challenging. But the only answer, when an example like this escapes your analytic categories, probably there's a problem with your analytic categories rather than the example in all its messiness.
Yeah, so there's a component here in the Middle East, China as well. To bring like something like John Mearsheimer into the picture. There's a military component there too, and that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern with countries like North Korea is to wait for them to be present on the world stage. And the game of geopolitics is by flexing their military might, and they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be a communist system, and what lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore and look the other way? We can kind of hope it doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's realists see states following their own interests and prioritizing their own security, and there's probably not much that could be done to change that. But conflict arising as a result of misunderstanding or mixed messages or misinterpretation, those are things that policymakers probably do have some control over. I think that there's internal processes that will work their way out in even as opaque a place as North Korea. It's also the reality, just as we saw with the divided Germans, that it's a precarious kind of twinned existence when you have countries that are across the border from one another, that are derived from what used to be a single unit, that now are kind of a real-life social science experiment in what kind of regime you get with one kind of system, what sort of regime you get with another kind of system. And that's a very unstable setup.
Now, let us jump continents, and in the 20th century, look to North America. So you also let your vote. Communism, different communist movement in America. It was also founded in 1919 and evolved throughout a couple of red scares. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party in just a general communist?
It's fascinating to observe this story because one long-standing commonplace has been that socialism has less purchase or radical socialism in the United States than in European countries. To the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for the communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting to follow the development of the movement. And there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that, to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that had come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happened within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, there were fiery individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American communist movement, but the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety and difference of this movement as something that was unfamiliar. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Communist Party of Earl Browder, an American-born political leader with vast ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and then fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience, where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of accommodation that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, with the dawning already of Cold War tensions that would later flower more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of Earl Browder. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved